Warning: the following story contains some graphic themes and scenes. Listener discretion is advised. Part 1: Manhunt. I want to start by saying, I'm not writing this for your reading pleasure. This is purely a message to warn travelers to be extra vigilant when hiking, camping, and caving in areas that they do not know well. While sometimes freak incidents can occur, it is imperative that you always bring the correct equipment, let people know exactly when you're coming and going, and where you'll be located while you're there. I'm an ex-police officer from the New South Wales Police Force and an avid outdoorsman. I quit the force a few years ago, but given that I do a lot of hiking and caving around the Blue Mountains, I was approached by a couple of park rangers and asked if I would like to do some volunteer search and rescue, if and when the need arises. I live in the area, and I gladly accepted. I guess I began to miss those moments where people were glad that you were there. It's not a bad gig. The mountains are quite beautiful and often filled with tourists and other outdoorsmen that appreciate the natural beauty of the Australian landscape. Over these few years, I've been called to a number of search and rescues. Often people going off the path and getting lost. Other times, people just having prolonged stays before their expected return date but not having the phone reception to let us know. While there have been a few weird cases, I wanted to start off by sharing one that was particularly puzzling to me. It was June 2014, which is the wintertime here in Australia. I was asked to check in for a search. This wasn't your normal operation, as we were informed that we would be working with the police to find a suspect that did not want to be found. Each of us was paired with an officer, as we could navigate around the mountains and work with them to locate the suspect. The suspect in question was wanted for kidnapping. 2 kids, a male and a female, from a town called Condobolin. The suspect was seen grabbing the kids while they were walking through a local park between their local shops and home. Witnesses were able to get the make and model of the vehicle and the plate number as well. The vehicle was later found abandoned within one of the national park's parking areas. It was unlocked, and the clothes of the children were found inside the vehicle, as well as a number of empty grocery bags. There was also a receipt found in the car for a number of miscellaneous camping items, clothing, food supplies, that kind of thing. Local police had also gone to the shop in question, but unfortunately there was no video surveillance in the store. However, the store clerk had remembered the sale and gave them a rough description of the man as being Hagrid-like, tall and chubby, long, unkempt hair, and a large bushy beard. However, the clerk had not seen the children with him at the time. Once we had the background, we separated into groups. We started at the car park, each taking a different direction through the park to try to find them. Each group comprised 2 rangers and 2 police. I was placed with one of the senior park rangers, a sergeant, and a constable. The search began the same morning the vehicle was found. Unfortunately, the children had been taken the day before, so we expected to have to cover a fair bit of ground, and we didn't like our chances from the get-go. Luckily, families or anyone with kids will move much slower through the natural brush. So that was one thing in our favour. We started off in the direction of a popular secluded camping spot. Given the recent heavy rainfall, we were cautious of the ground. Mountain parks are rarely flat, and it's easy to lose your footing, especially after rainfall on the sides of steep embankments. We walked for a few hours, with nothing really to go on, nor any other hikers to question, since it wasn't exactly peak season. Eventually, we came to Acacia Flat. It's a small camping area with a few secluded spots. Usually it only has 1 or 2 groups at a time. Usually just a small family outing, or maybe a bunch of teenagers that wanted to get drunk and party, where they're less likely to get caught. On this occasion though, we noted only one tent, and we went to investigate. The first thing I noticed that pointed to us being in the right location was the campsite itself. Everything appeared new and was in line with what the store clerk had told police. New sleeping bags, 2 smaller green ones, and a large blue one. Brand new grey tent. However, as we got closer, we realised none of them were there. This is where things started to get strange though. The sergeant pointed out that not only was this likely their camp, but everything was here. Not just the tent and the sleeping bags, but almost all their clothes, food, water, fire starters, maps, everything. Furthermore, we were able to conclude that they had likely set up overnight and left in a hurry. The tent itself had water through it, which the ranger believed that the tent was open through the night whilst it had been raining. There were still some faint tracks that showed they had dragged themselves out of the tent and then headed off east. The tracks themselves were unique also. It didn't appear that the suspect had dragged or forced the children with him, but that the 3 of them had run together, far enough apart that the children would not have been restrained. The campsite didn't have phone reception, but we were able to contact the other teams through radio, and we waited while they arrived. Normally, we would try to call these things in and continue the trail, but given that the suspect could be armed and dangerous, we thought it would be better to ensure that we had people close by, in the event that he might try to overpower us, even with the police and their firearms. It took 2 hours for the other teams to arrive. We set out a new plan to spread out and head east in the direction of the tracks, but still to stay close enough together that we could quickly respond to new developments. By this time, it was creeping into the late afternoon. We would likely have to set up camp for the night ourselves. We headed in the direction of the protected plateau, which was a larger landmass that stuck out of the ground to the east of the campsite. We were off the path, and the brush was thick, so moving quickly was difficult. We also didn't find any clear tracks beyond the camp, so we were basing the search off pure luck at this point. After 30 minutes of pushing through the brush, we got a call through the radio.
Oh my God, we found them. You guys need to get here.
I remember the tremor in his voice. I knew immediately this was not good news. He quickly followed up with his coordinates, and we were about 5 minutes from them. When we were nearing them, we understood why. Blood. blood on the tall grass, blood smears on the tree bases as we moved in with the other rangers. We were the first team to arrive. Nothing I have ever seen before can compare to how horrific this scene was. Nothing. They were pinned to the large blue gum tree. Literally pinned through their hands and chest by what I can only describe as railroad nails. Even more horrific, the suspect was dead too. 12 feet above them, eyelids removed. But instead of being pinned, his arms were tied by rope to individual branches. His stomach had been cut open, and dried blood covered the ground below him, his insides still hanging from the gash. We were speechless. There was nothing to say. Even as the other groups arrived, all anyone could say was, "Oh my God," or "fucking hell," under their breath. The constable in our group had walked off and vomited. I couldn't take my eyes off the suspect, who was staring down at us. I can't remember much else of that day. I know that I was one of the first to leave, with the police staying to investigate and a couple of rangers to help coordinate a helicopter removal. Trying to carry the bodies out would have been almost impossible. It was only a couple of weeks later that I heard anything else on the issue. I had been called in to detail the events of the day. I was told a few further details about it from one of the other rangers. The kidnapper was an out-of-town man. He had a mental illness that previously had shown no signs of aggression towards anyone. This was completely out of character for him. He used to go camping with his father when he was a child, according to his mother, whom they were able to talk to. More curious, though, were the official times of death from the autopsy, which showed that the suspect had died several hours before the children. They must have died during the night, as the time of deaths for the man and children were from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., the morning of the search. There were no exit tracks at the scene. Absolutely no indication that anyone or anything else had come or gone to commit that horrible act. Police attempted to interview and search absolutely anyone they could find coming out of the park over the following week. No one had seen or heard anything, nor carried any items that were suspicious or would even relate to the incident. Nothing else has come of this since. Everyone stopped searching for suspects a few months after. With the amount of rainfall through the winter, it made it impossible to find any other clues in the area that wouldn't have just been washed away. While I encourage people to stay up there, I want people to be careful. Bring the right gear, including something to protect yourself in the event of being attacked by something. People go missing all the time. There have certainly been some weird occurrences. I would also like anyone that may have been camping in the area during that time and may have heard or seen anything to send me a private message so that I can get you in touch with the right people out here. Part 2. Cockatoo 30. Continuing on from my experience in the previous post, like I mentioned, I've been volunteering for about 3 years. When I started out, I needed to be retrained in what I call search and rescue, as with the police force it was very different. Normally with a police investigation, the clues often come from other people and documentation, text messages, phone calls, emails. One time, we were able to find someone based on their Tinder app. You can also rely on surveillance. If we get a hit on a missing person's credit card, we can often use ATM cameras or cameras at the location of use to paint a picture. It's different out here though. When someone goes missing, there's rarely any witnesses. No documentation, no way to track their phone when they're stuck out in the sticks. So, I essentially had to learn everything all over again. Luckily for me, I was trained by one of the local rescue veterans, an Aboriginal tracker named Dave. Dave was a local. He spent most of his time volunteering. He was taught to track by his father and uncle when he was just a small boy. For my first month, I would shadow Dave with his work around the mountains, just to follow him around and see how he would locate people to somewhat prepare me for the things to come. I believe I had been on the job for roughly 2 months when I got a call from Dave asking me if I would like to assist him with a tour group. I knew I hadn't been through this section of the mountains before. I also really enjoyed spending time with Dave, so naturally I accepted. The tour group was run by a place called Cockatoo Outback Tours. Given what happened over that weekend, I don't believe they're still in operation. COT's Blue Mountains Tour was run by a couple of locals that would charge overseas tourists to organise large camping trips. These tours were run by 2 guys, Mike and Ben. I hadn't met them before, but Dave told me that he had helped out with a few groups in the past and that they had extensive camping experience and should be fine looking after a sizable group. The area we were heading to was somewhere near the northern side of Mount Tomah. The plan was to take the tourists through the botanical gardens in the morning and then head north, somewhere between Mount Tomah and Mount Wilson, and help them set up camp. We met with them at the garden on Friday morning, 30 in total, if you included Mike and Ben. Since we were only there to ensure the safety of the group, we didn't have to do all that much to help with the tour. Me and Dave would just sit in the back and chat amongst ourselves. Him sharing stories of the few years that he lived off the land in Western Australia. And me, I'd tell him about some of the experiences I had as a cop and some of the outdoor trips that I'd taken. Once the tour of the gardens was complete, we went back to the car park and helped them unload the bus. Then, we headed over the road and into the bush. I remember it was summer, because you could hear the dry ground crack as you walked, between twigs and dried leaves. We stayed up the front of the group, with Ben, while Mike took up the rear, to avoid any stragglers falling behind. Occasionally, we would stop so that they could point things out. Dave had spotted a red-necked wallaby and pointed it out to Ben so he could show the group. I remember we even stopped at one stage so that everyone could watch Mike play music on a gum leaf shortly followed by the entire out-of-tune tour group. It still makes me laugh to think about it. After a while, we came to a clearing. We thought this would make a good spot for a camp and helped them to set up. It was only about 1 p.m. at this point, so after we helped them set up, we made sure to give them a stern warning about the dangers of starting any large fires during this time of year. After everyone was settled in, Dave and I gathered our gear and headed back up to Mount Tomah to collect the car and drive back down to the visitor center. The plan was to quickly debrief and head home. The tour guides would contact us by radio, since there was no phone reception, once they were ready to leave. We put away our gear, changed clothes and headed home. The next day, I got to the visitor center around 8:30 in the morning. Dave was already there. We quickly went over a plan of attack, essentially following the same path that we had taken the previous day. We had agreed to collect the group at 10 a.m. once they had radioed in. Waiting. 9 a.m. No call. Waiting. 10 a.m. No call. Waiting. 10:15. Still no call. We had attempted to radio them from 9:30 onward, but they were unresponsive. At 10:30, Dave made the assumption that there had been a miscommunication, and they were probably just waiting for us to arrive before they left. Or they were distracted by breakfast and packing everything up. We headed out, parking next to their empty tour bus and heading across the road into the bush, where we had walked the previous day. Being that there were only 2 of us, we were able to move much faster, arriving at their camp shortly after 11 a.m. I remember seeing the camp. The fire still going, exactly where we had told them to have one, on a dirt patch with nothing dry around. The tents were still set up, as were the chairs. There was a portable table set up with food on it, camping grub, bacon, eggs, baked beans, toast, a large pot of coffee. The campers, though, they were nowhere in sight. I remember turning to Dave and having a chuckle. What do you reckon, mate? Think they're chasing down a kangaroo? That's the moment I realized something was wrong. Dave stood there, staring around the camp, with a very anxious look on his face. Something isn't right, mate. We need to call this in. I was confused. Surely a group that aimed to see the outback would leave the camp for a bit to check out the outback. Dave had pulled his radio out and held it in his hand. But before he'd radioed in, he turned to me and said sternly, "There are no tracks, nothing. No prints, no disturbed ground. Something's not right here." As he radioed it in, I looked around. He was right. The area we had come in on clearly had tracks of us walking in. Dave had taught me to look at the leaves on the ground for damage, or to see if walking on dirt nearby had kicked some up onto the nearby brush. There were tracks all around the camp where they had stayed, but nothing else. I walked all around. The fire was still burning, so they must have been here just moments ago. I touched the coffee pot, and it was still warm to the touch, The food, also warm. Dave got off the radio, and we waited for the other groups to arrive, which they did within the hour. We broke off into groups of 2 and fanned out from the immediate campsite into the surrounding bush. We even had some rangers watching the bus in the event that they had gone back up and somehow slipped past us on the way. I was mainly worried from how Dave appeared. Normally, he was an unshakable guy, but he looked troubled. There were simply no tracks from the entire group. I had seen Dave track children that wander off on their own before, so I knew that this was a problem. I mean, 30 people. How the hell do you just lose 30 people? 7 hours had passed, and the sun was below the horizon when we decided to call it for the day. I was able to head home, but Dave made the conscious decision to stay at the camp overnight. The other radio wasn't amongst the things left behind, so he wanted to make sure that in the event of their return, someone would be there. The next day, we started the search again. We had twice as many people, as it was a Sunday, and many of the other volunteers made the time to come out and help. When we arrived at camp, Dave was sitting in one of the chairs, his head sunk into his hands in defeat. It was obvious that no one had returned, nor the 2 of us. We even had people scout the nearest towns and campsites, but no one had seen anything. We spent the entire day searching again, hoping to find something we had missed. But nothing. Not a single track of them could be found. Dave said something as we were walking that made me feel uneasy. This isn't the first time this happened. Normally it's 3 to 5 people when these things occur, but never 30. Curiosity got the better of me. I had to ask, how often does this happen? People just vanishing without a trace. 40 people a year, give or take, Dave responded. It sent a chill down my spine. He was right though. We never found the group. Nothing. Not an item of clothing that wasn't already in the camp. Not a track, not a sighting, nothing. Over the weekend, we tried to call the tour service headquarters, but they said they hadn't heard a thing. Over the next week, we contacted the families of the tourists, but no one had heard anything from them since the morning we first met up with them. That was just over 2.5 years ago now. And just as David said, every year we lose people. But it's always around 40 that just vanish with no explanation. People just wander off and get lost out there, but we can usually either find them by tracking or are able to track to a certain point. For vanishing cases, we try to use dogs also, but they never pick up a scent beyond the camping grounds the people were last seen. It's troubling, to say the least. I'll try to get back to you guys soon. I'm currently writing this from the visitors center, but I need to head home and get some dinner going. As I've mentioned before, stay safe. Let people know where you are. These things don't happen often, but when they do, we just wish we had some general idea on what the campers were planning. Thanks for reading. Part 3. Lost Children. Back again. It's about 3:30 a.m. my time, and I can't get back to sleep. Not for any particular reason. I just haven't been able to get a good night's sleep for a while. When I was a kid, something happened to me. For a few nights in my house, I heard some weird things while I was trying to sleep. I lived with my brother, sister, and my parents, so I always just assumed it was one of them doing something somewhere else in the house. One night in particular, I was finally getting to sleep when my bedding was pulled off me. All of it pulled down onto the floor of the foot of my bed. I liked to think I had courage back then, so I said out loud, "Screw you, stop trying to scare me." I figured my brother was under my bed trying to mess with me after I told him I was hearing some stuff at night. I looked under my bed, fully expecting to see my brother, which is when I got scared. There was nothing there. Nothing. Shivers went down my spine. I think that's the moment in my life that I realized that it's not actions that scare you. It's the unknown. Not knowing what pulled my bedding off me was scarier than the act itself. The reason I'm telling you this is because of the mountains. Sometimes you see things in the late afternoon and at night, similar to the feeling of seeing something just in the corner of your peripheral vision, only to turn and see it's not there. We all get it. Around the house, at work. It's just part of life, really. The scary thing is when you see something and think nothing of it, just to have another ranger say, "Did you see that?" Now, every time I'm up on those mountains helping out and see things, it makes my hair stand up. The first time I saw something was before I was a volunteer. I was out running on one of the trails, and I stopped to catch my breath. I had my headphones in and came to a stop, took a sip of water from my bottle, and rested with my hands on my knees when I saw a shadow. It was the afternoon, so there were shadows everywhere, but this was different. It was the shadow of a person. I can't tell if it was a man or a woman, but it was the same length and angle of my own shadow, except it was 20 feet away between the shadows of trees, and at the feet, where you would normally have a person standing there, was nothing. I stood there in shock. I couldn't make myself move, frozen in fear, while my brain was processing what I was seeing. Just standing there, staring at this bodiless shadow, while it seemingly stared back at me. I looked up in the air to see if something may have been suspended to cause this. Nothing. When I looked back at the shadow, it moved, walking into the shadow of a nearby tree and vanishing. I pulled myself together and immediately left. A while back, I was on a missing persons case. 2 children had wandered away from their camp, which was a popular camping ground since it had phone reception. We got the call in the late afternoon. The only people that were at the visitor centre was myself and another ranger named Ryan. We packed our things, called for more people to come out at their earliest availability, and we headed out for the site. They were in the Nunes area of the park, and we arrived about 30 minutes since the children were last seen. We were confident that we could find them. The thing about children is their movements are fairly predictable. They don't understand the concept of finding higher ground and will often head downhill when possible, just because it's easier for them. Naturally, we started off downhill. We could track them fairly easily. It appeared that, as they were walking, they would kick rocks they saw on the ground, which scuffed the ground below them, leaving indents about the size of children's feet. It was about 5:30 p.m. when we arrived at a small stream, and we found the girl. We asked her why she had come down here and where her brother was. It's hard to forget what she said. "We were following the shadow kids, playing with them. My brother is near the stick tree." We radioed back to the parents, who had left their camp with one of our radios in the event that the children had returned on their own. They were relieved, of course, but still had concerns about finding their son. We had asked the girl to help us find her brother, and she started off down the stream. It wasn't a deep stream. You could walk through it, almost like shallow rock pools at the beach. We were walking for a good 30 minutes, and nightfall was upon us. I started doubting the girl knew where she was going, because the kids were not gone long before we found her. I seriously doubted she made it all the way to this tree and back to where we found her in such a short amount of time. We pulled out our torches, and I asked Ryan to hold the girl's hand, since it was now getting dark and it was much harder to see where we were stepping. Before he could grab her hand, she raised it up and said, "There, there." We looked up and pointed our torches. To our relief, she was right. Her brother was sitting patiently on the ground, right at the base of the tree, looking at us. He looked sad and said to his sister, "They're gone. I can't find them anymore." I started walking towards him and pulled him up off the ground. I was getting my bearings when I heard Ryan. "Whoa." I turned to look at Ryan. His torch was partially illuminating his face, while pointed up towards the top of the tree. Naturally, I looked up in the direction of the light, and I saw the craziest thing. Hundreds of sticks, but not part of the tree. Hundreds of sticks hanging from the tree by what looked like fishing wire. All quite small and about 6 inches long, just hanging by their ends from the various branches. I mean, they were everywhere in this tree, and it was a huge tree too. It seemed like an impossible task. Even if someone had climbed the tree to do all that work, how did they get all the way out to the end of the weaker small branches to tie them on without snapping off the branch itself? We didn't want to look worried in front of the kids, so we radioed the parents and tried to get back to the camp in the fastest way possible without hurting ourselves in the process. Once we dropped them off, we headed back to the visitors center. By now, a couple of people had arrived, but they were aware we had already found the kids, so they were just hanging out there. We told them what we had seen, and none of them had any clue what we were on about. I remembered what the girl had said about these shadow people. I didn't have the heart to tell Ryan what I'd seen in the past, because I didn't want his image of the mountains to be tainted like mine had. We agreed to go back out the next day to have a look at this tree with a few other people in our own time. We found the tree, but the sticks were gone. Every single one of them. It's just so strange that someone would go to all the trouble of somehow getting them all up there and arranged so perfectly and delicately, only to take them down again. It's even more strange that we had made it out there pretty early in the morning, meaning all this had to be done at night. Anyway, thanks for hearing me out again. It's nice to get things off my chest. I'm feeling like I can finally get back to sleep. So, I'll leave you for now, but I'll be sure to check back in again soon. Part 4. Bloody Sunday. There have been reports on the mountain of people being intentionally terrorized at night by unknown individuals. As I mentioned in some previous comments, we do have a number of squatters that live in the mountains that don't want to be found, while a number of them are just people that have been hurt by the system and now would like to live in solitude. Some of them are genuine, sadistic psychos. One of the most frequent reports we get are campers waking up to rocks being thrown at their tents, usually in the early hours of the morning, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. While most people just ignore it and try to get to sleep out of fear, some will open up their tents to investigate. We've got 3 open cases so far of people looking outside of their tents, campfires still at a small crackle, only to see a man on the edges of the trees beyond their camp. All witnesses recount the same thing. A naked man, very thin, bony, and pale as white sand. He has long, dirty, matted hair and a large beard, and is almost always holding a hatchet or a blade of some kind. Once the campers spot him, he will always smile and slowly walk backwards away from the camp, through the tree line, until he is swallowed by the darkness of the night. We also get reports of someone running through camps around that same time of morning. People will be slowly falling asleep when they'll hear very heavy and very fast footsteps, crunching leaves and snapping branches on the ground as they run at alarming speeds from one side of the campsite to the other. This one is also concerning, as we don't know if it's a person or an animal, though campers say it's almost always sounds like a person running. We also don't know if they are trying to scare the campers or if they're running away from something else. One night, I was working with Dave. We were on our way back from a patrol. There was something about the mountains at night that always gave me chills, as if we were being watched at all times, and that whatever was watching us didn't want us to be there. We had made it back to one of the camps and found the most horrific scene. I must warn you, this next part is very graphic. We were walking along when we noticed a large, bright yellow tent, absolutely covered in blood. We were using torches, and it lit up like a beacon when we first shone the light on it. As we approached, we realized the severity of the scene. There was blood all over the place, all over the chairs and tables, on the rocks that surrounded the fire. Large smears of blood were on the ground, which clearly indicated that bodies from the now empty tent had been dragged into the tree line. The blood in the tent itself had pooled and was trapped in the bottom canvas part of the tent. Of course, we immediately called this in, and we asked to get police out here ASAP. We followed the dragging blood marks, and I immediately vomited when we came across the bodies. A man and a woman, stripped bare, their bodies mutilated. Their limbs, all of them, had been snapped, at the bones no less, which were now protruding from the skin. Their eyes were gone. Not removed, but the whole area torn out from just below the eyebrow to halfway up their cheeks. Dave was having a hard time looking, but since I had worked in homicide before, I had grown somewhat accustomed to the sight, though never this brutal. I didn't want to touch anything, of course, until the police arrived, so I wouldn't contaminate the scene. One thing I did find strange was that on both the bodies, a large portion of skin was removed from both legs. Not where the bones were snapped, but higher up. Perfectly rectangular cuts. Exactly 12 inches by 4 inches, we later learned. While we were waiting by the tent for the police to arrive, standing back to back, on high alert that we were probably in danger ourselves, I first heard it. The sound. The running. It was apparent that it was in the distance at first, and broke the silence of the night. It was like hearing a runner jogging, but with the sounds of snapping sticks and crunching leaves. I removed my hunting knife from my belt as the sounds came towards us. Boom, 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 boom. I was facing the darkness with my knife in hand, Dave shaking while holding the torch in the direction of the sound. I expected a person or an animal to come bursting out of the tree line and into the low light ready to attack us. But it was much scarier than that. The sound finally came out of the trees and was a few feet away from us. Nothing. Nobody there. It was right on top of us, like someone was about to run into us. The sound swept right past me, and I turned and looked at the ground as it went. We were standing on dirt, and we both saw the goddamn footprints appear as this thing ran straight past us and back through the forest. No body, no person, but someone ran straight past us. I was so scared I couldn't move, frozen, shaking in my boots. We were both speechless. It was about another 10 minutes before the police would arrive, but it felt like a lifetime. We both gave them our testimonies, and we were excused to go back to base and stick by our phones in the event that anyone else might need to talk to us. When we got back to base, I just excused myself and went to the bathroom. I just sat there in silence, trying to process what the hell I'd just seen. It must have been about 10 minutes before Dave stuck his head in and asked if I was okay. Between the running and the scene itself, I couldn't handle it. My mind wasn't prepared for it. It was the early morning of Sunday when this occurred. We stayed at base overnight, and in the morning, there was a stronger police presence. We had learned a little more about the case. Apparently, it wasn't a couple that was camping, but a family with 3 small kids. There has not been any sign of the children, except for visible struggles of them being dragged off in a direction that was not the same as their parents. We all have speculation as to what happened. The police wrote it off as an animal attack, but that doesn't explain the missing children. Animals wouldn't distinguish between the two if they were hungry. Dave won't talk about it, and I really don't blame him. I'm not sure what to think. I can still see those bodies in my mind's eye. I want to believe it was animals, because I can't fathom someone doing that to another person. The missing skin, though, was so perfectly removed. And the taken children. Even the fact that the tent wasn't ripped, but simply open. I don't know. Anyway, I thought I would share, and I don't want to think about it too much more. I really would like to find out exactly what happened, but I doubt I'll ever know. Part 5. Red Trees. Hey, No Sleep. This will probably be my final entry. I thought I would just go into a few of the smaller encounters that have happened so far in my time in this job. Nothing big enough that it needs its own story, but things that have really made me think over the years. We often find bodies up in trees. Most often, missing people that have been gone for a while, just up in the trees, draped across branches. The thing about gum trees is that their bases are quite tall before any branches start coming out. That always makes me curious as the effort put into however they got up there. I always assume that they are dead and then placed in the trees, rather than just climbing up and dying. We have yet to find someone alive in a similar situation, so I guess I'll never find out. Then there's the dream catchers. Originally, I thought it was innocent enough. In the town I grew up, there was an older woman who would walk around and knit things over benches, telephone poles, etc., just to make the area look slightly more beautiful. I figured it was the same thing with the dream catchers, until you realise just how many there are, and over such a huge area. The first one I saw was just before I started volunteering. It was maybe 30 feet up in the air, tied to a branch above a walking trail. Since starting the job, though, we have found them all over a 100-kilometre reported radius. In trees, on cliff faces, in caves. They're all over the place. They're always designed in such great detail. They were cute at first, but now they make me feel uneasy when I see them. There are also scarecrows out here. However, they're always placed in such a way that they would represent a scene. We've found scarecrows left to look like they were fishing. One time, we spent an hour trying to rescue what appeared to be an unresponsive rock climber, only to find a scarecrow that had been fitted out in climbing gear. I'm almost positive it's local teenagers doing this, and sometimes I get a chuckle from them. Other times it can be unnerving though, such as when we receive reports from campers who have found them propped up within their campsites and they weren't there the night before. One especially worrying incident was during one of the park's ghost tours of the cave systems. I don't believe there are ghosts. However, I have heard people crying in those caves. A few other volunteers have also heard the crying. The thing that scares me is that it doesn't sound human. Almost like it sounds as if it's trying to be human. It still happens to this day, and we have absolutely no idea what's doing it. Another issue we have are red trees. Sometimes we find gum trees deep in the wilderness that look to be stained by dried blood. I mean, from the very bottom of the trunk, right up to the tips of the branches. We still need to get around to testing what's on them, but we've reached out to local botanists and we are awaiting their confirmation. The reason I suspect it's blood is because it chips away, much as you would expect dried blood to. There have been reports of heavy breathing outside of people's tents at night. Very large inhales, followed by exhales. Part of me thinks it could be the crazy guy from part 4, but it happens way more often than he's seen, so I can't confirm what this could possibly be. Just 2 weeks ago, I was out at night with another ranger named Steve. We were walking along a trail between 2 popular campgrounds. As we were walking along, we were stopped by someone shining a very large torch in our faces. We asked the person who they were, but they didn't respond. They stood there for a few moments, shining the torch in our faces, to the point where we couldn't make out what they looked like. Just that someone was there. A few moments went by, and then the person dropped the torch and ran off. Not towards either campsite, but between the shrubs and trees, out into the bush. Sometimes, at night, we can get really loud echoing laughing between the mountains. It's almost overbearing how loud it can get. It doesn't sound like a person, almost like how a hyena laughs. Except we don't have any hyenas in Australia, There is a creepy older woman who we think lives out there in the bush. We call her the Watcher. You can be walking along, setting up a tent or enjoying a beer by a river, when you look around and catch sight of her. She looks homeless and is likely roughing it out in the mountains. Whenever you see her, she will usually run off. But it does give you a bloody good scare when you see someone staring at you from 100 yards away between the trees. We have an abnormally large rate of people taking their lives, around Hanging Rock specifically. No one knows specifically why it's always there, but it always is. It's frequent enough that we have a weekly patrol that walks the grounds below Hanging Rock, and they need to call it in if they find any bodies. Surprisingly, the heads of the visitors center have only just started talking about putting signs around and fences to stop this from being such a regular occurrence. We had a troubling missing persons case earlier this year. 3 campers managed to get themselves lost and walk a staggering 20 kilometers from where they were camped. We were lucky to have found them, as they stumbled across a ranger on patrol that was not part of the search. When questioned, it seems like all 3 of them simultaneously had a case of temporary amnesia while walking, and they went off deeper into the mountains trying to locate their camp. When we took them back to their camp, they had assured us that they had never seen that location before, and that someone must have moved their things, despite the fact that they had told the visitors center that they would be camping in this spot for their stay. We've had 2 reports during completely different years from completely different campers that there has been a very tall person, around 8 to 9 feet, walking through the woods at night. Both cases reported that the figure was moving at abnormally high speeds, drifting through the trees. Neither report could make out a face, but reported the person to be bald and appeared to not be wearing any clothes. But they were too far away and it was too dark to be certain. Anyway, that's about the end of my stories I have to share. Like I said, this isn't fiction, so I can't give you some neat little summary to take away with you. These are just my experiences, and I hope you at least take something from them. As for me, I no longer camp overnight in the parks, and I'll only ever be in the parks at night again if I'm accompanied by other rangers, and if I have a radio and a bloody good weapon with me. Thanks for listening, everyone, and stay safe out there. I'm no stranger to rough travel. Having backpacked around much of the globe, I'm quite accustomed to reliance on even the sketchiest forms of public transport. So, finding myself sitting alone at a bus stop outside of a dimly lit servo in Rockhampton City at 1 a.m., that wasn't at all outside the realms of normal for me. There I sat, swatting away the incessant buzz of mosquitoes, waiting on a Greyhound bus that may or may not even show up. The journey so far had been hit and miss. After years spent exploring the wonders of planet Earth, I thought it was high time to get out and see a bit more of my own country. Beginning in old Sydney town 3 weeks prior, I had, mostly successfully, navigated much of the sites around Australia's southeast, relying on nothing more than my Greyhound Wimmet Pass. It had been an experience. There was a somewhat sketchy night during which I ended up stranded in Moree at 3 in the morning after my bus just didn't show up. But luckily enough, I stumbled my way across a little pub just closing its doors for the night. The kind owners happened to have a spare room they could offer me. Other than that though, things had been pretty smooth. Admittedly, from then on I did opt for the more populated coastal routes. The journey ahead would be my first venture back into the inland stretches of the country, where the bright, bubbly lights of civilization did not reach. Australia is crazy like that. You can be in the midst of vibrant, inner city life one moment, then in the middle of nowhere within a few minutes. Not that this desolate bus stop was much more lively. As a flickering streetlight nearby threatened to blink out at any moment, I heard dull footsteps approaching. Ah, fellow traveller, finally. A voice boomed from the shadows. "How you going, mate?" A bleary-eyed man about my age stepped into view. "G'day, mate, how you going?" I replied. And that was that. A common exchange amongst Australians. The question need only be asked, never answered. We continued to sit there in the silence of the night, making random small talk back and forth. Where you from, where you headed, you know, the usual stuff. My travelling companion's name was Andrew, and he was headed back home after a 4-week stint at a local rendering plant. Of course, Rockhampton is the beef capital of Australia. It's not the most exciting place in the world, or the country, or even the state for that matter. I had been here merely for a stopover, an overnight rest between bus services on my way up the Queensland coast. The conversation dragged on, drifting between mild interest and awkwardness, until finally, an hour or so later, the squeak of heavy vehicle brakes a little ways down the road caught our attention. Squinting through the foggy night air, I could just make out the big red bus headed our way. Yep, there she was. The word Cairns glowing brightly above the windshield. I wasn't headed that far north. I was only going as far as Proserpine, and from there, hoping to hitch a ride out to Airlie Beach. The Greyhound screeched to a halt, and the driver jumped out to toss Andrew's bags into the luggage hold. "Roadblocks up tonight, fellas. Might run a bit over schedule," said the driver. She's all good, mate," replied Andrew. "Give us more time for a kip," he said, laughing. I could not relate. I could never sleep on buses, trains, planes, anywhere that I couldn't get horizontal. I was curious at the time, though, what these supposed roadblocks were about. He couldn't have been referring to the roadworks. Not at 2 in the morning. I suppose it wasn't uncommon, though, for roadwork barriers to be left up on weekends or occasionally overnight if the road was in too poor a condition to drive on. So, at the time, I just put it down to that. I climbed on board and found myself a seat up the back, and moments later I heard the clomping boots of my new acquaintance stamping his way up the aisle and sliding into the row opposite me. "Gonna be a long one by the sounds of it, mate," said Andrew, gesturing to the driver, who was chatting back and forth to a muffled voice on the other end of the radio. We couldn't make out much. Detours, delays, some talk about an accident somewhere further up north. That'd explain the roadblocks then, I said to Andrew, who nodded in response. Must have been a bad one, he replied. Wouldn't block off the Bruce for nothing. Truck rollover maybe? I suggested, and Andrew nodded in agreement, before pulling out a travel pillow and turning away. Gonna try and get some sleep, he said, yawning. Night, mate. Yeah, night, bud. I nodded in return. And with that, I reclined my seat and gazed out the window as the bus pulled out of the small side street and began cruising down the highway. Along this particular stretch of highway, and many other inland roads, I'm not exaggerating when I say that there is literally nothing to see, even by day. Australia's beauty is something of a double-edged sword. Long stretches of absolute nothingness are beautiful in their sheer emptiness, but, of course, on the flip side, they are just that. Empty nothingness. The road north from Rocky cuts inland, away from the gorgeous Queensland coastline, straight into one of those huge stretches of barren earth, interspersed with random patches of small forests. It's actually kind of eerie going through there late at night. You can't see much, and the scenery you can make out, it tends to twist and morph into something far more sinister than it really is. Time dragged on by. Minutes that genuinely felt like hours out there. I didn't mind. These long rides between towns and cities, they were my chance to just zone out and relax. Endless bitumen, guideposts, white lines, and patches of scrub all blurred into one another. I watched as we passed by small townships, so insignificant in size that you can easily blink and miss them. Eventually, about an hour or so into the trip, I finally found myself starting to drift into a semi-sleepy state. I must have actually blinked out for a while, because when I awoke to the sound of the driver responding to more mysterious voices on the radio, I looked outside to see the bright lights of a servo, where moments ago, there had been nothing but trees. The bus swung a hard right into the service station as the voice on the radio continued. Do not proceed. Detour west. Repeat. Do not proceed. Detour west. Okay, I thought. Guess we're detouring west then. I raised my seat back up, rubbed my eyes and stretched. I noticed we were passing by Marlborough, as indicated by the road signs outside. The bus came to a halt right outside the servo, and everyone filed out to grab a quick snack or drink, while the driver continued communicating with, I assumed, emergency services via the radio. There was some more talk about the highway still being closed, but I couldn't make out much more than that. As I was making my way off the bus, I noticed Andrew was still snoozing. I considered waking him up and letting him know that we were stopped for a meal break, but I recalled him mentioning that he wanted to get some sleep, so I decided against it. I made my way inside, grabbing a hot sausage roll and a Dare iced coffee, and proceeding to the cafe counter. The guy at the cafe was a little weird. How's your night going, mate? I asked. No reply. You get many customers through the nights here, or? No reply. Okay, so the bloke's not much of a talker. Whatever. I thought. $9.50. He suddenly spoke up. You travelling on the Greyhound tonight? Yeah. Yes, I am, I said, handing him a $10 note, which he grabbed a hold of while maintaining that weird blank stare straight ahead. Or rather, straight through me. He opened the cash register, placing the note inside and grabbing for a 50-cent coin. It's all good, mate. Keep the change, I said, before turning to walk out. There's been an accident up ahead on the Bruce, the guy said after me. Yeah, we heard, I said back. Any idea what happened? The guy just kept staring, wordlessly. After a few moments, this got more than a little awkward, so I once again turned to leave. We've got some rooms available at the back, if you wanted to book in for the night, he said, catching me off guard. Yeah, no, I'm good, mate. Thanks anyway. And that was that. I walked out as he continued to stare after me. Even once I was out the door and making my way back to the bus, I looked back to see his piercing eyes gazing through the glass towards me. Freaking weirdo, I thought to myself, but ultimately shrugged it off, thinking that anyone stuck working the graveyard in a desolate servo in the middle of nowhere probably would be acting a little strange. Munching into my delicious sausage roll, I sleepily crawled my way back on board the bus, making my way to my seat. Andrew was awake by this stage, and as the last of our fellow passengers climbed aboard and the bus began to pull away again, we struck up another conversation. Whereabouts are we? Asked Andrew. Passing by Marlborough, I replied, taking a sip of my coffee. Highway's still closed, so apparently we're detouring. Right, Andrew said vaguely, staring out the window. He looked as though he didn't particularly like that idea. What's wrong? I asked. Does it take a while to go that way? Lot longer. He again, quite vaguely, responded. About the last place you want to be this time at night, too. I didn't quite understand what he was on about, so I just awkwardly chuckled in reply, assuming he was joking about the infinite expanse of empty landscape around us. He did not join in with the laughter, though. Instead, just stared straight ahead. A blank expression, much like the guy in the servo. A troubling mix of fear and concern. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. The sound of the bus's blinkers echoed through the cabin as we swung a left onto a very worn-looking highway. The faded, dull bitumen illuminated under the moonlight. Me old man was a trucker back in the day. We'd sometimes come past here and he'd point out to those mountains, tell me stories. Andrew spoke up again. Yeah? What about it? I asked. Andrew turned to me. It's just a shit place to be at night, if you can help it. Lot of stories about this road. It's called the Marlborough Stretch, or the Horror Stretch. Name don't come from nothing, mate. I stared out the window, watching as the random patches of trees began to increase in repetition, gradually thickening around us. The tall forms of the pines and gums lined both sides of this road now, as the bus chugged along down the narrow highway, which transitioned from bitumen to dirt sporadically. I watched those tree lines with a creeping sense of unease. When you're travelling through the Aussie outback, you are, of course, acutely aware that All manner of bush animals and dangerous wildlife exist out there, just beyond the illusion of safety that is the edge of the highway. But it's never more than a passing thought. This, on the other hand, felt very different. It was as though any supposed sense of safety began frittering away the minute we turned onto this road. The Marlborough stretch, eh? I said. That does ring a bell. I remember reading an article about it somewhere. Murders in the 70s and 80s, something like that. Missing persons too, Andrew interrupted. Lots of them. You don't drive this road at night. You just don't. My dad always said that anyway. A similar thing happened when he took me on a job down Brizzy way. Was told to detour, but he refused. Parked up on the side of the road and slept it out till the Bruce opened back up. I noticed his leg was bouncing up and down now. Something I occasionally did myself when anxiety was creeping in. This made me feel uneasy. Not necessarily because I thought anything was genuinely wrong, more so because I was in close proximity of someone who believed that something was very wrong. People can become unpredictable in those situations. I settled back in my seat, turning away from Andrew and watching out the window. Bumpity bumpity bump we went, the bus shaking slightly as it traversed down the clearly neglected highway of yesteryear. You got mobile service? Andrew asked me abruptly. I pulled out my phone and, seeing no bars, shook my head a negative. How about you? I asked. Nah, mate, nothing, he replied. Just then, a baby began to cry from up the front of the bus, startling me. But not as much as what came next. Keep the kid quiet, barked the driver. Jesus Christ, I said out loud. It's just a baby, mate. Calm down. She can't help when it's gonna cry. Yeah, ease up, mate, shouted Andrew from beside me, backing me up. You want to be stuck out here if this bus crashes? The driver spat back. I need to focus on the road. Shit was getting bizarre. What a weird overreaction to a baby doing what babies do. What was even weirder was that every time this bloke lost control of his temper, his foot seemed to press heavier on the pedal. The bus getting faster and faster as it hurtled down the road, through the darkness, through the tunnel of trees. The mother tried desperately to calm the infant, but to no avail. The screams only got louder, and as they did so, the bus continued to speed up, and the driver continued screaming at this poor young mother, his voice twisting into sheer malice, spewing profanities towards her. Andrew and I stood up from our seats. This bus was flying down the highway going at least 150 k's an hour by now, and we both knew something was very wrong in this driver's head, to the point that someone needed to take control of that wheel before we ended up crashing. Too late. Bang. Metal. The scent of metal. The taste of metal. The sensation of metal slicing into my collarbone. Those were my first memories upon waking. It's not like in the movies, you know. There was no screaming. I physically and mentally could not. All I could do was slowly and calmly slide the sharp piece of broken seat frame out of my body and silently drag myself out of the crumpled wreck I could see out the cracked and broken windows that the bus was on its side, lurched over an embankment. It wouldn't be until much later that the sheer horror of seeing those shredded corpses would hit me. Their mangled forms mimicking the vessel which contained them. It is the kind of imagery which I still struggle to process. I will not impart that burden onto your own mind. In the moment, however, there was no time to even register it. I dragged my own battered body up and out of the doorway before rolling onto the ground. I staggered to my feet, getting a good look at my surroundings. An endless road in both directions, and trees everywhere, all around me. Something howled from within that tree line, and a chorus of howls joined it. I knew that only one thing out there did that. Dingoes. And not all that far away either. I knew that I had to make a choice. I could stay there with the bus, try to hide it out, or I could pick a direction and start walking. Dingoes, much like wolves, they're pack hunters. On the one hand, if they were to surround me out in the open, I was done. On the other hand, if I stayed there at the wreck, there was a better than even chance that they were already being drawn to the noise and the smell of the fresh corpses. I still don't know if the decision I made was the right one, but it was the best one I could possibly make in that moment. Without a second thought, I began to walk. Every step was agony as I limped my battered body down that dark road. The rough blades of long grass clawing at my shins as I went. One step at a time, as the taunting howls of no doubt more and more dingoes continued to echo out from within the trees. Every so often, I would hear a scatter of paws. Not far away at all, I thought to myself. A passing thought, which should have sent dread rushing through me. But in that moment, registered as little more than annoyance. All I knew was that I had to keep moving. I don't know how long I was walking, how far down that seemingly endless road I was, when I began to hear a different sound. Thump, thump, thump. The noise emanated from over the other side of the highway, accompanied by a soft crunch and slosh, as though something was moving quickly through leaves and mud. Thump, thump, thump. Getting closer now. Thump, thump, thump. And before I could entertain any thoughts of running or hiding, something exploded out of the tree line. 6 of them, in fact. Massive kangaroos. At least 5 feet in height. Their eyes were glowing white, the moonlight reflecting off them as they stood there. And yeah, I do mean they just stood there, staring at me. For many long minutes, we stood frozen, locked in that standoff. I backed up, afraid that they might approach, knowing full well that kangaroos can be deadly if they choose to attack. And then, after a few more moments, in unison, they simply walked off. Notice that I did not say hopped, No, they walked off into the trees. Single file, 1 foot in front of the other. Walking, just as a bipedal humanoid being would. For a few moments, I stood dumbfounded. My mind was not able to process what I had just seen. Kangaroos don't walk. They hop. Sometimes they'll kinda crawl or drag themselves, but they do not walk. Before I could ponder this another second, though, I near on jumped out of my skin at the sensation of a hand on my shoulder. "Mate." The familiar voice of Andrew came as a shock, but by God, a welcome one. "Jesus, bud. I didn't know anyone else made it out of there," I exclaimed. "Same here," Andrew replied. "I tried to raise you, but when you weren't moving, well, I assumed the worst." Another series of howls from the tree line interrupted our exchange, and we opted to keep moving down the road. "I'm not sure how far we are away from anything, but probably best we keep moving. Stay in one spot and we're an easier target. Dingoes will generally keep away from the highway, so might be safe if we keep to the road," Andrew said. "Yeah, I agree," I replied. "If they even are dingoes." I trailed off. "What are you talking about?" asked Andrew, confused. Did you not see those kangaroos? You were right behind me. You must have seen what happened," I exclaimed. "Ah, the roos. Yeah, they can get a bit weird out here," said Andrew. I found this an odd response. That was not just weird. It was uncanny. It was impossible. Andrew just kind of passed it off as though it was nothing. "Did anyone else make it?" I asked him as we walked. "And where were you anyway? I didn't see you at the bus when I left." The soft shuffling of our footsteps was all I heard in response. "Andrew?" He abruptly replied, "Yes." I said, "Did anyone else make it?" I eyed him questioningly as I said this, but he just stared straight ahead, his face turning blank. He looked pale, as though this troubled him deeply. "Oh, yeah, a few people," he finally responded. "Well, where are they?" I asked, turning back to face the road. Andrew was struggling to keep up, it seemed, but I wasn't slowing down. Not with those things out there in the trees. "They went their own way," he said, again, a blunt tone in his voice. I didn't know if he was just in shock or if he genuinely didn't care, but that rubbed me the wrong way. Thinking back to all those poor people on that bus, that mother, her helpless little baby. What the hell? What are you talking about? Did anyone else make it out or not? You're telling me you saw that they were okay and then just, what, waved goodbye?
"It is not my place to question their will."
I stopped dead in my tracks. That was not Andrew's voice. I spun around to look at him, and that was not Andrew's face. The face I was looking at was almost a blank slate, if not for the emotionless, minimal features in the center of it. Something pale was standing there looking at me, where Andrew had just been moments ago. I backed up, tripping over my own feet and falling backwards to the ground. But this thing did not approach. It just stood there, staring. Slowly, its face turned, its gaze drifting down towards where I lay helplessly in the middle of the highway. I began to scoot back, wanting only to get the hell away from whatever this abomination was, which had seemingly replaced Andrew instantaneously. I continued to drag myself backwards, off the road, into the grass. Again, slowly, its gaze shifted. Away from me this time, towards the trees on the opposite side of the road. Towards a sound that I had not registered until right that moment. Growling. I could see it clearly then. Snouts and accompanying bared teeth appearing from the tree line across the highway. A pack of them, just as I had thought. 4, 5, 6, 7. Too many to fight off. Way too many. I would have to run. That was my best and only shot. This pale thing, which still stood there in the middle of the road, which had until now showed no sign of emotion, suddenly began smiling, then grinning, then laughing, as if taking pleasure in what was about to happen to me, and happy that it could be there to witness it. I screamed at this thing. What? What the hell do you want? Its face went blank again. It turned its gaze to me, and ever so slowly, it lifted a finger to point at me. The air became dead still. Not a single sound pierced the silence of the night. And it was then that the dingoes stepped out from the trees. Click, click, click. The sickening sounds of twisting bones and ligaments accompanied the slow approach of the dingoes. Wild dogs indeed they were. Dog-like in their movements, they were not. Forearms outstretched, hind legs straightened out, walking upright. Click, click, click. Their bones grinding against each other as they took stuttered, jerky steps out of the trees. Their tongues hung out, frothing at the mouth. I turned and made haste for the tree line nearest to me, limping as fast as I possibly could. Click, click, click. I could hear them right behind me. Click, click, click. I moved quickly into the dark forest surrounding the Marlborough stretch, not giving a second thought to what could be awaiting me inside, knowing only that these things were right there behind me, and I needed to be away from them. Click, click, click. The grinding of bones, the gnashing of teeth, seemingly surrounding me now. The beasts spreading out, encircling me. I continued limping, my already battered body copping ever more bashes, cuts and scrapes from the many trees, rocks and shrubs, for I could not see even 2 feet in front of me, save for the tiny slivers of moonlight cutting through the treetops. And then, another sound. A yelp. Not the yelp of a creature in pursuit. The yelp of a creature in pain. I continued limping through the darkness, and suddenly, Another one. I quickly changed course, not knowing what these sounds meant, but wanting to put distance between me and whatever the hell was causing them. A few moments later, another one. Then, right behind me, a squelching sound, followed by another pained cry. Something was killing these things. I broke into an outright run. I pushed any physical pain to the depths of my subconscious, and I began to sprint through that forest. Branches and shrubs whipped at me as I went. Tall, coarse grass ripped the flesh from around my ankles. Spiked plants tore into my arms, but I kept on running, picking up speed, not wanting for a single second to slow down when out of nowhere, bam! I ran head first into something solid, something metallic, or at least resembling it. I fell backwards, slamming into the hard forest floor. Something massive was right there in front of me. It took me a moment to regain my composure, enough to figure out why I was able to actually see it in the darkness. But then it occurred to me. It was lit up. Very dimly, but the thing was covered in strips of lighting. The lights were absolutely dazzling to look at, swishing and swirling in patterns which were unfathomable to my brain. And as I stared, it began to lift. Slowly, but powerfully. With a giant whoosh, this thing lifted up, further and further. It did not break the trees that surrounded it, despite it being situated amongst them. They simply bent further and further, seemingly warping around its massive form. As it continued to rise, the more and more transparent it became. By the time it reached the tips of the trees, it was practically invisible, save only for a faint outline in the stream of barely discernible light which trailed after it as it shot off into the sky. I knew what I had just seen. Of course I knew. I would have little time to sit in awe of the sight though, as I looked back down to where it had been sitting moments ago. Torches. All around me. Lit torches. Stuck into the ground and freshly ignited that very night, it would seem. I must not have been able to see them earlier, for what had been sitting right in front of them. All around, nestled in amongst the trees, were tents. Hundreds of them, possibly even thousands, as I still could not see beyond where the lights were currently illuminating. I pushed myself to my feet, ready to turn around and walk very slowly out of there, when I heard footsteps approaching. 3 men, wearing blue shearers singlets, were coming my way. 2 of them brandishing hunting knives, and the other armed with a rifle. "So you the reason they comin' round here tonight?" said the man with the rifle. "What? I stammered out. "You ain't ever heard the stories? Why you don't stay away?" said one of the men with the knives, wiping the fresh blood from his weapon as he spoke. These men were disgusting. I don't just mean they were dirty or the way they dressed, but their faces. They were clearly deformed. birth defects, I pondered to myself and prayed my facial expression did not reflect these thoughts. I'm sorry. My bus crashed. My bus crashed. People died. People are dead. I frantically started rambling, shock obviously catching up with me. The man lowered his rifle at this, a look of confusion, or perhaps even understanding, coming across his twisted face. A moment later, though, he lifted the rifle back up towards me. Instinctively, I threw myself to the ground as an almighty bang echoed through the trees. I covered my ears, obviously too late, now disorientated and confused. My ears hurt. My head hurt. I looked up, seeing the men walking towards me now. I braced, but they simply walked on past. I staggered back to my feet and I turned around to face them, and to face what they were now standing next to. It was huge. Its lanky, twisted form now lay lifeless on the forest floor. A gunshot wound, clearly visible through what one might call a head. Whatever was trickling, or more like drifting, out of the wound, however, was something I did not, and still do not recognize. I stood there dumbstruck, staring at this massive thing. To say it was tall would be an understatement. This thing stretched over 12 feet, easily. I don't understand, I said. He was about to get ya, said one of the men, giggling to himself, as though my fear was amusing. And that was enough for me. I reached out a shaky hand to say thank you, but the men took a defensive step back. The one with the rifle stepped forward again. Now, you already know there's scarier shit out here than us, but don't get thinking you're welcome back here. Don't you ever come back, he said, before raising the butt of his rifle and slamming me hard between the eyes. The doctors tell me it was 3 days. Induced coma. I was dropped outside the Townsville General Hospital at 5 in the morning and rushed into the intensive care unit after I was found by an off-duty nurse. I was treated for my many injuries, and the Queensland Police had questions for me. Lots of people had questions for me. Nobody understood how I even got there, as the nurse who found me swore that no vehicle was seen. I was just dropped almost 500 kilometers from where I'd been. I have no idea. I can only go on second and third hand accounts that are being shared with me. As for my story, yeah, I'm familiar with the tropes. Apparently, I shouldn't tell anyone about what happened because no one will believe me and I'll end up in a psych ward, blah blah blah. Well, the human mind doesn't work that way. Of course I told my story. Between the shock of it all and the effects of the morphine, I was very loose-lipped about it. Some brushed me off as a lunatic, and honestly, I don't blame them. I'd do the same if somebody started blabbering to me about the kind of shit that I'd seen. They sit there. They entertain me, patronize me, comfort me, laugh at me, whatever their reactions happen to be. And some of them, they walk away still laughing, sighing, rolling their eyes, or otherwise unfazed. But some of them don't. Some become visibly shaken the moment I mention that all this took place on the Marlborough. Suddenly, my story becomes more than just the ramblings of some random bloke who hit his head too hard, and something far more tangible. Something they seem to genuinely believe, or at the very least, believe could happen. I don't take inland roads or detours anymore. I've seen enough of the outback. I've had my fill. I don't know if there's other weird places out there just like the Marlborough, but I know that place is something else. However, for everything I do know, for all the things I saw, it's left me with far more questions than I'll ever have answers to. And honestly, I'd rather not ponder those questions any further. So, I'll leave you with one final word of caution, dear readers. If ever you do find yourself travelling on that old, forgotten highway between Rockhampton and Serena, and you notice the daylight diminishing, it's time to turn your car around. Go back to the nearest town. Find another way to go. Or if it's too late for that, if, God forbid, you find yourself too far away from civilization as nightfall sets in, find what looks to be a safe place to park, secure the vehicle, close your eyes tight, and ignore anything you might hear. Those rustles in the trees, those howls in the distance, those taps on your windows. And if by chance you find yourself alone out there, without any shelter, run. Run fast. And just you pray that it's the right kind of scary that catches you. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water and toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners, deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised, falsely, that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker turn after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and began to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began, instead, whispering to the microphones and the one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, They all seemed to think they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior is how the other captives reacted to it. Or, rather, did not react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart, smeared page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives, who they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor, or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice responding, "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately, voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened, and the soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state that any of them were in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain, allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 of the surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds had been inflicted by hand, not with teeth, as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the rib cage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the rib cage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still, many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber, and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured, and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of a morphine derivative, and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. His heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out, to the point that there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach, and just repeating one word: more, over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begged for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative that they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier was holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under. And the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force his own muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to beg or object to surgery. He only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctantly, that they try the surgery without anesthetic. He did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should not be medically possible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. The message was simple: keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well. Although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the surgery, while the patients laughed incessantly. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given: I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, a former KGB agent, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were in the end overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious that, at this point, all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again, for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but occasionally flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering from brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the same moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as the one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber, with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes. Then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed the gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. "I won't be locked in here with these things. Not with you," he screamed at the man strapped to the table. "What are you?" he demanded. "I must know." The subject smiled. "Have you forgotten so easily?" the subject asked. "We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out, "So nearly free." The road leading in was a very long, yellow dirt road, causing plumes of yellow/grey dust to spray out behind the red utility truck as it travelled along at a good speed. 4 kilometres of road, surrounded by dusky green meadows, with the odd cluster of tall gums for as far as the eye could see, cut off periodically by big dips in the road. On the rises, they could see for miles around. Barely a house or tin shed in sight. Flocks of crows and sulphur-chested cockatoos and sheep dotted the meadows. Nothing much grew in these meadows, aside from grass, dry and dead in the summer, long and green in the winter. They were not acres of wheat or canola, just dull, dusky yellow-green grass, looking in need of a good dose of rain, with long, worn dirt tracks left by a continuous beating of hooves. At the base of the last dip, the long straight road ended in a sharp left turn and then continued for another 2.5 kilometers, with clusters of trees thickening and the 3 old farmhouses along the right, closely neighbouring each other, not long after the sharp left turn in the road. Much further up, another home on the left had the typical old cars left to rust on the acres of land. Then, they entered state forest on both sides. No more neighbours. Here, the dusty yellow road curved right slightly, then curved slightly right again further up. Not long now, the husband told his wife and children. All were eager to set eyes on this property he'd purchased for the family, quietly and patiently sitting inside the ute, watching the scenery go by, waiting for a glimpse of the house. Suddenly, a short curve veered off the main road to their left, and they took this turn. 10 meters in, the dad got out to open the large metal gate, rolling it inward to the left. Even at the gate entrance, their long driveway hooking to the left, the house remained elusive. It could not be seen from the road. What could be seen was a large dam in a valley behind the house, sun glistening off the ripples in the water. As they turned left from the gate entrance, along a grey dirt road, the house came into view, tucked behind a cluster of large gum trees. A long ranch-style brown brick and wood house with a classic tin roof, with a chimney and a veranda along the front of the house. To their left, opposite the house, was a large 3-car shed, though it was not used for cars. The previous owners decked the shed out with dog kennels for the greyhound boarding house they had run. Excited, everybody exited the vehicle and walked around the house, down to the right across a large concrete slab for 2 cars to park, and around the back. The backyard was dotted with lavender and rose bushes, surrounded by circles of chicken wire to keep the rabbits and wallabies from eating the foliage. The house stood on the southeast corner of a 77-acre lot. There was an old yet fully functional Hills hoist at the back of the yard, and beyond that, another large tractor shed, and about half a dozen chook sheds beyond that. A small garden shed stood to the left side of the house, near the clothesline. Back around to the front of the house, the dad opened the front door, and everybody rushed in to get a look at the interior. The cream-coloured carpets were grey, dirty and stained. The curtains were drab. The walls a dull matte grey/teal colour that sucked the life out of the space, giving a feeling of the house closing in on itself. Everything smelled strongly of cigarette smoke. The previous owners had been serious smokers, hence the husband dying of cancer. The front door opened into an L-shaped lounge room off to the left, with a large fireplace along the left wall. The large bay window let in a good amount of light, but the veranda restricted full sunlight from entering the room. There was a rumpus beyond the lounge room, behind the wall where the fireplace stood, and following the L-shaped room around to the right, an arched doorway led to a quaint county-style kitchen. There was a large window that spanned the length of the kitchen and looked out across a vast meadow of bright, yellow dandelions and the large dam, about the size of a small lake, The property was surrounded by state forest. The mum liked the kitchen straight away. It had a nice bright open feel to it, and soon became her favourite part of the house. That view. Going through the kitchen, there was the old laundry room that no longer functioned as a laundry, leaving only a large cupboard and storage space for brooms and such. The new laundry, a new addition along with the rumpus, had been built onto the left side of the house and could not be reached from inside. In the old laundry, a door to the left led outside. However, it was too stiff and unable to be opened. The door to the right, at the end of the storage room, led to the hallway and back into the lounge room through a sliding door, front door directly ahead. The hallway ran down the middle section of the house with bedrooms and bathroom coming off. The two front rooms off to the right, where the boys would sleep, were dark and cold, with small windows that let in little light. A south-facing veranda meant not much light came in through the front of the house. Facing north, the master bedroom with its large bay window was a different story. Bright and sunny, with floor-to-ceiling windows. Loads of light shone into this room. The children, 2 boys, one nearly 2 and the other 6, were off exploring the house, running excitedly here and there, looking into rooms and cupboards. After exploring inside, the boys couldn't wait to go outside and explore, but they had to be careful not to go near the dam by themselves. The backyard was fenced off, though a gate at the back that led to the dam was easy enough to open. The parents and the children went for a walk to explore the vast rectangle-shaped land. The property was split into 2 sections via an expanse of fencing down the middle of the property, north to south, with the large dam on one side and another moderate-sized dam right down the back of the other block. Gum trees gathered here and there along the rises on both sides of the property, and a gully ran right down the middle from east to west. Now and again, kangaroos got a fright from the approaching people and hopped off into the thick forest. They spotted an echidna, a blue-tongued lizard, and little skinks here and there which delighted the children, and the adults, truth be told. It was not moving-in day. The weekend would be spent removing curtains, washing them, cleaning the rooms thoroughly, painting those dull blue walls a nice crisp white, with feature walls of burnt persimmon, Turkish brown and dark red in the bedrooms. They were not moving in until after the house was fully refurbished with the old stinky carpet removed and replaced with floating floorboards, new dark red carpet in the 3 bedrooms and rumpus, and the fireplace repaired because the chimney was partially blocked, adding to that strong smoky smell. There was much to do, and this weekend would be more like a camp-out inside the dwelling, sleeping on the lounge room floor since there was no furniture yet. As yet, the power wasn't even connected, so it would be a dark, candle-lit night. Having been settled for several weeks, bedrooms set up, kitchen utensils put into their place, couches and TV, toys in the rumpus complete with a blackboard painted on one wall. Everything was going well. The mum spent the majority of her time neatening up the garden, raking up dried leaves and branches, while the dad was away for work. He worked long shifts away from home, and the 6-year-old attended a local school. The youngest boy played in the garden with Tonka trucks and followed Mummy around. When Big Brother was home, trees became cubby houses, chicken coops were explored. Sometimes the boys went to the dam with Mum or Dad and played in the mud along the water's edge, looking for yabbies and building mini dams. It was fun and games, serenity and relaxation, bushwalks and wine by the fireplace, the quiet country life. The hardest part was night times, because in the country at night, with the lights off, it was so dark you literally couldn't see your hand when you held it in front of your face. There were no streetlights outside to help illuminate the house on nights when the moon wasn't out. All was fine and dandy until one time the mum and the youngest boy were in the garden near the chook sheds, heading towards the house, when the boy, on his small trike, stopped suddenly and turned to look behind him, as though he had heard something. Then began smiling at something unseen. Stopping to watch him, the mum stood quietly, studying the look on his face. Delight. Something had made him smile. She looked to where he was looking, a dark, shadowy corner of one of the chook sheds, but could see nothing there. Certainly, nothing to cause her son to stop and start smiling. Curious, she tried to coerce him into following her, but just then, he turned the bike towards the chook shed and started scooting over to it, still looking happy and delighted, as though someone or something was attracting his attention and beckoning him over. She asked him, "What is it? What do you see?" But he just kept smiling and moving towards something unseen, saying nothing. In order to get the boy to stop, the mum had to stand directly in front of him, blocking off his view to the chook shed. Instantly, his expression changed back to normal indifference, and he turned his bike towards the house, and they headed inside, the moment of joviality forgotten. Yet, it was not forgotten by the mum, who couldn't shake the strange sense that her son had seen something there. Nothing scary, because it had made him smile, yet something she could not see herself. It was a strange sensation. When the dad called from work that night to check in on the family and see how things were going in his absence, the mum told him about the son's odd behavior in the garden that day. Neither of them were freaked out by the incident, mainly because the child had been happy, not frightened. Whoever or whatever he had seen, the mum assumed that it must be harmless and friendly. Perhaps the ghost of the previous owner, who passed away recently, returning to potter in his chook shed. Downplayed as it was, it left the mum with a slightly spooked feeling that there was something or someone hanging around that she could not see. Not long into their arrival at the house, the youngest son began walking around at 1 a.m. most nights, crying, unsettled. For some strange reason, this only happened when the husband was away at work, which meant the mum waking in the dead of night in a fright to the sound of the young boy wailing. Waking to a room of complete darkness and a feeling of foreboding, because she was afraid of the dark anyway. She would reach her hand out to the bedside table and abruptly turn on the light, wait a moment or two to get her bearings and make sure she could hear nothing untoward, such as footsteps in the house. Then she would get up and turn on the main bedroom light and the hallway light and go into her son's room, turning on his light as well. The hallway light had 2 switches, one just outside the master bedroom and one on the wall in the lounge room nearest to the hallway sliding door. In the room where the youngest boy slept, the corner near the inbuilt cupboard gave the mum the creeps. There was never anything there that she could see, no presence she could sense, and yet, having her back to the cupboards left her feeling unsafe. Even with the light on, that corner always seemed darker, ominous. She positioned her son's cot so that she wouldn't have her back to that corner when tucking him in, and so that he wasn't sleeping in that corner. No one else seemed to have any such reservations, and her son, although waking and crying, didn't seem to be upset for any obvious reason. He didn't seem frightened and wasn't pointing or looking at anything. Still, he took a while to settle after waking like this, every time. Some nights, after he woke, she would put her son into bed with her to settle and sleep. Yet she didn't do this often, because doing so left her feeling nervous. A strange feeling that she couldn't explain. On top of that, the youngest boy rarely woke up crying if the mum stayed awake past 1, or if the dad was home. It always seemed to happen when she was in bed either fast asleep or having just dozed off and being awoken abruptly by high-pitched crying, and always around the same time. Strangest still was the fact that he never did this in the house they had lived in previously. Checking in on her other son to make sure he hadn't gotten up to disturb his brother, he was always sound asleep, tucked under his blankets, looking peaceful and content. The 6-year-old slept through the night and never heard his brother's cries. Whatever disturbed his brother at night had no effect on him. The next strange thing to happen was months later. So, incidents were not happening often enough to leave a feeling of immediate danger or immense foreboding. Besides, the only ones witnessing anything strange was the mum and the youngest son, and he was too young to understand or really talk about anything. The dad and the older brother seemed happily oblivious to any strange goings-on or foreboding sensations related to certain parts of the house. On this particular afternoon, while the dad was at work and the older brother was at school, the mum was tucking her little boy in for his daily afternoon sleep. He had recently graduated to a single bed since he had begun to climb out of his cot. So she leaned over him to talk as she put him into bed, her back towards the door. Lying down and watching her, he then began to smile at something behind her. Immediately she felt spooked and turned to look behind her and around the room. There was, of course, nothing there. No ghostly apparition, no strange shadows, no one else in the room or any bugs crawling up the wall behind her. Wondering if it was the small painting of the giraffe on his wall at the foot of his bed that got his attention, she turned to look and saw the painting was not in the same spot where the son was looking. He was looking at a spot between the painting and the door. Strange. Still, he kept on smiling at something behind her. Moving to get in his line of sight and reconnect with her son, he completely freaked her out by shuffling his body over and moving his head so he could look past her at whatever he was seeing behind her. Again, she turned, but could see and feel nothing. There was no cold draft or hair standing on edge. Just some strange phantom nothing that had randomly gotten her son's attention. She asked him what he was looking at, and he just kept grinning and looking behind her. Feeling super spooked now, she tucked him in and left the room. Later, when the dad called, she recounted this incident to him. Between the chook shed incident, the waking and crying in the middle of the night, and now this most recent incident, she was beginning to wonder about her son having the ability to see things that others could not. It wasn't something she believed in, spirits or ghosts. However, other family members were saying this might be what's happening. Truthfully, the thought wasn't that comforting. Speaking with locals, the mum discovered that both previous owners' husbands had died of cancer, though never any deaths at the house itself. Always at the local hospital. The history of the house was that the old homestead, owned by the Davy family, had burned down to the ground during the notorious bushfires of the 80s, and the house had been rebuilt by the Davy family. The father had passed away from cancer many years after the rebuild, and the family sold up and moved on, selling the house to the next couple who turned the property into a successful dog kennel business and enjoyed that success for some years until that husband also passed away from cancer. Additionally, within several months of selling the house to the current family, the widowed wife had also passed away from cancer in a local hospital. While the history of the house was full of heartache and tragedy, no one had ever died on the property, unless someone had many years ago, prior to local town knowledge. So, essentially, there was no reason why previous owners should be returning to haunt the place, if indeed that's what was happening. Even if not haunting, but simply visiting. It didn't make sense that a spirit should die elsewhere and return to another location. Whatever the something was that was being seen by the small boy, it did not seem menacing or harmful in any way. Unless spirits waking him in the middle of the night counted. Again, if that's what was actually happening. The mum couldn't know for sure, because the son wasn't really speaking well enough to put it into words what he was seeing, or why he was waking in the middle of the night crying. After all, it could have just been bad dreams. Then, one night, the mum had just checked on the boys before going to bed. Seeing they were fast asleep and peacefully tucked into their beds, snuggling teddies and blankies. It was around 12:30 a.m. and the husband was away for work again. Going through her bedtime routine and tucking herself in after having gone around the house and checked the doors and windows were locked and securing all curtains and internal doors. She had just settled down and closed her eyes when there was an almighty thud against the bottom of her bedroom door, coming from outside her room. Her eyes shot open, though she remained still. At first, she thought maybe someone had thrown a basketball against her door, because that's what the sound reminded her of. Yet she knew that the boys were asleep, and her husband's basketball was in the built-in robe beside the bed. Then, she thought maybe a rat had run up the hallway and slammed into her door. Yet, she heard no sound of scurrying retreat. Almost too afraid to turn on the lights, she lay there for a while in the dark listening. There were no receding steps up the hallway, no children running and climbing back into bed, no doors opening or closing. Nothing. No sound whatsoever. Dead quiet. Turning on the bedroom lamp, afraid that this might alert the intruder to her presence, she crept out of bed and tentatively opened her bedroom door, fearful of what she might see. The hallway outside her door was deserted. The sliding door joining the hallway to the lounge room remained closed, as she had left it, as did the door to the right of the end of the hall, leading to the old laundry. It was her habit to close all the doors in the house at night, because she always had the creeps and wanted to hear if any doors were opened. Turning on the hallway light, she checked on her boys and found both asleep, snug in their beds. The sound had not woken them, and they had not played a trick on her before quickly returning to their beds to pretend to be asleep. She couldn't figure it out. What had hit her door? It had sounded like someone kicked the bottom of her door, yet she could not be sure as she ran through scenarios of what the bang sounded like. It was so strange. Needless to say, going to sleep after that was a frightful and fitful event in her pitch black room. Every time she began to doze off, she imagined noises here or there and woke up. Some noises were real, just ordinary house shifting, animals outside, scurrying type noises. Nothing coming from inside the house. All remained quiet. And then morning came, and it was time to get up. Often, she would watch scary movies with her husband about families who lived in haunted houses, and it always amazed the two of them that the occupants would experience things and not tell anyone. Until the last minute, when things became too real to ignore, and then everyone knew the house was haunted and dark forces were out to get them. Her and his relationship was different in that she shared all the experiences with him. There was little the husband could do about what his wife shared with him, and nothing so drastic that he or she felt the need to move the family out of the house. Still, he was kept up to date and knew of the strange goings-on, including the time the wife phoned him at work, telling him she'd gotten the life frightened out of her when the water pipes suddenly rattled and woke her at 3 o'clock in the morning. He had told her that was uncanny because he had had a dream of rattling pipes the same night. What was really odd about the pipes rattling is that they only did so when taps were turned on inside the house. If the garden taps outside were turned on, the pipes did not rattle because outside tap water didn't run off the housepipe system. They were attached to other large water tanks or the dam water. It was something to do with the water pressure causing the water hammer to bang and clang, which occurred every time the bath was run, a shower was had, the dishes were washed, hands were washed, the toilet was flushed, or the laundry was used. Every time. When the pipes hammered during the night, loud enough to wake her from her sleep, she immediately wondered how and why they had done so. No one was up at 3 a.m. going to the toilet or washing their hands. There were no dripping or leaking taps, and the pipes hadn't banged during the night any other time. Unless she was somehow dead to the world each and every other time pipes had rattled through the night, which she doubted because she was not a heavy sleeper, and the dad would know if that had happened before. Never before had she heard the pipes rattle during the night, and the fact that they could only do so if internal taps were used concerned her. Was someone in the house? Rattling pipes in the middle of the night resulted in yet another fitful night's sleep, one where every small noise woke her and left her feeling panicked and unhinged. After months of living in the house in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a state forest, with nights so dark you couldn't see a thing, and with her husband away for work most of the time, it didn't take long for the wife to feel increasingly unsafe and spooked. When she was outside, she often got a feeling of being watched, often reaching for binoculars to see if there was anything in the garden or in the woods. At nighttime, even with the curtains drawn, something she did as soon as it was hinting towards dusk. She never turned lights on in a room without closing curtains first. She had this strange paranoia of someone still trying to peek inside. There was no way, no how, she could walk through the house at night in the dark. The house was far too creepy and very dark. Instead, she would turn on the lights in every room she entered, turning them off as she left each room, hurrying towards whatever room had a light on. There was always this strange sense that as soon as the lights were off in a room, it was no longer empty. She knew this was irrational. She had just been in the rooms with lights on and knew them to be empty. Still, as soon as the lights were out, the darkness felt menacing, including her own room at night, when her husband was at work. Before bed, rooms, cupboards, and under beds would be checked. And still, the sense of unease would not go away. Night after night, she found herself thinking of scenarios. If someone comes down the hall, I'll do this. If someone comes into my room via the bathroom, I'll do that. being there at night with no other adults left her completely spooked. More and more, she found herself staying up late to put off having to turn off all the lights and go to sleep. She found herself sitting up late in bed reading, wondering what every bump and scrape was. Her husband had gifted her a hunting knife, which she began sleeping with under her pillow. It made little sense and lacked reason, yet she rarely felt safe at night. By now, the 6-year-old had begun to exhibit odd, rebellious and combative behavior as well, constantly battling with his mum and becoming increasingly angry. The anger was worse when Dad left for work. One time, in front of friends visiting the son, he lost his temper over a minor incident, his anger getting the better of him. He tried to take a swing, a punch at his mum, and the visitor, who knew him well, noted that was out of character for him. While the son was sent to his room, the visitor and the mum discussed what could be causing these outbursts. It was put down to anxiety in a new place and a new school, missing Dad, who was away often, and resenting Mum, who was always there and always the disciplinarian. Still, his attitude only added to her unease, coupled with the fact that the youngest boy was often waking in the middle of the night crying. There was a growing unease that the house, or the area, or the lifestyle was affecting all of them in adverse ways. The only one who seemed largely content was the husband, who spent most of his time away. Though even he became increasingly testy as time went by. Late at night, with the husband away as usual, she got the fright of her life when, in the dead of night, while she and the children were fast asleep, she was awoken by a loud sound of banging and clanging. The noise was so tremendous, it immediately woke her from sleep and left her heart pounding and her mind racing. What the hell was that? She thought, as she lay frozen in bed in the pitch black darkness. Her eyes wide open, yet unable to see a thing. Her mind ran through scenarios of what could have made the noise. It wasn't a window breaking. It wasn't a door slamming. In fact, instinctively, she knew the sound had come from inside the house. Far too petrified to even turn on a light, let alone get up and check what caused the noise, the mum lay in bed, listening intently for any further noises. Footsteps, doors opening or closing, scuffling, anything that would suggest whatever or whomever it was on the move inside the house. Frozen with fear, her ears straining, she almost felt like crying. There was nobody she could call, no neighbours to come over and investigate. Just her, alone, in this dark house, with 2 small children. However, no further noises were heard, and as she lay there clutching the small hunting knife, she began to realise with some certainty the noise had come from the old laundry area. She knew it couldn't be the back door, because it couldn't be opened. Maybe a mouse had caused something to fall over. She would wait until morning to investigate. Meanwhile, laying awake in bed for hours, waiting to see if whatever caused the noise would make another sound. Anytime she began to drift off, even the slightest noise of the house woke her. Waking in the morning, amazed that she had managed to fall back to sleep, she got up and began to move around the house, looking for signs of anything that could have made that loud noise. The cause was found in the old laundry storage room. Somehow, all of the brooms, mops, and dusters had toppled over, crashing to the floor in the middle of the night. While she reasoned that anything could have made that happen, a small mouse hitting one and causing a domino effect, one stacked precariously and then falling onto the others and making them fall. This incident caused her fear factor to grow. In the light of day, it seemed harmless. Yet, during the night, that sound had shaken her to her core. Sharing the incident with her older son, she laughed it off as some funny thing that happened in the night, a dramatic story to share with others. Brooms sometimes fall of their own accord, right? Nevertheless, it only added to her growing unease. That strange sense of not really being alone at night when the husband was away. That awful feeling of being perpetually frightened that something would happen to the children and her while their dad was away, and it would be left to the mum and her small hunting knife to protect them. Even though it was never anything really serious happening, staying in the house was not something the mum wanted to do anymore. Therefore, after living there for a year, she and the dad decided they would head back to the suburbs, close to neighbours and streetlights. It didn't happen overnight. It took months to organise, and during that time, while the unease stayed, there were no particular standout incidents. Not until the time came when the husband and wife were packing up boxes while the children stayed with friends. As they walked into the house, the husband followed the wife into the rumpus, talking to her about what needed to be done, only to arrive in the rumpus and find he couldn't find his wife. Thinking at first she must be hiding, he began looking in and around the furniture and behind curtains, trying to find her, confused about why he couldn't. Eventually, he found her in the bedroom, on the other side of the house. "Oh, here you are," he said, as he walked into the master bedroom, where she was packing things. "I saw you go into the rumpus, but when I went in there, you weren't there." "I never went into the rumpus," she replied. "I came straight to the bedroom," leaving them both wondering what or who he had seen go into the rumpus. The end. Pictured on the screen, the family, with the scary hallway behind them to the left. I've been to China a few times. I've always enjoyed my trips to the country. I speak the language okay-ish. I usually enjoy the food, and I've met some amazingly neat people. Some of my experiences, however, were not things I felt comfortable talking about. About 20 kilometers south of the city of Ningbo, on the east coast of China, is a small farming village called Hangzhou. It's a neat little village built on a wetland. It's typical of China though. Poor, dirty, and the majority of people are illiterate in some way or another, if they're over 30. I had spent a few weeks at a temple there, Guangfu, but they didn't really allow us to go out on the weekends and do any exploration. Being the adventurous young man, overconfident in my Chinese, with a sense of rebelliousness to authority, I snuck out with a friend of mine, Parrish. A weird name, I know, but he was a good guy. We went to the night markets. We got all the local delicacies and beer. Drinking ensued for a few hours. The locals were asking me and my friend all the typical foreigner stuff. What are you visiting here for? Where are you from? What do you like about the country? And so on and so on. You know, normal foreigner stuff. So, I'm chatting with some older stall owner with fried stinky tofu in my hand on a skewer. A crispy, smelly but savoury delicacy. It's delicious, I swear. When I notice my friend is gone, I asked the stall owner, where did my friend go? And he said something to the effect of, he was right here. He just shrugged. I thanked him and left. I walked around the village. A large canal ran through the area, where people washed their clothes, gathered water for grey water uses, etc. I took one of the many bridges over it, and I looked for my friend, periodically calling for him. Parrish, you around? I walked until it was well after midnight, and because the temple started up work at 4 a.m, I knew it was not worth staying out later. I headed back to the temple, and I snuck back in past the gates, and promptly went to bed. Bright and early at 4 a.m, the wood board is hit repeatedly, letting us know that we're due for morning prayers. Wearily, I get out of bed and I dress myself. Then I go to line up among the monks. Parrish is there. Huh, I guess he tucked in late. An hour and a half of Buddhist prayers later, and we're at breakfast. And of course, for the uninitiated, vegetarian food, eaten in silence. And because it's got very little protein, you basically devour everything served to you until there's no more, until your stomach is fit to burst. After that, I go to the upper decks. I don't get to chat with Parrish until later, during the afternoon break, when I confront him. Dude, you disappeared. Where the hell did you go? I asked him, concerned. I found something cool. I'll show you when we've got some time. Somehow or another, his words are not comforting. The anticipation ate me alive. The next day off, I eagerly approached Parrish in the morning and asked him if he could show me now. Sure thing, man. Let's go. He allowed me to go to my room and get my wallet cell phone, etc., before I met him at the area we snuck out last time. Parrish leads me into the other side of the town, about 3 kilometers out. We reach a stand of trees at the edge of town, and he shows me a rough trail up a path. We walk for several minutes, and we reached a weird dry canal with a decrepit bridge. He pointed across it. A crumbling temple. The age was not possible to tell, but from the paint still being there and the vines being fairly sparse, I estimated maybe less than 40 years old. The Chinese, you see, consider ancient things to be a generation or two old in some cases. The temple was bigger than Guangfu. I looked at the sign and brushed away the dirt, parting the vines. For Da Si, Buddha's big temple. I chuckled at their lack of creativity. "This is so cool," I exclaimed. "You've not seen the best of it yet," he responded excitedly. He thrust the doors open, the wrought iron scraping against it. "Come on, dude. It's amazing." Parrish led me into the temple's main worship hall. A 50-foot tall statue of the Buddha sat, clad in gold, in the darkness. It seemed almost lonely here. I bowed before it, then prostrated to it. Parrish watched me, and then I got up. "This is still cool. Anything else that's cool here?" "Let's go to the upper hall. There's a few neat things up there," he replied. We went up a steel staircase, all the way to the top. In the center of the room was a statue of a sort of human demigod in Buddhism. 6 arms and a large frame that seemed to be the sun. On the walls were small Buddha statues on 5 shelves, vertically stacked. Hundreds of these statues, all looking identical, all solemnly poised, almost perfectly. Their eyes all focused towards the center of the room. Sweat beaded into my eyes. The room was incredibly humid, and sunlight showed through holes in the roof. The floor crunched, the linoleum peeling up. It was so beautiful, but it seemed to almost exist independently of everything else. I got closer to the statue and scrutinized it. It was flawless, unlike the rest of the building. As I slowly walked around it, I heard this unintelligible whispering behind me, but I turned around to see no one. Well, no one but Parrish, who was at the door. "Dude, are you seeing this? It's like perfectly preserved, as if it was just painted yesterday." I sniffed the statue and remarked, "It even smells like the paint is fresh." "I know, it's amazing. How about we go to the rear courtyard and take it all in?" he suggested to me. I nodded, following him out of the room. It was strange. As I left, I almost felt as if all of those eyes had followed me. Of course, as I looked back, the statues blankly stared forward. The rear courtyard held a large, reflecting pool and stone benches. Parrish opened his jacket and produced 2 cans of Chinese Red Bull. a stout, gold-coloured can full of less sweet, non-carbonated Red Bull. It's good, but if you're not used to it, well, it's not pleasant for some. We sat and chatted about the trip, our families, those we missed, our Chinese lessons, the village, and soon our cans were empty and it was around midday. I made the call to go back, turning to Parrish. "This is cool, but we should head back." "Yeah, just thought I'd show you this place," he remarked. "It's beautiful and a shame it's derelict like this, huh?" "Indeed," I remarked. "I'll ask the locals about it." And with that, we got up and left, returning to the village. I stayed out again that night, but not quite as late, drinking with the locals and eating a big bowl of pork noodle soup. Street food from night markets is amazing. It's usually salty, extremely unhealthy, but oh, so good. I dipped some scallion pancake into the broth and chatted with a young mother who had some questions about the Western world. She asked what the food was like, what we like to drink, eat, etc. The most surprising thing to her, and to many Chinese people, is that we drink cold water. Chinese people, warm or hot. It's bizarre. To us, anyway. Before I left, I asked some old gentlemen playing mahjong if they knew anything about the old temple. The conversation translated from Chinese went something like, "That old temple, Buddha's temple, what happened?" "Boy, that's not a good place to be looking around in." "Huh, what do you mean?" "That place is not normal." "Abnormal? Is it anomalous, haunted, full of ghosts?" "Those statues, they follow you as you walk around. They follow everything you do. They look into your soul. Stay away. We don't want you to get hurt." "Get hurt? What's gonna hurt me? The statues are gonna suddenly get up and chase me?" The two turned to each other and they chuckled nervously. "You've got an imagination there, boy. We mean well. We don't think it's smart to go there." He gestures around the night market. "None of us go there. We do not want to be cursed." Now, at the time, I had some skepticism about Buddhism and had long practiced Taoism. I took what they said mostly with a big grain of salt. But that night, I did hang a talisman in my door, dedicated to the god Hushan, a fox god and protector. I also lit sacred candles, and slowly I drifted off to sleep. The board beating woke me up, and I snuffed out the candles and hastily made a talisman I stuffed into my pocket. Morning rituals went as normal, but Parrish looked ragged. He didn't eat as vigorously. He slacked off at his chores. Something was off, and I had to know. I confronted him that afternoon, saying to him, "You okay? You don't look so good." "I want to go back. That place. It's like I need to go back." My hair stood up on the back of my neck. "The locals claim it's cursed or something. Let's not go. I'd rather not be disrespectful. If you want to go out again, count me out. I said adamantly. He rolled his eyes and was like, "Sure, dude, fine." That night, Parrish didn't show up to dinner. My heart sank. Fear coursed through my veins. The abbot called everyone together and started a search party. Quite nervous now, I almost didn't speak up, but I forced myself to. "Sir, I think I know where he is. I think he's gone to that old temple on the other side of town." The entire room fell silent. The abbot scrutinized me angrily and then spoke, his voice shaking. "Why do you say that?" "It's because he showed it to me this weekend when I was out on the town. That place. You, me, we're going there now. He's in danger." I sigh, grab flashlights, and we open the gate. As we walk, the abbot began to talk. Now, I'm not entirely fluent in Chinese, so this is my best estimate as to what he said. "We should not have tried to hide this place from you all, I think. This place we're going, it was abandoned 50 years ago, soon after it was built. Anomalies. They started here. Crazy things. Monks reported statues that would move to watch someone come and go. Some monks would linger in the upper prayer hall for hours, days even, praying. The leaves crunched under my feet as I listened. The wind felt chilly. Even during the late summer, it was cold almost. By this point, we had reached the trail. We started up, and the abbot continued. "I was a young monk here when it all happened. The eyes watched me as I would go there, but I ignored them as best I could. And then the hum and the chants began. They resonated through my soul. They shouted sutra into my ears. They were forcefully trying to enlighten me. I only survived because I ran out of the hall. Others, they were not so lucky. Some died. Some went insane. Some are homeless and proclaim themselves the next Buddhas. The intent of this place is good. This I know. But we are not ready for it, so we abandoned it." "So, Parrish, will he be okay?" I asked, increasingly agitated. "We can only hope," he simply said. We arrived at the gate, and it was ajar. I looked towards the prayer halls and I heard nothing. As we entered the courtyard, I felt uneasy. A certain primal fear. Then, whispering. Incomprehensible, but I could hear it. Slowly, we walked towards the steel staircase. "He's here," I could swear I heard as I ascended the steps, the abbot following. Parrish was on the floor, in the prostrated position, muttering to himself. As I entered slowly and flashed my light over the statues, I swear I could see a glint in the eyes of some of the statues. I approached Parrish. "Get up. We're here to take you back." Parrish started muttering louder, incomprehensibly. I couldn't understand it. "We need to drag him. Now. Grab his arms," said the abbot. Parrish began kicking and screaming. I pulled him hard, and at that moment, I saw it. The statue in the middle of the room turned its head towards me and looked into me. Not at me. I mean, into my damn soul. Suddenly, I could feel every pair of eyes in that room on me. Sutra recitement at almost 1,000,000 miles an hour was forced into my skull, it seemed. I still can memorize entire sutra in 3 different languages years later. I could tell their intent was good. But here we are, just not prepared. As I pulled Parrish slowly out, trying to fight it, I could hear them pleading, almost begging us in unison. "Please do not leave. We only want to teach you." Not wanting to find out whatever the hell they wanted to teach us, I grabbed into my pocket and pulled out my foot talisman and said, "By the god Hushan, I demand you to let us leave." I could have sworn I heard a collective gasp, and we all took the opportunity to run for it. Me and the abbot hauled ass and dragged Parrish down the stairs into the courtyard, and then out of the gate. Both me and the abbot were breathing heavily. Parrish went limp, but he was breathing, just catatonically. "Parrish," I screamed, "wake up." The abbot shook his head and just buried his face in his hands. Are we really too late? Did we come out here for nothing? Parrish didn't move for what seemed like an eternity. He eventually stirred and looked up at me. "Where are we?" he asked. "We're outside that temple," I answered. "Are you okay?" Their eyes, they were on me. They wanted me to stay until they had passed the entirety of the knowledge. All past worlds, all past gods, all past realms, everything onto me. Dude, it felt like I was there for so many lifetimes. "I'm sorry I didn't stop you," I said. "I'm an idiot. I wanted to learn, but we're not ready for that much." "No way," he said, sadly. Eventually, he got up and we walked back. It was very late by that time. I managed to sleep, eventually, with more candles and fresh talismans. I stayed in China for some weeks after. I still go back sometimes, but I've never been to that temple again, or even that village. I still hear the hundreds of voices of those lonely Buddhas begging for us to stay. The locals, even today, will tell you to stay away from that temple, deep in the outskirts of town. It's abandoned for a reason. Don't go. It stopped me from practicing Buddhism. I can't even bear to look at a statue anymore. Parrish has adjusted better than me. He seemingly survived it, but he spent weeks spouting sutra whenever someone tried to talk to him. He's still a bit of a weird guy, but he has a job and stuff, so I guess he escaped the curse. For now, at least. Look, if you go to China, stay out of abandoned temples. That is ancient land. There are many secrets hidden there that we can never understand. I work at a gas station. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy, and it pays all right. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy is weird. He's about 25 or 26, and he hardly speaks. But he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but it's never been a problem, so there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago anyway. That's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a problem at any business that sells consumer goods. And there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time. Then, entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would be gone the day after we got them. And it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My boss has checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up after closing. Then, the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing. But his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime, under the table, so obviously, I took that offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them into an old VCR and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl who was working before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. She was a regular. She picked up a cigarette and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat, who I'd never seen before. But we do get plenty of strangers passing through, just like at any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with a $100 bill, and went on his way. I sat back inside. The only thing more boring than doing this job is watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching though, so I left the tape running. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something. But she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before, and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. That's odd, I thought. But then again, she is a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her that she already got her smokes. But it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice. That's when Ron came in again. He bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up. Then he bought the same pack of jerky. He paid with his credit card again. Okay, no big deal. I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in the cowboy hat came back in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel. Don't get diesel. I found myself whispering to my empty living room. But he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every single move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose before he walked out. Either this guy's rich, owns a lot of trucks, and just moved into town, or something really strange is happening. I kept on watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same one as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out. And then, at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and newspaper and paid with a 20 again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now, I know what you're thinking. That sneaky Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He'd run a loop of his first hour of business over and over. But no, that wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera covers. I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all of his duties exactly as you would expect. But the same customers kept coming in. I was panicking by this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second the store was empty, and the next, his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone. Just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I popped in another tape. The other indoor camera shows the back area by the cash register. I would be able to see how he got up to put his face in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing there. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security codes, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned that tape off, and I went to bed. But I did not get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life. I work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really? What the hell am I supposed to say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight, directly after me. And the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who catches him stealing. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see them again. I can't get the image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. It was the creepiest look that I have ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm gonna try again to get some last-minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update, 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. Apologies in advance for any errors. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you can't really prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy is due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together. But neither one of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a messed up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do. Like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle or something. I don't know. I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm going to talk to my boss some more. We need to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update again tonight, but I have a really bad feeling about how this is going to play out. Update, 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 10:58 p.m. Holy shit. I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things make even less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work. Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call, the sun went out. I shit you not. That's what I thought happened. Apparently, I blacked out for exactly 5 hours, because when I looked at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop. And then I snapped out of it at the exact point I blacked out, if that makes sense. But that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, frozen. I looked at the clock again, and it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12, It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register, that wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register, waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I'm betting that would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got the hell out of there. I didn't lock up, didn't turn the lights out, and sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload to the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway. Cars were parked all along it. Except they weren't parked. They were frozen. The people inside were sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and I prayed that it would start, and thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. The static from the radio turned into music, like it's supposed to be. And from what I could tell, listening to the host talk between songs, no one had noticed the time freeze, or whatever the hell it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow, if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He had been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong, and he told them everything. The police around here are all small-time guys. They were more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything else. But my boss figured he would take it, as long as he had their attention. They decided to go looking for Jeremy. We keep all our employee applications on file, and since Jeremy just started working here, his was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was just an empty lot. Or at least, now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there, way back when. Rumour has it, they had an estranged son, who they never really talked about. But I can't say for sure if that part is true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled as arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumour has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this, and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come to the gas station. "What, are you crazy?" I said. But he assured me that the cops were there with him. Then he dropped a bomb. The feds were also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15, and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway. So I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said, "Oh Christ, we've got another one on our hands." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened. So, I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by posting this. So, now I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. That agent's words when I told him the story are going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I've got to go. I have some errands to run today, and then I have to go into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy, Jeremy, he's a complete creep, is stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my boss is paying me overtime under the table, and I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after his shift, so I figure I'll just watch the tapes, catch him in the act, and that will be that. Job hunting can be tough, especially if you're an idiot like me. I mean, I wasn't exactly an idiot, but I didn't have much of a qualification to do, well, anything. Even worse, my CV was riddled with blank spots, unemployment time, and questionable positions. As you can imagine, my chances in the competitive job market were pretty damn low. The everlasting pandemic didn't help. After trying my luck at finding a new job for a few months, I gave up and spent my days sulking in front of Netflix. It was my friend Robert who came to my rescue. He had recently become a department manager at a wholesale company. After lamenting to him one evening, he told me that his department was understaffed and looking for new hires. I was psyched, to say the least. I went to the job interview the next day with high aspirations of making it in the business world. In my mind, I already saw myself negotiating big-time contracts with companies such as Mercedes or Porsche. The moment I arrived at the office, I was already skeptical. It was a giant old building complex, but Robert's company was restricted to only one of its wings, Despite this, though, I made my way inside and, after some confusion, found myself in the recruiter's office. The man gave me a friendly smile, but I noticed his probing stare. "Well, glad to have you here, Mr. Gerard. Your acquaintance already told us you're interested in a position as a janitorial assistant. Before we start, I'd like to ask you a few questions." Janitorial assistant? Of course. I was informed that Mr. Richter had already discussed the details of your position. He gave me a questioning stare. Yeah, he did. Sorry about that, I said, when I'd gotten over the initial shock. Robert. That stupid damn Robert. He had told me he'd become a manager, but he hadn't told me he was a freaking facility manager. And of course, the dumbass I was, I hadn't even bothered to ask him or check anything about the position. As I answered question after question, I considered more than once to just tell the man I didn't want to work as a freaking janitor. But did I really want to go back to living on welfare? Did I really want to go back to sitting in my shitty apartment day after day, doing nothing? No, I decided. And so I went with it and did the best I could. A few days later, I was informed that I had officially been hired as a janitorial assistant. I stared at the letter with a mixture of proudness and disdain. When Monday arrived, Robert greeted me right in front of the building with a big smile on his face. "Well then," he started in a pompous voice, "it seems you're my new assistant. So, how about I show you, cut the crap, man. I'd like to inform you that behavior like this is not acceptable. Come on, man, knock it off. Just show me the janitor's closet so we can get to work." "You mean the facility manager's office," he corrected me. I groaned, but followed him inside as he led me to our so-called office. Needless to say, the job sucked, and working with Robert wasn't as fun as I'd imagined. He was, for all intents and purposes, my superior, and he made sure I knew it. Even when I confronted him about it, he told me that it was all for my own good, and so I'd learn the ins and outs of the job. Yeah, sure, scrubbing toilets is really hard to learn. Jesus, Robert, screw this job. Still, I had to admit, it didn't feel half bad to be actually doing something. It was a few days into the job when I learned of the worst part. Supply deliveries. Once a week, the company ordered office and packaging supplies in bulk. Every Wednesday morning, stacks upon stacks of printing paper, printer cartridges, boxes, and other packaging materials arrived. Robert was quick to inform me it was our duty to get it all up to the second and third floor offices. "All right, where's the elevator?" Robert gave me a look of misery. "What?" "No elevator," he said, as he picked up the first of the many boxes and made his way to the stairs. "Hold on, what do you mean there's no elevator?" He shrugged. "Guess they never saw the need to install one." "Oh, for God's sake." It took us almost all morning to bring everything up to the offices, and once we were done, the only thing I could feel about my arms and legs was a throbbing pain. Even worse, it was barely on noon. We still had to take care of all our regular duties. When I fell asleep that night, I was more exhausted than I'd been in years. Even my dreams comprised nightmares about endless staircases. I had been working as a janitor for 2 months when I made a discovery that both surprised and infuriated me. It was Friday afternoon. I had just finished cleaning the first floor and was getting rid of some garbage when I decided to take a peek in one of the other parts of the building complex. I walked up to a door and I found that the general key actually worked. This wing of the building had once been used by a different company, but had been abandoned a few years back. I wasn't looking for anything in particular. I was just curious. As I made my way through a long, winding corridor and past empty offices, I couldn't believe my eyes. There was an elevator there. A freaking elevator. "You have got to be kidding me," I said out loud. Well, there's no way it's working, I thought. The power had probably been disconnected a long time ago. When I pressed the button, however, there was a loud ding, and the doors opened. I don't know what I'd expected, but the elevator looked normal and in working condition. I scanned the outside, then the inside, but there was no warning sign or anything like that. For all I knew, this building had a freaking elevator after all, and we'd been carrying boxes up the freaking stairs every single week. After my discovery, I made my way back to the janitor's closet to tell Robert about my findings. I walked up to him and confronted him about the elevator, but he just stared at me like I was an idiot. "What elevator?" Instead of answering, I dragged him with me to the abandoned wing of the building and showed him what I'd found. Robert looked at the elevator, then at me and shrugged. "Well, what's the big deal? I bet it's busted anyway." Saying nothing, I pressed the button. The elevator's doors opened with a ding. "It's probably busted anyway," I mocked him. "Fine, alright, it's working. What's the big deal?" I sighed in frustration. "Wednesday? The freaking supplies. Aren't you tired of carrying that shit up the stairs every week?" "Ah, yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. You're smarter than you look. And you're even dumber than you look," I added in my mind. "So, you want to try it?" I asked. Robert seemed apprehensive. "You sure this is safe? We don't know how long it's been since this thing last moved." "Well, what's the worst that can happen?" I asked. "Only that we'll crash down and die." "We're at the ground floor anyway," I said with a shrug, and entered. The elevator made no sound. The lights didn't flicker, and all seemed normal. "Come on, man." Robert stared at the elevator for another second before he, rather apprehensively, stepped in and joined me. "I swear if I die in here, I'll kill you." "That doesn't even make sense," I retorted. "Hey, what's up with all those numbers?" he asked, standing in front of the control panel. "What do you mean?" "There's only 3 floors in this building. Why the hell does this thing go up to 7? I stepped up to him, and I couldn't help but frown when I saw the various numbers and buttons. Might be a standard issue kind of thing. Maybe they forgot to detach the other numbers, I reasoned. "Never seen nothing like it," Robert said. "Shit's weird." Sure is, I said, before I hit the number 3. The elevator went up with no problem, and we soon found ourselves on the building complex's 3rd floor. After we'd made sure a route to our company's offices existed, we made our way back to the elevator. As we entered, Robert eyed the various buttons curiously before he shrugged and hit the one labeled 6. It won't do a damn thing, I started. But to my surprise, the elevator doors closed. Soon after, it began to ascend. Dude, where the hell's this thing going? Robert turned to me, looking at me in confusion. I have no idea. We both watched as the elevator went up to floor number 4, then 5. How many floors does 3? Robert said, not even waiting for me to finish my question. So, how the hell are we on our way to? I was cut off when the elevator came to a rest and a loud ding announced that we had made it to the building's non-existent 5th floor. When the doors opened, we found ourselves in an office, but it looked different from the rest of the building. The layout made no sense. A giant, endless hallway spread out in front of us, one so long that it shouldn't even fit in the building. There was an eerie atmosphere about it, and a strange smell. It was a mixture of sweat and an oppressively sweet odor. As I looked down the hallway, my eyes hurt. The dimensions of this hallway made no sense. The same was true for the office doors. It looked as if someone who'd never seen an office had tried to build one and had gotten it almost right. But at the same time, entirely wrong. Suddenly, a muffled voice made its way to us. It was strangely high-pitched and indistinguishable. Robert almost jumped at the control panel, smashing the button for the ground floor. With each passing second, the voice grew louder, and I could soon make out shuffling movements at one of the office doors in the distance. A twisted shadow pushed itself outside and began moving in our direction. Jesus Christ, close it already, I whispered at Robert. I shoved him aside and began hitting the button to close the doors. Finally, with a ding, they closed. Freakin' hell, man. What the hell was that? Robert said to me. I slumped on the floor next to him and could only shake my head. No clue, man. Let's just get out of this thing and never go. My voice broke up as the elevator came to a halt on floor number 5. My eyes grew wide as the doors of the elevator opened. This time, there was no office. This time, the only thing I could see was the grinning face of a man. It was so close to the doors that he must have been pressing it against them. This guy looked wrong. His eyes were wide open, his face comically long, and his smile was impossibly wide.
A little room, friend?
He asked. For a moment, I couldn't do anything. I sat there on the floor, staring at the nightmarish figure in front of me. With each passing second, his eyes grew wider and his smile seemed to grow bigger. Then he pushed long, dangling arms into the elevator, and I saw him raise a pair of hands that were much bigger than any I'd ever seen. Long fingers, emaciated. He spread them out, pushing them towards me, and was about to touch my shoulders. Almost by instinct, I pushed myself to my feet and retreated. Yes, of course, I stammered as I pushed myself against the back of the elevator. The man was still staring at me as he pushed his lanky body inside. He was wearing a tight suit, and I realized only now that he was hunched over. If he would stand up straight, he would be far taller than either of us. Far taller than any normal person. Once he had entered, he turned his massive back to me and just stood there in front of me, not doing anything. In the back of the elevator, I clenched my mouth shut. In my mind, I screamed at myself not to move, not to do a thing. For a second, I considered throwing myself at the man, pushing him outside. But after seeing how tall he was, after seeing those massive hands and his ghastly wide mouth, I just couldn't move. Eventually, Robert, who'd stood frozen in the corner next to the control panel, had enough. He reached out a shaking hand and was about to push the button to close the doors. But before he could, one of the man's giant hands shot forward and closed around Robert's wrist. He gave a terrified yelp, and I saw him pull back, trying to free himself. Yet, the man didn't let go. Instead, he slowly turned his face towards Robert.
I must insist, friend,
The man said, bringing his face ever closer to Robert before he pressed the button himself. Please, I don't, Robert started. But within a moment, the man pressed his face so close to Robert's, they almost touched.
Did you say anything, friend?
He asked. And in that moment, his lips retreated. Rows of huge, misshapen teeth were revealed. In the back of the elevator, I pushed myself as far away as I could. The man's head, I saw now, was almost twice the size of Robert's. And for a moment, I thought he would attack him, tear him apart, or bite his head right off. And Robert, he just stood there, shaking in fear, his eyes closed. As the elevator descended, the only sound was that of Robert's soft whimpers as this man pressed his face closer and closer towards his. After what felt like an eternity, we arrived on the ground floor. The man was still grinning, but finally let go of Robert's wrist. His face turned from Robert to me before he spoke again.
Thank you, friends. Without you, I'd never have made it out of there.
And with that, He gave us the briefest of bows, stepped out of the elevator, and skipped away down the hallway, and eventually into the outside world. As I stood there, I stared after him. His movement, his gait, his size. Nothing about him was normal. His legs moved in jerky motions, as if they had too many joints in them. And for the first time, I saw how long his neck was. No, whatever was below that suit, it was no man. It wasn't human at all. And as I stood there, as I heard Robert slump down beside me, I realized the most critical thing. It wasn't what this thing was, nor where it had come from, that scared me. No. It was that, thanks to us, it had now been released into the world. A bomb went off in the city. It happened on Monday. Today is Thursday. My dad was there. He hasn't come home yet. I've been sitting at the window every day, waiting for him to come home. Mum says the bomb interrupted the electrical grid in the city, so there's been barely any news about it. Our neighbour's son is a meteorologist stationed outside the city limits, and he told his father, who told us. The bomb was the biggest he'd ever seen. He saw a flash of blue light from outside the window, and he threw himself to the ground. He counted to 5 because it was his job to record the phenomenon. At 5, the windows exploded into the room, and heat like a furnace rushed over him. His father says he managed to call from an emergency line in the station. He's wounded, but he's okay. Dad was supposed to come home Monday night. Mum has been very quiet the last few days. She doesn't say much at breakfast, only gives me an "I love you" at bedtime on her way out of the room. I only cry then, in the dark. This morning, I stared out of the window, hoping by some miracle I would see him walking down the street, turn into our walkway leading up to the house, smiling, waving at me. My heart leaps every time someone walks by. Mum comes in behind me. "Go upstairs and get ready for school, please." I turn around in my chair and say, "But staring out of the window is not going to change anything. Now go." I leave the window, feeling as though he won't come home unless I'm there watching for him. Every day it's gotten harder and harder to sit there at the window, just watching. I have a need to run outside, to look for him, to ask every person in every store if they've seen him, anywhere at all. Because I need him. I need him home, to wake me up in the morning, to help me with my homework and to tell me jokes at the dinner table, and to be there for me when I need advice or just to talk and not be crushed under a mountain of concrete with pulverized shoulders that used to hold me during parades and let me press my face into them when I needed to cry. I sob while I put my books into my bag, quietly, because I haven't heard Mum cry, and she won't hear me cry. The front door swings open from downstairs. Hello? For 3 days I dreamed of that voice. Dad! I half scream, and I rush to the landing, looking down over the banister through a vision obscured by tears. He was looking up at me. I couldn't tell if he was smiling or not, but I rushed down the steps towards him with a hysterical laugh of relief. I stopped dead when I came closer to him. His face was a deep red and covered in blisters. His arms looked burned, like they were held over a stove, and his shirt was torn, covered in soot, and maybe blood. Dad, what happened? It's all right, he said. Come and give me a hug. I sprint to him, and I dive into his arms. He gives out a little cry of pain. Oh, Dad, I'm so sorry, I mutter, trying to pull away. It's all right, he says. I'm just a bit sore, that's all. He looks up behind me. Mum's standing there, watching us, and she's finally crying. Didn't you know I'd be back? Dad says to her, smiling. She rushes over, and the three of us are hugging together. It was a long time before we broke up. What happened to you? Asks Mum. Dad looks at me, tentatively. His face is suddenly grave, pale. His eyes looked... What is that look? Maybe scared? I think it's best if you leave while I talk to your mother. Don't you have school in a bit? Go get ready for school. I nodded, and I turned away reluctantly. As I head upstairs, I hear him say, Let's sit down. I need some water. I return to my book bag with a different set of tears in my eyes. I knew he would be fine. I just knew it. Why would I ever think my dad could get hurt? He had to come home, and he did. That's all there was to it. I heard a gasping moan from downstairs. I turn towards the door, and I stop when I remember that he told me to leave them alone. Another moan floats through the door. My curiosity gets the best of me. I creep around the doorframe and down the hall to the landing. Leaning against the wall, with my ear between the banisters, they couldn't see me around the corner, but their words were clear as day. Just got to the hospital to inspect the facilities. It was around 8 in the morning. I was following the chief of staff to his office when it sounded like a cannon went off right beside me. The wall next to me exploded. Mum made another sound like I had heard from upstairs. I couldn't see her, but her face was plain as day. She must have been chalk white. I was turning pale too. I found myself wondering how in the world he could have survived that. Dad continued. I woke up sometime later. I really have no idea how much later. It was pitch black where I was, and it was hot, deathly hot. I put my hands out, and I felt metal as hot as a grill. 3 walls of metal and 1 of rock. I remember asking myself if I was dead Or captured or something. I started scratching and clawing at the rock to get out. It looked like I was in some sort of enclosure, like a space just big enough for my body. I'd yanked enough rock away to pull myself out. I looked back and saw I was under a steel desk that had been thrown right side up on top of me. It was the perfect cover. My skin felt horribly sunburned, and the air was so hot it was like I was sitting in a sauna. I looked around, and I saw I was standing on what was left of the second floor as it came down on top of us. And I was alone. The hospital had fallen away, so I could see the sky, though it was so dark. It looked like a storm had taken just seconds to come in. Rain was coming down, except it wasn't rain. It was black and tarry. I climbed over the walls of the hospital. I was so thirsty, so groggy. I knew there would be no running water, but we were so close to the bay, and I crossed a river to get to the hospital, so I started making my way back there. I was so lucky to be close to the city limits. I doubt anyone in downtown survived the collapse of those huge buildings. But almost every building here was destroyed, and the ones that weren't were burning. At first, I didn't see a single person. Then I came across a mother and her baby under an awning of concrete. It was hellish. The woman, her skin was peeling off in sheets. Her eyes were a bright gold white. They must have been bleached from looking at the explosion. Her baby was charred black. It looked rubbery in her arms. She was staring straight ahead. The skin hanging off her arms was translucent, like the wings of a fly. The shock on her face made me nauseous. I called out to her, but she didn't hear me. I doubted that she would. She was probably deaf from being outside for the blast. I closed my eyes. What Dad was saying was really scaring me. I didn't want to be here, but I was frozen against that wall, helpless. As I got closer to the riverside, I saw more and more people. Some on their feet, some laying there like rag dolls, some whose body parts were just barely sticking out of the rubble. The people on the ground were so burned that they were swelling up. They looked like black rubber dolls. When I got to the river, He stopped, choking on his words. Mum was dead silent now. I could imagine her dread is keeping her from even speaking. My heart was hammering. As I listened, I see with clarity the ghastly sights my father had seen. The images burned into my mind's eye. I saw hundreds, literally hundreds of corpses covering the banks of the river, piled on top of one another, trying to get one last drink. There were corpses floating down the river too. I saw a woman pass who looked like she was wearing a long white cloth belt that was billowing out behind her. I got closer, and I realized it was her intestines, whitened by the water. On the other side of the river, there were these large mounds piled up against the ruined walls facing the explosion, and people were standing around them, pulling them apart. They were looking for their loved ones. inside mounds of human beings. I saw children there, on their knees, screaming into the mounds, "Daddy, are you in there? Mummy, please come out." I stood there, behind the bodies bordering the river like black and white sandbags, watching people float by, watching people dig into the mountains of humans, watching people collapse where they stood, watching people with burst out organs try to stuff them back in. Watched a man with eyes burned out of his head as he asked, "Is anyone there? Please kill me." I stood there under the grey sky, watching all this through smoke as black rain fell. And you know what I realized? I realized that in all my thoughts, all my dreams of what hell might look like, I could never have imagined anything like this. I guess I didn't need to though. Hell came to me. Hell came to Earth. I stood there for a long, long time after that. My back was still against the wall. The grotesque images swam in front of me, as if at the end of a black tunnel. The woman writhing, the man pleading for death, and the corpses grinning up as they floated by. My shirt peeled off the wall as I ran to the bathroom. I bolted to the toilet and promptly vomited into the basin. My eyes felt like they would burst under the pressure of my undigested breakfast. The monsters I picture when I swing my closet door open or look under my bed, expecting to see a set of dripping white teeth over two glaring red eyes. Those monsters are nothing now. Nothing compared to these horrors. These people, they're real. And the ones who caused them this, there couldn't be anything more evil in the world. I kneeled, dazed over the bowl, for minutes on end. I came out of it only when Mum knocked on the door and told me in a quiet voice that I would be late for school if I didn't hurry. 35 minutes later, I was sitting in class before the teacher came in. Before I'd left the house, I hugged my dad, who had fallen asleep on the couch where he sat. His face looked very lined, very tired under his blisters. He looked older. I hated thinking of him that way, but I couldn't stop myself. I came out of it slightly when the teacher came in at 11 o'clock, shushing the entire class. He wrote the month and then 9th on the board before turning to us. "Kids," he said, "I know things have been scary these last couple of days, but we all need to remember to keep calm, okay? It's especially important to obey your curfews, not cause a ruckus of any type. I'm talking, of course, about the incident that happened last night. It seems someone has defaced the school sign outside. You may have seen it on your way in this morning. Now, I hope the perpetrator is not part of my class, but if he or she is here, I ask that they come forward and confess. It doesn't have to be now, but it does have to be today." I had seen the sign. The janitor was out there as we came in, scrubbing at it. It was faint, but we could still see the word "sucks" underneath Nagasaki Elementary School. Outside the windows, a blue light explodes across the sky. Most old lighthouses have turned into useless remnants of the past. New technology, modern ships, and GPS have made them almost obsolete. Not in my town, though. Our old lighthouse is still very much operational, watched over by an old lighthouse keeper. Each night, the light beam is moving over the surface of the ocean until the sun comes up. My town is a small, remote coastal town in northern Germany. Only a few thousand people live here, and we scarcely get visitors. It also isn't too far-fetched to say that we are a bit behind. I graduated school with barely average grades. For the first 2 years, I worked here and there to earn some money, but it was never anything substantial. It was earlier this year that I found out that the old lighthouse keeper was retiring. Of course, someone was needed to replace him. It wasn't exactly my dream job, but at least it would be a permanent position. I visited the old man, Mr. Wallace, right away and told him about my interest in the job. I somehow must have made an impression on the old man. During the interviews, he singled me out between the candidates and told me that he would give me a chance. On my first official day, the old man and I met up in front of the old lighthouse. I was first to arrive and noticed the old man from afar. He was walking in my direction, dragging one of his legs behind. A limp, I thought. Once he reached me, he handed me a cup of steaming liquid. "For you," he said with a bright smile. "The wind today must be getting to you, boy." Thanks," I answered, taken a bit by surprise. The old man took a deep sip from his cup, took out an old key ring and stepped towards the entrance of the door. "This thing is a bitch to open." He began to turn the key around, but the door didn't budge. "Come on, you bloody... Ugh!" Finally, there was a loud clang as the door sprang open. "Well, you coming?" As I followed him inside, I noticed how dirty and narrow the lighthouse was. When I was a kid, it had been this imposing, grand building. Now, I saw that it was pretty unimpressive. There was another door opposite the entrance door. The old man didn't address it at all and instead began his ascent up the stairs. Before I followed, I took a sip from the cup he'd given me. I almost spat it out again. This was not coffee as I expected. The hell's this stuff? Grog. Warms you right up, doesn't it? I frowned, at which the old man started laughing. "You'll get used to it." The old man had quite a hard time with the stairs. He had to almost drag himself up. Must be the leg. No wonder he's retiring, I thought. I heard him wheeze and groan as he clung to the railing. A few times he had to stop and catch his breath. "Are you okay there, Mr. Wallace? Do you need a hand?" "I've been making my way up these damn stairs for half a century, boy. I'll be fine doing it a few more times." Once we had made it upstairs, the old man showed me around. "You better get comfortable around here. You'll be spending a lot of time in this room." As I looked around, I saw an old radio system. Other than that, there was a table, a few chairs, a telescope, 2 cupboards and a small oil stove. The rest of the room was empty. There was a metal ladder that led up from here to the lantern room above. "Ain't much need to go up there," the old man said, "except to give the thing a checkup before it turns dark." With that, he motioned for me to follow him upstairs and showed me how to make sure the lamp was working. It didn't take long, and soon we went down again. "Ain't much to do up there. Keep watch till morning and make sure everything goes well." "So, do you get many calls up here? There aren't many ships coming to town anymore, are there?" With that, I motioned to the old radio system behind him. "Haven't gotten a call in years. There ain't no one coming here. And if they ever do, it's in those new modern ships. They don't need no old lighthouse anymore." "Then why are we even here? Doesn't it mean this place is useless? I mean, it's not like I'm complaining or anything. This place ain't useless, boy. Now you listen, and you listen close. You don't know what's out there, do you? It ain't those ships that need us. It's the town." For a moment, I looked at him before I burst out laughing. "Okay, you almost got me," I said. The old man frowned. "Ain't joking around, boy." "Yeah, sure," I thought, but I kept my mouth shut. Here is the thing about my town. You could say it has a history. Over the decades, a number of strange things have happened. One such story is about a fishing boat. It went out one morning with a crew of 8. That same evening, the boat returned, but without any sign of the crew. The men stayed missing. Another tale is about an artist who decided to paint the moonlit sea. The next morning, they found the man babbling nonsense. He had gone mad overnight, it seemed. By now, natural explanations have been found for almost all these stories. The artist had a history of mental illness. The fishing boat most likely got caught up in a storm. Back in the day, though, these stories fed into people's superstitions. Over the years, they became local legends. There are many people in this town, even today, who believe in the supernatural. From the way the old man had talked, I could tell he was one of them. Who was I to blame him, though? After half a century up there, I would most likely tell myself similar things to give some sense of meaning to what I was doing. "There's one more thing I gotta show you." With that, he made his way down the spiral staircase again. Once we reached the bottom, he opened the door that I'd seen before. "This is the generator room," he said as he led me inside. "This lighthouse is old. The cables and power lines are too. When it storms a little too much, the power can cut out. If that happens, you turn on this baby here." With that, he pointed to the generator. "The light has to stay on at all times." Then he showed me in every minute detail how to handle the generator. Turn this here and turn that there. If this happens, you need to add some oil. If that happens, the fuel is empty. If the light doesn't turn on once you start it, check the cables. This went on for almost half an hour, and multiple times he asked me if I understood him. Once he finished his explanations, the old man told me that he would stick around for the first couple of nights. "Show me the ropes," he said. The 3 nights he stayed at the lighthouse with me were quite alright. I had expected the old man to be somewhat uptight and boring, but he wasn't at all. He cursed like a sailor, knew an endless amount of dirty jokes, and had quite a few stories to tell. He even brought in some booze. "Keep the mood as merry as possible," he said. One of the things he did first thing after arriving was to give the old generator a checkup. After that, he made his way up to the lantern room to do the same thing to the lamp. His diligence surprised me. On the final day, I told him that I would be sure to pay him a visit in time. He said that instead of making empty promises, I'd do well to remember what he told me on the first day. "Whatever happens, always make sure the light is on, boy." On my first day alone, I made sure to follow the old man's routine to the point. First the generator, then the lamp, and then everything else. Everything else pretty much meant the radio system. To be honest, I had no idea why we even kept bothering with the damn radio. There had been nothing but static on it, and I doubted that would change anytime soon, if ever. The first night alone was terribly boring. For a while, I rearranged the room to my liking and then cleaned it out a bit. Unfortunately, this could only fill so much time. The rest of the night, I was sitting in one of the chairs, staring out at the dark sea. I played around on my phone for a bit, but without any reception, there wasn't much to do. I cursed at myself for not bringing anything else. I'd not make that same mistake twice. For the first 2 weeks, I was serious about everything. I was new on the job after all. Once routine settled in though, things changed. Nothing had happened so far, and I was sure it would stay that way. Quite a few times I turned the radio's volume up in the unlikely case of an emergency, and I settled in for a nap. At other times I brought my laptop and spent the entire night watching movies or a TV show. To be honest, I did feel a little bad about it. I had been on the job for a good month when the first power outage occurred. A terrible storm was raging, and when the power turned off, I went down to the emergency generator. In the room, I could hear the raging of the storm, the shrieking of the wind, and the waves crashing against the beach. That's one hell of a storm, I thought. The power outage lasted till the early morning, long after the worst of the storm was over. The second power outage came out of nowhere. The lights flickered and soon went out completely. Again, I made my way down to the generator. Again, I heard sounds from outside, and I wondered if a new storm was coming up. Soon, the rattling of the generator replaced the sounds. This time, the power outage didn't last for long. After not even half an hour, I was on my way back down to turn the damn thing back off. What a complete waste of time, I cursed to myself. I turned the thing back off, locked the generator room behind me, and made my way back up. Once I was up again, I slumped down in my chair. Why did I even go to all that trouble? Not like it mattered anyway. Wasn't like any ships would crash. For the next couple of weeks, nothing happened. Then, one night, the power went off again. Oh, come on. Really? I'd been watching a movie on my laptop. I wasn't in the mood for getting up and making my way down to the generator yet again. The power would most likely be back in an hour anyway. Not like there was a storm or anything. I took one look out at sea, and I saw that it was completely calm. I turned my movie back on, but after a while, I began to hear something. At first, I thought it was part of the movie, but then I paused it. The sound was still there. It was a low melody or a type of wordless singing. I looked around the room for the source of the sound, but I found nothing. It couldn't be the radio, could it? Wasn't it off due to the power outage? I went forward, but before I could reach it, that weird singing got louder. It must be coming from outside, I realized. As I turned to the window, I saw that the calm sea had turned into raging waves. What the hell? How did the sea change so quickly? Then, I saw something emerge from between the waves. I stepped to the telescope and I used it to see what was going on. As I focused the telescope, the first thing I saw was dark hair. What followed was white skin that shimmered in the moonlight. I gasped as I finally saw a face. It was the face of absolute beauty. Soon, I could see the naked upper body of a young woman above the waves. I stumbled back from the telescope, shook my head, opened and closed my eyes, and looked again. She was still there. Is this a mermaid? It couldn't be. Mermaids weren't real. But then, what was I seeing? As I watched on, more started emerging from the sea. They were all swimming together towards the beach. All the while, the sea was raging around them. I wondered how these frail beings were able to move so swiftly and carelessly in this choppy sea. Suddenly, a flare was fired into the sky. It illuminated the sea into glaring red light. The beings in the water recoiled from it. They were screaming, shrieking, throwing themselves backwards. Before I could wonder who had fired the flare, I saw something horrific. Now, their beautiful faces and perfect bodies were replaced by the nightmarish reality. Where I had seen beautiful mermaids just moments before, I now saw bloated, fishy monstrosities. There was no hair or skin anymore, just scales. There were no beautiful faces, just empty, staring eyes. Where I had seen smiles before, there were now giant jaws that opened to rows of fangs. I watched in utter horror as these gigantic creatures burst through waves and water alike. I was glued to the telescope, watching in sheer terror. Then, the light of the flare died away. The monstrous beings transformed back into beautiful mermaids. Yet again, they were frolicking in the water. This time, though, the illusion was not perfect anymore. My brain had seen the reality, so it refused to discard it. The beautiful faces of the mermaids were disfigured by Moors with fangs. Their bodies were still shimmering in the moonlight. Now, though, they were bloated, disgusting. For a few seconds, I stood there dumbfounded. From where I was, I could see more and more of them appearing in the water. Then, my grip on reality returned, and I remembered the words of the old man. "You don't know what's out there, do ya? It ain't those ships that need us. It's the town." It finally dawned on me. It must be those things that he'd been talking about. They'd recoiled at the flare. The light, it was to keep them out. As this thought crossed my mind, I realized the terrible mistake I'd made. If not for the flare, I'd never have... No, don't think about it. I rushed to the stairs, taking multiple steps at a time, and I made my way to the generator room. I tried to open the door, but it was locked, as always. I reached into my pocket, trying to find the right key. The noises outside grew louder, as well as no doubt nearer. I couldn't concentrate. All I had on my mind was the image of the monsters out there. Any moment now, they could reach the beach, and with it, this lighthouse. There was no singing anymore. Now, I only heard loud roaring. As the door sprang open, I hurried inside and tried to turn the generator on. Nothing happened. What the fuck? Why aren't you working? I kicked it and tried again, but still nothing. I was starting to panic. I tried again. Then I remembered the oil. Since the last power outage, I had not checked the thing at all. Why the fuck now? Why the hell? I was cut off by a noise coming from outside. It's just your imagination. It is just your imagination. There's nothing out there. Something hard and sharp scratched alongside the outside of the sturdy metal door of the lighthouse. I froze up. I held my breath. Each second turned into an eternity. Once I was sure that everything was quiet, I dared to breathe again. Right at this moment, something heavy hit the door, and I could hear one of the things roaring from outside. It was only a few meters away from me. I rummaged through the shelf, trying to find the oil. Where the fuck is it? It must be here somewhere. Fear had overtaken me completely. I looked at the shelf, but I wasn't seeing anything. My eyes wandered from left to right, and then to the left again. But there was nothing there. My eyes grew wide, and I winced as another bang hit the door. Something was trying to tear its way through the metal. At that moment, I saw the bottle of oil, but as I picked it up, it slipped right through my fingers. I cursed again, then picked it up once more. Then I started to pour the oil into the generator. Sweat dripped from my forehead. My body was shaking. I spilled more than half of the oil. Would the light even do anything? The flare worked, but if those things were already out of the water, what if... I didn't get to finish the thought. The banging and tearing at the lighthouse door stopped. Moments later, I saw the doorknob turn. The image of the old man locking the door each morning appeared in my mind. He held the keys in hand, put it into the keyhole and turned it twice, giving me a nod.
You never know who shows up out here.
I hadn't locked the door. I hadn't locked it in weeks. I stood there, but I couldn't move as I heard the door open. For a moment, slim, feminine fingers pushed themselves between the door frame and the door. Then, reality replaced them, and a claw-like hand ripped the door right open. Right at that moment, the bloated body of one of the fishy abominations appeared right outside the door. In the darkness of the night, I wasn't sure what I was seeing. There were too many appendages. It looked to me as if it was a grown together mess of various creatures. I saw legs and arms, but also fins and gills. The body itself was long and much more muscular than I'd thought. I tried to start the generator again, but nothing happened. The monstrosity roared at me, this time so loud that my ears were ringing. I saw its dead eyes focus on me. The jaws began to open and close in anticipation before it slithered forward. Then it started to squeeze its body through the door. As the massive body came closer and closer, I tried the generator again and again. Long, scaly appendages shot forward, clinging to the door of the generator room. As it dragged itself forward, inch by inch, the generator finally rattled to life. With it, the lights of the room and in the stairway flashed to life. The abomination roared and screamed in pain. It raged and yanked itself backward to escape the light. The stare of the empty, fishy eyes rested on me the whole time. They promised that the thing would return one day, and it would drag me down to the dark depths it had come from. Then, it vanished. I threw the door shut and locked it. Then, for the remainder of the night, I just sat there, shivering in the room at the top of the lighthouse. I covered myself in a blanket, shaking, scanning the sea. Thankfully, I saw nothing. Even come dawn, I didn't move. After more than an hour, I started to go through the old man's routine. It wasn't my sense of duty, neither was it diligence. It was fear. I pushed the moment when I'd leave the lighthouse off as far as possible. In my mind, the thing was still out there, waiting for me. After a long time, I contemplated if I should just stay inside. After I'd checked the outside from the top more than half a dozen times, I decided to leave. By now, it was past 8 in the morning, and the sun had been up for more than 3 hours. Everything was normal outside. Nothing reminded me of the abomination I'd seen. On my way home, I noticed a commotion near the beach. And as I got closer, I saw that the police were there as well. I pushed myself through the crowd to see what had happened. The sand in front of me was splattered with blood. In the middle of it was a covered-over body. He must have been torn to pieces, I heard one of the police officers say. Then I noticed a flare gun lying next to the corpse. Who was it? I yelled towards the police. At first, they ignored me, but finally, one of them came towards me. He recognized me as the new lighthouse keeper and took me aside. The name he told me made my heart drop. Jeremy Wallace, the old man. I later found out that even though he had retired, he still went to the beach each night. Even after he gave up that job, he still continued to keep watch. He must have been concerned when the lamp of the lighthouse turned off and didn't come back on. Once he saw the beasts closing in on the beach, he must have used that flare gun to try to ward them off. Once the light of the flare died and the light of the lamp didn't return, those things must have come after him. I remembered he walked with a limp. There was no way he could have gotten away. If only I'd turned on the light earlier. I thought back to the flare. Without it, I'd have never known what danger I was in. Those beasts may very well have entered the lighthouse and torn me to pieces. Not only that, they might have gone for the town as well. Tears of frustration came to my eyes. While I had ignored my duty, it had been this old man who had saved us all. And he had done it at the cost of his own life. After that day, I often catch myself thinking of the old man. Now, I know what is out there. I never sleep or take my job lightly anymore. I don't bring anything to read. Instead, I keep myself busy, making sure the lighthouse stays in prime condition. I often use the stove to heat up grog. At first, I drank it only to keep the memory of those days with the old man alive. But in the end, he was right. I'd get used to it. Statement of Alexander Rybnik, March 15th, 1937. It wasn't about fame or fortune. It wasn't about making history or to stand on the shoulders of giants. It was about knowledge and truth. I needed to know what happened to my grandfather. I needed to know what he discovered. I needed to see what he saw with his own eyes and come to an understanding. The mundanity and pointlessness of life finally sent me on my way. My friend, Captain Peasley, would take me on my quest. We traversed the ocean on the captain's fishing trawler, the Southern Cruise. We were to make landfall at Cooktown, a coastal town in the Shire of Cook, Queensland, Australia. Before he died, My grandfather was a university lecturer who taught archaeology. I followed in his footsteps. In his will, he left me a key to a safety deposit box at his bank. To my surprise, the box contained several books on the occult and mysticism, numerous maps. But the most significant items in the box were a pair of sketches and a curious black stone with a face of sorts carved into it. In my grandfather's letter, he stated that the drawings were inspired by strange dreams that had been plaguing him. I examined the sketches. A subterranean cavern of immense height was meticulously drawn on paper with black pencil. The centerpiece of this sketch were 2 rows of standing stones that ran parallel to one another. They were built from massive cyclopean rocks that were stacked in such a way that was reminiscent of Stonehenge. The image evoked fleeting thoughts of eldritch terror. Written on the back side of the drawing, "The gateway to the other side resides within the mountain." The second drawing was even more bizarre. I got the distinct impression that it was a cold and arid desert at night. The ground was fissured and littered with fields of mummified human remains. The focus of this image, however, was that of an enormous plateau which stood menacingly. On the surface of the plateau was also a collection of standing stones, similar to the first. An indistinct shape stood on the edge of the plateau. An animal, I think. Written on the opposite side of the paper was a message. "The fabled plateau of Ling. Each and every single one of us will face this. It is inevitable." The stone carving came from a time when we knew very little and feared the primal world. A modern mind would find it difficult to visualize the world through the eyes of an ancient man. The face on the stone, however, instilled an instinctive fear of the dark. My destination was a site held sacred by Australian Indigenous people, where humans feel unwanted, where they vanish without a trace. A place that is rugged and foreboding, clouded in mystery and immersed in superstition. Black Mountain. The Indigenous folks refer to it as the Mountain of Death. Tunnels and caves honeycomb the area. The only living things on that mountain are giant spiders, pythons and taipans. Thousands upon thousands of gigantic boulders strewn across the landscape make up the mountain, a treacherous barren waste. Scientists have offered theories behind the origin of this peculiar mountain. A volcanic eruption, an upheaval during the Ice Age, an asteroid impact site. But none of these possibilities seem satisfactory. I stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the continent that loomed on the horizon. My guide, Tommy, approached. "I think you're mad as a bag of ferrets." "Tell me a tale," I said. Tommy leaned on the railing next to me. "My people have many beliefs on how the mountain came to be." "Go on," I said, as I withdrew a pack of cigarettes from my shirt pocket. I offered Tommy a cigarette, but he declined. I lit it up as he began. "One such legend says, in the time of the dreaming, the time when the legends were born, there was a beautiful young woman whose skin shone like obsidian. 2 brothers were smitten by the woman. Both were determined to win her heart. Our attention was directed upwards, towards the heavens. A faint ghostly band of red light materialized in the pre-dawn sky directly above us. It was the Aurora Australis, the so-called Southern Lights. Tommy continued sharing his tale. To settle their differences, each brother set about to build a mountain of boulders. The brother with the highest mound would take the woman. Day after day, the brothers worked. Their piles of boulders grew taller and taller. Tommy paused, focusing on the aurora. The glowing ribbons of red light spread across the dark sky as it brightened with intensity. The rippling lights continued to dance across the backdrop of luminous stars. Before the contest could be decided, a wild storm descended on the land. Boulders tumbled down, crushed both the brothers. The woman died too. So, you believe it's haunted? They say her cries can be heard throughout the canyons and caves of the mountains. The place is cursed. At dusk, the evil of the place begins to reveal itself. You can hear it on the wind that blows in the endless caverns that run deep in the earth. It's a moaning wind, lures unsuspecting people to their doom. I grabbed my kit bag and withdrew the black stone with the carving on it. I presented it to Tommy. My grandfather found this in the mountain. Does it look familiar to you? Tommy stared at the stone a good while. He traced a finger over the lines that formed the face. No, doesn't look like anything I've ever seen. You say you found it in the mountain? Yeah, in a subterranean chamber. It's very strange. Shortly afterwards, we docked at a fisherman's wharf just outside of Cooktown. I booked a room at a nearby inn. Peasley would stay with the ship. During the day, we would go into town and stock up on supplies. While I was chatting with the innkeep, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. A person sitting on a bench directly across the inn. Underneath a street lamp was an elderly tribal man. He had a very distinct look that is seared into my memory. He had winter white hair and a beard that was long and unkempt. He was wearing a dusty old suit, which seemed to be slightly frayed. I think the most unsettling thing about him was his gaze. I wrote him off as a drunkard before checking in. Before departing to my room, I took one more glance at the old man, only to see that he was gone. After such a long voyage, sleep came easily. The following day, I sat down with one of the tribal elders at a local pub. I enjoyed a pleasant conversation over a drink and food. He explained a belief among his people in the area. The mountain is of important significance to the tribe. Kakajaka is what we call it, the place of spears. The elder paused to take a sip of his drink. His eyes scanned the room. He seemed suspicious of something. The mountain originated in the Dreamtime, with an evil medicine man who convened with wicked spirits from beyond. A young chief confronted him about this and was murdered by the medicine man. He leaned in, lowered his voice. Things didn't stop there. That cruel medicine man went on to devour the flesh of the chief, drank his blood. The tribe became aware of this and chased the man out with burning vengeance in their hearts. He fled to the mountain, where he was then struck by a cleansing bolt of lightning. His body exploded, and in turn, charred the surrounding rocks. The elder stopped again. I could see his eyes focused on someone behind me. He focused on me again, and continued. It is a place that demands respect, but the white man has often disregarded the legends. In 1877, a courier was horseback riding, searching for a stray calf when he, the horse, and the calf all vanished. Several years later, a constable was hot on the heels of a wanted man. He was tracking the criminal through the brush at the base of Black Mountain. They both vanished into thin air. Other trackers followed the trail to a cave entrance but came up empty-handed. Despite the unrelenting heat, I could feel a chill course through my body, like someone had walked over my grave. The elder saw me shiver. A grim look formed on his face. Those disappearances have been happening ever since. Nearby cattle ranchers and their herds have gone without trace. Gold prospectors and cave explorers, they've all inexplicably disappeared into the ether. Human remains have been found in the vicinity of the mountain, their bodies cut to ribbons. But the most shocking thing about these grisly finds is that each of the individuals have had their skulls cracked open, their brains removed, maybe eaten. The elder paused when he saw the colour drain from my face. My grandfather was killed by someone in a very similar fashion while he was seeking treatment in Canberra. There are many predatory animals in Australia, but none of them are known to have these peculiar habits. Rumours of a killer stalking the countryside run rampant. The police have been working overtime on this. My heart sank to my stomach. What about this phantom cat that I've heard about? The elder took another long sip from his drink before continuing. There have been rumblings of a large mysterious black cat that's been sighted on the mountain. Maybe a relative of a prehistoric species. That is an especially curious claim. There are no big cats on the continent. Domestic cats were introduced, but none that live in the wilderness. Another pause between the two of us. We were both scanning the room. I think I could confidently say we both felt like something was wrong. A shift in the conversation. I showed the black stone to the elder, as well as the drawings created by my grandfather. He examined each one carefully and shook his head. A look of worry formed on his face. "How did your grandfather die?" the elder asked. "He was murdered." "My condolences. May I ask, how was he before he died?" He looked like a man who was pursued. He was always looking over his shoulder, shut himself away from the world. The elder let out a sigh. Maybe he saw things he shouldn't have. Maybe he took things that he shouldn't have touched. There was a long silence between the two of us as we looked down at our drinks. We were both pondering things. I happened to glance up and briefly caught sight of an old tribal man with a striking white beard and wild hair. He was dressed in a disheveled suit that looked like it came from another period. He was fixated on me. Slowly, he raised a hand and pointed a finger directly at me. I blinked, and just like that, the man was gone. The tribal elder broke the silence. Maybe it'd be best to return the stone back to its rightful place. I spent some time at the local library. I'm not sure what to make of this. Excerpts from a doomed expedition. In 1850, a French explorer, Axel Guillemot, set out to explore Black Mountain. The expedition consisted of 4 other Europeans, 2 Aboriginal guides, and 7 horses. They were never seen or heard from again. Only the remains of one of the guides was discovered. Their camp was found at the base of the mountain. It is believed they perished on the mountain. Subsequent search parties turned up nothing. There are photographs of each member of the expedition. The photographs were taken at a local church in Cooktown. One photograph in particular has put a strain on my nerves. It is of one of the guides, an old man with a head of white hair and a great beard. He was wearing a dark frock coat over light trousers and low-heeled shoes. The name under the photograph: Clifford Bombat. Not much is known of his youth, but his skills in tracking and knowledge of Aboriginal languages suggest a traditional upbringing. His skills in horse riding and marksmanship indicated extensive contact with colonial culture. He was serving as a native assistant in the police force at Cooktown, where his tasks were to assist in the tracking of escaped convicts who were wanted by the authorities. He had a reputation as a superb tracker and a reliable and useful member of any travelling party. The mutilated remains of Clifford Bombat were discovered on the outskirts of their camp. Possible animal attack. The most significant wound was on his head. The trek through the eucalyptus trees was long and arduous. A thick fog bank swallowed the landscape. It suffocated the environment in its omnipresence. The looming mountain was a ghostly silhouette in the thick white veil. Fortunately, we were not far from the base of the mountain when the worst of it arrived. Maybe it was my imagination, but I could have sworn I saw a spectral shape moving in the fog. A feeling of dread began to squeeze my heart. "I don't think we're alone," I whispered to Tommy. "I know." Tommy reached into his rucksack and withdrew a pistol. He looked over at me. "You know how to use firearms?" I nodded. Tommy handed the gun over to me and withdrew a second handgun. He stuck it in his belt. "Huge pythons live in that mountain, big enough to swallow a fully grown roo." Tommy and I set up camp in a small clearing, surrounded by tall grass. We would wait for the fog to dissipate before moving on. In the meantime, we examined my grandfather's maps. It was unusually quiet. The surrounding area was completely mute, save for the sound of a gentle breeze. I could not help but feel eyes on both of us. I dreamed that night. I was standing in a dark hallway at night. My grandfather's home in Poland. At the end of the hall was a door that was partially open. A dim, orange light seeped through the minute openings. I approached the door with great trepidation in my heart. I summoned whatever courage I had and nudged the door open. A slow, painful creak as the door gently swung open. It was my grandfather's study. A lone figure stood at the desk. It was my grandfather. A look of sorrow and regret was etched onto his face. He reached into the desk and withdrew that black stone. He held it in a hand, extending his arm towards me. His lips were moving, as though he was speaking, but no words were coming out. Something materialized behind my grandfather. An apparition. It was Clifford Bombat. His gaze was piercing my soul. Then something happened. His form began to change. He fell to the floor, a thrashing mass of shadows. A giant cat emerged from the darkness. Its coat was inky black that refused to reflect any light. The beast was unlike any cat species that I was familiar with. I could say its sleek body shape was similar to that of a cheetah, but its head was shaped like that of a jaguar with powerful jaws. I think its eyes were the worst. Both pupils were completely dilated. They were both ringed by luminescent irises that gave off a white light. They reminded me of a solar eclipse at totality. It bared its teeth, revealing rows of sharp teeth that dripped with saliva. A low rumbling growl sounded from its throat. Its jaws unhinged, and something erupted from its maw. Serpent. Tentacle. It was a muscular appendage that extruded towards me. It was the cat's esophagus, and its stomach turned inside out. At the end of the gut sac was a bony lance of sorts. It punctured my skull, and I collapsed to the floor. Several smaller tendrils emerged from the beast's throat and lashed out towards me. They entered the bleeding gash in my skull and began to pry it open. The room went black. I awoke to a late-night thunderstorm. I was gripping the stone with a face carved onto it. It was a tough scramble up the mound of gigantic black boulders that formed Black Mountain. We had the benefit of my grandfather's maps that showed us the path to take. He was very meticulous about detailing the locations. The cave entrance was on the summit of the mountain. In order to access it, we had to get down on our bellies and push all the air out of our lungs in order to squeeze through a narrow gap. Once we got through the squeeze, we were able to stand upright. Next was a downward sloping tunnel. The sunlight lessened in here, so we readied our electric torches. The further we traversed the tunnel, the darker it became. At the end of the passage was a drop straight down. Tommy grabbed climbing ropes from his rucksack and secured them, which would allow us to climb down the shaft. And then it happened. Heavy footfalls sounded behind us. A black silhouette knocked Tommy face first against a cavern wall. In the light from my electric torch, a massive feline form was revealed. It swiped its claws at me, just inches from my midsection. I could see pure animal rage in its eyes. It let out an ear-deafening roar that ripped through the passages. It was the phantom cat from my dream. But this was no dream. This was real. In a desperate panic, I withdrew the pistol from my kit bag and I fired several times at the beast. The tunnel lit up from each shot. The deafening rounds punched holes into its hide. But the cat did not even flinch. A guttural rumble sounded from deep within its throat. The cat opened its mouth, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. A muscular and flexible protuberance emerged from its throat. Just like in my dream. It was the animal's stomach and esophagus turning inside out, forming into a tentacle of sorts. A bony claw protruded from the very tip of the tentacle. It then reeled back like a snake, getting ready to strike. It launched towards me and struck the ground just inches from my feet. It did this several times, forcing me backwards each time. I kept backing up in complete and utter terror until I found myself falling. Darkness. When I came to, I found myself at the bottom of the shaft. I was in a state of shock, agony, despair, horror. I detected movement coming from up above me. I grabbed my electric torch, which survived the fall, and I shone it upwards. A face was peering down at me. My grandfather. I cried out. I painfully retreated into the dark passage behind me. My heart noisily beat against my rib cage, and my lungs felt like they were on fire. I came to a complete stop at the end of the passage. My mind was trying to process everything that had happened. Primordial masonry stood in front of me. A wall composed of cyclopean stones. Perhaps it was a structure built by the ancients. It had to be. Oddly enough, a single block was missing. It was a way through. I squeezed through, silently praying that the whole thing would not collapse on me. Clumsily, I emerged into a chamber beyond the cyclopean wall. Spikes of pain shot through my back, reminding me of my great fall, and I gasped in pain. My gasp had drawn the attention of something. Something big. Something hungry. The sound of something dragging through the loose rocks on the chamber floor. Something massive slithered towards me. A cylindrical, limbless body moved into my light. Glistening scales. an arrow-shaped head, 2 yellow eyes fixed on me, a large, fanged mouth. It was a giant python moving towards me. I raised the pistol and I fired twice into its head, putting it down instantly. The recoil made my hands feel numb. I instinctively turned around and I saw a shadowy figure standing back at the cyclopean wall. Shakily, I pointed the pistol and torch at the apparition. To my dismay, the shape seemingly consumed the light. By this point, I was well into the other side of madness, a descent into the inferno. Tears welled up in my eyes. My heart was overworking itself now. In the dead silence of the nameless ruins, I could hear hell's churn in my ears. My breath was stolen. I fled. After plowing through an untold distance, I found myself standing in an enormous cavern. The lights of the chamber were further away than any human eye could see. The inky darkness proved impenetrable from my flimsy torch. I halted my mad dash. It was freezing cold down here, a stark contrast to the surface climate. I could see the vapors of my breath in the light, and my teeth began to chatter as I began to shiver. 2 rows of gigantic standing stones towered over me. It was a prehistoric monument of nebulous origin. It was much larger than Stonehenge. These were the ruins that my grandfather had sketched on paper. I gazed up at the monoliths. Each of them had unidentifiable glyphs etched onto them. What they were supposed to represent remains unknown. Horrible suggestions and primordial fear is what came to mind. A curious altar between the first 2 monoliths caught my attention. Dark stains discolored the top with rivulets on the sides. Movement behind me. I turned around, only to come face to face with my grandfather. I found myself being lifted up off the ground. I kicked and thrashed helplessly. Next, I found myself being flung towards the altar. I landed on my back, having the wind knocked out of me a second time. Groggily, I got up, and I saw my grandfather pointing at me. By now, the twilight mist became waist-high, and the temperature in the cavern continued to drop. I realized my grandfather wasn't pointing at me, but at the altar behind me. I knew what had to be done. Nervously, I reached a hand into my kit bag, and I pulled out the black stone with a face carved onto it. Gently, I placed the rock onto the altar. I felt an electrical sensation travel all throughout my body. There was a smell in the air, like that of a thunderstorm. The mist began to dissipate, and the temperature began to warm up. A loud eruption startled me. Everything went black. I remember flashes of consciousness, dark passages and cave tunnels. the sensation of being dragged, and a voice. Tommy's voice. "You're gonna be okay, mate. Just a bit further." I looked up and saw Tommy's face. But there was something different about him. His eyes. They reminded me of a solar eclipse. I lost consciousness then. When I finally came to, I found myself in the Cooktown Hospital. I know the truth about Black Mountain. I know about the dark and forbidden secrets that are hidden within. I put things right and re-established balance. I think I've been forgiven. However, the mountain of death, the place of the spear, will forever remain in my dreams. The day I got lost, I was working, theoretically. My colleague Frank and I were sent to represent our food company at one of the country's biggest trade fairs. It's not a great job. Our boss couldn't be bothered to pay for any of the extra baggage that came with it. No compensation for traveling, no extra payment for setting up the stall. Nothing. Even worse, our work hours would be so long as so often we'd have to man the stall from early morning until late in the evening, pretending to be as happy to be there as the fair's many visitors. All the while, our boss insisted that we wear these stupid caps with our company's name on it. But Frank and I had a little arrangement going to make the best of our shitty situation. He had been in the trade business for most of his life, and he knew trade fairs inside out. He knew when things would go slow, especially in the early morning or the late evening. Frank also knew that one person was enough to man the stall during those times. This allowed the other to roam the place, to relax or even take a nap. The fair we attended that day was huge. It was held in a giant, sprawling complex comprising various halls, out areas, restaurants, and much more, all connected by a variety of hallways. It was pretty much the equivalent of a small town. After we'd finished getting the stall ready for business, Frank offered to take care of the morning shift, and I was quick to agree. I had been wanting to have a look around ever since we arrived. It wasn't a luxury we could usually afford since we were trapped in our stall for the fair's entire duration. What can I say? I like food, especially meat. When I'd seen that there was an entire hall centering on exotic meat products, well, I had to go. I wished Frank the best of luck with the morning shift, stuffed the damn cap in my pocket, and set out on my merry way. Being the idiot that I am, I just started walking. It wasn't long before I got lost. The place really was huge, and even worse, everything looked the same. After finding and tinkering with one of the interactive display maps, I figured out where I was and where I had to go. Hall 19. It wasn't long, however, before I got lost again. In frustration, I consulted another map display, and I learned that I'd somehow taken a wrong turn, and I was now in Hall 12. Great. That's in an entirely different wing of the complex. This time I snapped a picture of the map, and I followed it to the letter. Whenever I entered a new hall, I checked the big sign telling me which one I was in before I cross-checked my position on the map. I left Hall 12, walked past Hall 11, and eventually through Hall 9. All that was left was to cross Hall 14, and I'd be at my destination. After crossing Hall 14, however, and following another hallway, I suddenly found myself in front of Hall 24. I was dumbfounded, and I pulled out my phone again. For almost a minute, I went over the map, but as much as I searched, I didn't find any Hall 24. The highest hall number I could find was Hall 22. Still confused, but not sure what to do, I entered Hall 24. After a few minutes of stumbling around, I found another map display. The small red dot told me that I was indeed in Hall 24. I frowned. How the hell was there even a Hall 24? When I compared the map in front of me to the one on my phone, I noticed something right away. The map in front of me was different. It was bigger, and several halls seemed to have been added. For a moment, a strange feeling washed over me, and my eyes darted around looking for, I don't even know what. Everything around me was as normal as it could be. Visitors were checking out stalls, talking to sales reps, or indulging in the various samples. Soon enough, however, something made me look up. So far, I had hurried over the fair, not giving any of the stalls a better look. Now that I did, and really looked at them, I saw how strange some of the advertised products were. Right in front of me, a stall was presenting a fruit called Hilarious. By that point, I had been working in the food industry for a good few years, and I considered myself having a rather solid grasp on it. Yet, in all those years, I had never heard of a fruit called Hilarious. When I Googled it, I came up with big fat 0 results. My interest piqued. I approached the stall. Who knows? It might be one of those weird new mixed breeds that had grown in popularity. What I saw, however, looked unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was a slimy, bright orange thing, covered in some kind of spiky fur, is the best I can explain it. The moment I'd made it to the counter, I couldn't help but reach out for it. When my fingers made contact, however, the thing twitched and produced a disgusting wet squeak. Cursing, I cringed back, landing me a few annoyed glances and not a few giggles. For a few more moments, I stood there, staring at the stall and the weird orange fruit. Then I shrugged and went on my way. Phone in hand and staring at my map, I tried to find my way back. After following what I assumed to be the same hallway that I'd entered from, I should have been back in Hall 14. But the entire layout was different. A swift look at the hall sign told me that I had somehow ended up in Hall 27. How the hell had I even gotten here? I had followed the same damn hallway. There should be an exit to my right, leading to an outer area, but it was gone. Instead, I saw another hallway, one that supposedly led to Hall 31. I frowned. How was the place that big? There shouldn't even be a Hall 31. Hell, it shouldn't even go up to 27. And I shouldn't be in Hall 14. At least, if I were to trust the map on my phone. For the next few minutes, I stumbled on, trying my best to ignore the strange, unknown product all around me. Here and there, I would stop, desperately searching for a map display, but saw none. Suddenly, someone called out to me, "Can I help you, sir?" When I turned around, I saw an info desk worker. The woman had stopped a few meters away from me and must have noticed my predicament. "Yeah, sorry, I guess I got lost," I admitted, giving her an embarrassed laugh. The woman also laughed, or rather, giggled. It was a strangely throaty giggle. Only now that I focused on her did I see that most of her face was hidden behind long strands of thick, dark hair. "I've been trying to find Hall 19, but the maps are..." My voice trailed off. The longer I stared at the woman, the more I felt something was wrong with her. She just stood there, and I watched as she pulled out some kind of electronic contraption. "Problem with maps," she started in a now much quieter voice. "Old versions." What the hell was she going on about? This was one of the biggest, most prestigious fairs in the entire country. Why did they display older versions of the maps, and how'd they just add a dozen new buildings to the complex? No, something did not add up. "Where you want to go, sir?" she asked, in her half-whispering voice. She still hadn't moved, still hadn't bothered to brush her hair aside. As I listened to her, I wondered once more what the hell was wrong with her. Even her way of speaking was strange. Her English was over-accentuated, but at the same time, it seemed to take her effort to bring out each individual word. Hall 19, I said eventually. "Not far," she simply said. Then she turned around and began walking. The way she moved was as unnatural as the way she spoke. Instead of stepping forward, she merely shuffled her feet, dragging herself forward as if something was wrong with her legs. It made her entire body move in a strangely jerky motion. "Coming, sir?" she asked after a few moments, but didn't bother to even turn around. Instead of moving, I just stared at her. Somehow, I knew I shouldn't follow her. This woman wasn't normal. Not normal at all. No thank you," I'm sure I can find it on my own. Not even waiting for an answer, I hurried away. I half ran past stalls and visitors, and only once I'd made it past a corner did I feel safe enough to relax. I took a deep breath. Then I looked around, trying to find my bearings. It hadn't been more than a few seconds when I heard the same half-whispered voice again. "Can I help you, sir?" It sounded exactly the same as before. The same weird English. When I looked over my shoulder, I saw her there, only a few meters behind me, staring at me from behind those thick strands of hair. I couldn't help but shiver. Why the hell was she following me? Instead of saying anything, I turned around, hurried towards a hallway, and fled into another market hall. Yet, this new hall was even more different. Things just didn't add up. The layout made no sense. Stalls were placed haphazardly, with no rhyme or reason. When I checked the sign above to find out what hall I had ended up in, I almost laughed. Instead of a number, all I saw were strange symbols. The stalls, too, were covered in them. The products presented were even stranger than the hilarious that I'd seen before. They were utterly alien and seemed half alive. I rushed past stalls and disgusting things as an overwhelming feeling of being lost, of not belonging, came over me. Eventually, I stopped. I hid between two stalls, far away from the bustle of visitors, and I closed my eyes. "Don't give in to it. You're okay, idiot. Just calm down." Yet, when I opened my eyes, I realized it wasn't just the environment that was strange. The people were too. They were all acting normal, but the way they moved, the way their bodies and limbs worked, was wrong. As I stared after one of these people, I couldn't help but think that someone had taken them apart and put them back together the wrong way. They were human, yes, but a few details just didn't match up. Their arms seemed backwards, their facial features slightly warped, and their torsos. No, just don't focus on it. Just find your way back. To hell with Hall 19. Taking another breath, I approached one of the strange people around me. A woman. I tried my best to ignore her weird body and strange face. "Excuse me, I'm trying to get back to Hall 7, but I trailed off when I noticed her wide eyes and confused expression. A fearful noise escaped her mouth before she turned around and hurried away. As she did, I saw the way her legs moved. It looked like there were too many joints in them. For a moment, I almost lost it because of this surreal situation I found myself in. Then, I heard a strange, half-whispered voice coming from nearby. Sweat broke out all over my body. It's a coincidence, I told myself. But when I turned around, I saw the same strange woman. This time, however, she wasn't alone. She was talking to a pair of security guards. Both of them looked as strange as she did. I shivered when I noticed them making the same jerky movements. When she turned in my direction, I ran. I knew I shouldn't, no, couldn't, be found by her again. But when I looked over my shoulder, I saw that all three of them were watching after me. I dashed away, turned right, then left, past haphazardly placed stalls, not even sure what exactly I was running from. As I did, I pulled out the damn cap and threw away the jacket I was wearing. It wasn't much, but maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't recognize me. The layout of the hall, however, was too disorienting. There wasn't a place to hide, and I knew that if I stayed here, it was only a matter of time before they'd discover me. Then, I saw a tightly knit group of people making their way towards a hallway. I instantly ran in their direction, trying to mingle, to hide between them. When I reached them, however, I saw how wrong they all were. Some were too short, others too tall. Some were shambling around, while others were slumped over. In between, I saw children running here and there. They were moving on all fours, more like animals than human beings. When one of them focused on me, I saw glaring, animalistic eyes. I covered my face before I pushed myself past the strange gathering and entered the hallway ahead. This hallway, however, differed from any I'd seen before. It was small, almost constricting. More of a tunnel, really. The floor was dirty, and the only light that reached me came from randomly placed yellowish lamps. As strange as this place was, though, I could do nothing but hurry on ahead, driven by an almost primal fear of that woman and her companions. I ran on and eventually entered the hall at its end. I had barely crossed a few meters when I noticed how strange the place was. This wasn't an ordinary market hall. Neither was it one of the disorientating, haphazardly thrown together ones. No, this place didn't feel like it had been planned out or even constructed. It looked more like a shanty town, a place that had grown bigger and bigger over a long period. The ground was as dirty as that of the hallway, and a variety of stains and fluids covered it. I saw caskets and boxes everywhere. I saw empty cages and, occasionally, chunks of meat discarded and left to rot. The air was heavy, with a disgustingly sweet smell. In an instant, I pushed myself past empty crates and behind a stack of boxes. What the hell was this place? My eyes darted around, trying to find out where I had ended up. Eventually, I found the sign, but the hall's number was all wrong. At first, I didn't know what it said. But after a few seconds, I could finally decipher it. It was supposed to be Hall 37. The numbers, however, they were backwards and distorted. They looked as if someone who had never seen numbers before had written them. And that's when it clicked. It wasn't just the sign. It was this entire place. This wasn't a fair or a market hall. It was an imitation. One that was all wrong. The people, the things populating this place, they too were nothing but cheap imitations of the human form. They wore mismatched pieces of clothing, ones that were too small or too big, and shoes that just didn't fit. Their entire form was warped, as if something horrible was hidden below their outfits. When I focused on one such person, a cold shower went down my spine. My entire body felt cold. A nervous chuckle almost escaped my mouth, and I had to scream at myself to not move until they had passed by. What I thought was a face was not. It was a mask. A drawing of a happy face, frozen in a perpetual half smile. But it was too simple, too cheap, and reminded me of a child's crayon drawing. The strange person shuffled past my hiding place, and then stopped in front of a stall, or something that was supposed to look like one. It was nothing but a crude construction, made from wood and rubble, an amalgamation of trash. Hooks dangled from it here and there, each one sprouting a chunk of raw, bloodied meat. I watched as the thing approached a hook. In a swift motion, it tore down one of the dangling chunks and pushed it below its mask. For a few seconds, it seemed to chew on the meat. Then, a long, black tongue slithered out from under the mask, and I watched as it licked blood and pinkish goo from its misshapen hand. A while longer, the thing just stood there, staring at the remaining chunks of meat before it shuffled onwards. By now, I had made out that a similar thing was manning the stall, one wearing another of the crayon masks. A strange, grunt-like sound escaped its mouth when it saw the empty hook. I watched in confused horror as it approached something covered by a piece of clothing. It was a cage, and for a moment, it moved the cloth aside and seemed to check what was inside. When it did, I heard something. Sobbing. The sobbing was unmistakably that of a human being. The cloth went back down, and then it vanished behind the stall, tearing aside a curtain I hadn't even known was there. I only saw for a moment, but I could have sworn I saw blood and gore, and something that might have once been a human body. I barely covered my mouth to drown out the scream that wanted to escape my mouth. Then, still huddled between crates and boxes, I realized what those stains were. Those fluids on the floor all around me. Blood. Human blood. And those chunks of meat. This time, I could do nothing, and I threw up right where I was. Almost instantly, heads turned to where I was. Heads sprouting the same smiling crayon-like faces. In a frantic motion, I stumbled out from between those crates. Before any of those things could react, I ran. I rushed past them, past the non-stalls they had erected, and then back into the dark, tunnel-like hallway. I had almost made it, had almost escaped this hellhole of a place, when a hand closed around my arm. "Can I help you, sir?" The same words. The same damn words. The same voice, as if to mock me. That same damn woman. The thing in front of me repeated them once more. "Can I help you, sir?" This time, I realized what was wrong with her voice. It wasn't the half-whispering. Neither was it the weird English. No, it was the voice itself. It sounded as if someone, or something, was trying to emulate a human being speaking. Another cheap imitation. Another one that was all wrong. "No, let me go." I tore at the arm holding me in place, twisted my body, only to be pulled backwards. At that moment, the hair that covered the face was thrown aside. For the first time, I saw the face. I instantly cringed back. It wasn't one of the simple, crayon-like faces. No, it almost looked real. Almost. It was a mask, but one made of skin. Of lifeless, human skin. And then something moved. Not the face, but whatever was hidden below it. I could see a hidden mouth. Could almost see it turning into the outlines of a twisted grin. I screamed in terror. Tried once more to get away. But it was too late. The commotion had been noticed. From the entrance of the knot hall in the back, hulking, shambling figures were making their way towards us. By now, they weren't even trying to keep their imitation alive anymore. No, all that remained of it were the empty, half-smiling crayon faces.
Can I help you, sir?
This time, the words came out in the same deep voice I'd heard before. The image of those cages returned to me. Of the hooks. Of the chunks of meat dangling from them. That would be me, I realized. That was what awaited me. And then, my fear, my terror, were pushed aside by rage. No, it fucking wouldn't be me. I was not livestock. My free hand shot forward, and in a single motion, I tore apart the disgusting, dead skin covering the thing's face. What I saw below was nothing but twisted flesh and scar tissue. An inhuman shriek, one of outrage, escaped its mouth, and I felt the hand holding onto me let go. As the thing covered its face, I dashed away, I was out of the tunnel in an instant, and then back into this disorganized hall. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what was coming after me. I just ran. My flight took me through hall after hall, each of them stranger than the one before. They were all twisted and wrong. One seemed to be built vertically, with stalls stacked on top of one another continuously. Another was populated by stalls that seemed to have grown and were more alive than the beings moving between them. More than once, figures pointed and stared at me. Some cringed away, for I was as alien to them as they to me. Yet sometimes I felt hands reaching out for me, trying to hold me in place. In sheer and utter panic, functioning purely on adrenaline, I ran on. My lungs were burning. My legs were getting weaker. I had no goal, no direction. I just ran on, trying desperately to flee the surreal place that my world had become. Then I collided with someone stepping out in front of me. I stumbled, lost my balance, and crashed to the floor. I cursed, fought my way back up, and was about to keep running when a hand closed around my arm. In my mind, I could already hear those same words. Instead, I found myself face to face with a man who looked entirely human. A security guard. Yet, I didn't stop. I tried to get away and eventually pulled my arm free. This was nothing but another ploy, I thought. Another fake who was out to get me. I stumbled another step, then another, before I fell once more. My eyes darted around, searching for hulking, shambling figures. But all I saw were faces. Normal faces. Some seemed worried, others confused. A group of teenagers nearby snickered behind their hands. I even saw a couple dragging their son away the moment I stared at them. But they were all unmistakably human. By now, the security guard had motioned for his colleagues to come over. As they stood in front of me, their mouths moved, but my brain didn't seem to function. Once more, one of them got a hold of me, pulling me to my feet. In an instant, however, I tore myself free again. "The hell's the matter with him?" one of them said. Another mentioned the words drunk and drugs. I finally opened my mouth and began rambling about being followed and hunted down before I shut my mouth again. "You saw what? Someone following you?" "No." I started shaking my head. "I mean, yes. There's this woman and those men, but..." My voice trailed off when I saw their expressions and how they were staring me down. It was clear they weren't buying a word of what I was saying. "I think it's best for you to leave the premises, sir," the one holding onto my arm said. With that, they swiftly escorted me from the complex. Still confused, but more than relieved to finally be escaping the place, I made my way back to our hotel. When Frank arrived, he was pissed. While I was sitting on the bed, He laid into me. He ranted on and on about where I'd been, what I thought I was doing, and even told me that he'd informed the boss about me skipping out on the job. I only half listened, still plagued by what I'd seen just hours ago. Eventually, Frank got a hold of my collar and pulled me up close. "The fuck's the matter with you, Danny?" At first, I only stared at his angry face, but then I opened my mouth. "I don't know, I think I got lost. Never mind." When Frank heard this, he let go of me, and the anger on his face evaporated. "What happened? What did you see?" Instead of answering, I shook my head and told him that he wouldn't believe me. For a moment, Frank continued staring at me before he grumbled something and left it at that. Later that evening, though, when the two of us went out to have some beers, I finally opened up to him. Frank listened without saying a word. Once I was done, though, I couldn't help but laugh again. I told him I must be overworked, or perhaps I had a panic attack. Frank, however, didn't join in with my laughter. Instead, his face grew dark. "No, you did get lost. What do you... Listen, Danny, these days, they make these places, these fairs, too damn big. There's too many people. It's only natural that some get lost or end up in places that they don't belong. Happens all the time. Just no one ever talks about it. How do you know?" Frank didn't answer that. Instead, he just sat there, staring at his beer, avoiding my probing eyes. "Best thing you can do is not to wander around. Just stay at your stall," he finally whispered. When he looked up again, I saw his expression, saw the sad, anxious look that now filled it. For the next couple of minutes, I pressed him to tell me what he meant. I asked him if he had gotten lost himself, but Frank never said another word about it. It's been years since it all happened. I don't work with Frank anymore, and neither do I work at trade fairs. I just couldn't do it. Whenever I went near those giant, disorientating halls and saw the countless people entering them, I was pushed into a state of almost panic. In time, however, as the years went by, what happened that day became nothing but distant memories. Just recently, though, having finally gotten over my fears, I did visit one of our local trade fairs with a friend of mine. As we walked from hall to hall, I couldn't help but look around, watching my surroundings. I saw them. I saw the few select people who seemed bewildered, confused, lost. It's always people who are a tad bit different, a tad bit wrong. People who just don't seem to belong. And I can always see those who are preying on them. Figures who pretend to be info desk workers, security guards, even sales reps. And I can see them lead them away. Lead them into directions that shouldn't lead anywhere. or that leads somewhere else entirely. From an early age, I was told that my father had built me and that I was built to help the family. Any feelings or thoughts that differed from his programming were to be reported to him as a malfunction that he would then fix. It didn't take me long to associate malfunctions with pain, and I reported them less and less over the years. I slept in the basement, in a box with a thin layer of foam and a pillow. I didn't go to school. I didn't know school even existed. My education, if you can even call it that, was a list of books on topics to upload. Most of these books were on topics useful to my parents, such as basic plumbing and electrical work, cooking, gardening, those written by my father on my programming. My mother would then give me a list of questions to answer, all about these books, to ensure the upload was successful. Sometimes the questions would be tricks, or I would somehow answer them incorrectly in the eyes of my outraged father. My uploads were almost always successful. I had nothing but time and the intense fear of corrupting my processes if I didn't properly concentrate. Writing this now, so many years later, it does sound ridiculous, but as a child, unexposed to the world, I had only my parents to guide me. Between uploads and maintenance, I had tasks to complete. This included mowing the lawn, tending the garden, cooking meals, cleaning and fixing things such as lawnmowers, washing machines, dryers and fridges. There was no downtime. I always had broken things to fix. I later found out my father would sell these things once I fixed them. When I was 17 years old, I didn't know of birthdays or my age, but this is what the police have told me. My father had to stop work and decided that it was time for me to earn some money. The thought scared me, but I obeyed orders as I had been programmed to do. My father would send me to do cash jobs mowing lawns and doing general yard work. He would usually wait in the car until I was done, or leave and come back if no one was home. During those times, he would put me on mute mode, and he said that he would know if I spoke with anyone. It was forbidden. If I malfunctioned, there would be serious consequences. No one ever approached or spoke to me. Even if they had arrived home before my father returned, they would make their way inside without a word. I discovered later that he had told his clients I was deaf and mute and liked to be left alone to finish the job. It was simple. He would drop me off on a large property. I would do my job, and we would leave. One day, I was mowing at a regular's house. No cars were in the driveway, so my father left me to do the job. Shortly after, a girl came out with a drink. She looked about the same age as me, and for a moment, I considered that maybe she might be an android too. "It's pretty hot outside. I thought you might want this," she said, handing me a black drink. "It's Pepsi. I hope that's okay." She smiled. I had no idea what Pepsi was. It was black, like the oil Mother made me drink, so I thought it should be okay. I still remember that first sip. It was the single greatest thing I had tasted. It didn't leave my mind feeling scrambled like my mother's drink. I wanted to ask what Pepsi was. Where did she get this drink? Did she make it? "I haven't seen you around. What school do you go to?" Pepsi Girl asked. I put my head down and I walked back to my mower. What was I supposed to do? "You're not even going to say thank you?" she said, following me. I looked back at her. She made me nervous, for reasons I was yet to understand. "I have to work," I replied to her. Without another word, she just huffed and walked away. I spent the rest of the day counting down the minutes until my father came to pick me up. I was convinced that he would know I had gone off mute mode, that I had spoken to someone. When my father's dusty red wagon pulled up, I loaded my gear into the car and got in. No words were spoken. I felt a sense of relief, but a small voice in the back of my head spoke to me. "He may not know now, but wait until you get home." Nothing was out of the usual that night. I did my chores, worked on my uploads, and I recharged my batteries. The rest of the week was business as usual. My father was in one of his moods that lasted from days to weeks. The longer the mood, the more aggressive he would get with me. That little voice in the back of my head spoke to me once more. Maybe he really doesn't know. Maybe he is lying. Once this seed had been planted, over the next few months, its roots took hold of me. The rare moments I was left alone, I did something I had never done before. I watched television. Though usually on mute and in very short intervals, I started seeing images of the outside world. Happy families, cartoons and animals. It was mesmerizing and terrifying at the same time. The day that changed my life, however, was the day I turned on the TV and caught a glimpse of iRobot. Real androids that had sown real doubts within me. Though I knew something was inherently wrong about my situation, I didn't know what to do. Eventually, I was sent back to Pepsi Girl's house, and I got to work. I was really hoping she would bring me some more Pepsi, but I didn't get my hopes up. I was almost done mowing the lawn when she pulled into the property. I watched her drive up to the house and get out. A part of me screamed to talk to her. I thought of the scenarios carefully. I would find out the truth about myself. She might tell my father, and my malfunction would need to be fixed. I might get Pepsi. I caught her at the door, almost out of breath from running, and she turned to look at me with a glare. "Am I an android?" "Father says I'm an android," I blurted out. "Android?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. I told her everything that I've told you, and about the movie I'd seen with real androids. She stood quietly, I guessed that she was trying to make sense of it all. I heard footsteps behind me and immediately lost all my courage. My father said nothing, grabbed my arm and pulled me away. I looked back at her, still with the same perplexed look she wore when I first approached her. I had blown it. That night was the worst night of my life. The fixing my father did was worse than ever before. And now I knew. I am something. I am someone. The seams were splitting. My father no longer bothered with the usual half-assed facade that had become so apparent to me now. It was just straight punishment. Both my parents tried scaring me, telling me stories of police in the outside world. They were both furious but also shaken. I wasn't allowed out of the basement after that. The days passed slowly, and my parents' screaming matches were the only form of stimulation I had. I would put my ear to the door to try and hear what they were saying. One sentence drove fear into me that I didn't know I had. I'm going to shut it down for good. I knew I was that it. I heard someone coming down the steps and fled from the door. My father pushed it open, but stayed outside. I stared at him from across the room, uncertain of what I was supposed to do. He threw a shovel into the room, and it clanged against the floor, breaking the silence. "Come," he said, motioning me out of the room. I obeyed his commands, and I was led into the backyard. We walked further out onto the property before he ordered me to dig a hole. "What am I digging for?" I asked him. "What's with all these questions? What happened to you? Didn't I program you right?" My father had to be in his 60s at least, but this shriveled up old man still terrified me. "Are you going to shut me down?" "Yeah, that's right. Gonna shut you down and get a new one. One that can keep its mouth shut." A half smile appeared on my father's face, as if satisfied with himself. That smile pissed me off. That man pissed me off. As much as he scared me, I thought of what I was missing. Though I didn't even know what I was missing, aside from the magical world I'd put together through TV shows. I thought of Pepsi Girl. I thought of the Pepsi. And then all the pain this man had caused me. I clenched the shovel and I swung it at him, connecting with the side of his face. The sound rung out into the night, but no part of me was sticking around to enjoy it. My father hit the ground and I started running. There was no plan. I had not intended for this to happen, and I had no clue where I was going or where I should be going. After cutting through a few properties, I finally stopped running. I collapsed into some tall grass and caught my breath. It was the first time I'd been out at night on my own, and despite the fear and uncertainty, it was the most beautiful night of my life. I decided I would go to Pepsi Girl's house. I knew it was close and I had an idea of where it was. I continued walking and found myself at the driveway just as the sun was coming up. I knocked and knocked on the door until a worried-looking man came out to greet me. I told him everything I'd told his daughter, and he believed me. Thank God he believed me. The police arrived at the house to find my father with a gun in his mouth. He had already disposed of my mother. They told him to put it down, but he pulled the trigger, and it was over. Over for them, but not for me. My life was just beginning. It was revealed to me that they were not really my parents. They had stolen me, stolen my childhood, stolen my mind. And at times, I wonder if they just might steal my sanity. Thank God for malfunctions. I love a good ghost story. When I was younger, there were these series of books called Haunted Philippines and True Philippine Ghost Stories that contained ghost stories and paranormal experiences from various people across the country. Some stories were in English, while the rest were in Tagalog. They were quick to read and had numerous volumes. Sometimes they even had a section of ghost pictures near the end. You know the kind. Nonchalant landscape or family pics with a blurry figure circled in red. Some of them actually looked quite convincing and downright creepy. I loved that series, though I should have enjoyed them more while they lasted. As of last year, they seem to have been discontinued and they're difficult to find in bookstores now. To me, these books were just good entertainment. Growing up in the Philippines provided no shortage of ghost stories and mythical legends. It seemed like everyone had a story to tell, or knew someone who had one. I've had a handful of relatives in my family who claim to have had encounters with a ghost, or multo, as we call them in our native tongue. I never thought that I would have one of my own stories to share, but that changed very recently. My family and I had recently taken a trip back to the Philippines. It was long overdue, as I had not seen my relatives and my home country in several years. It was a bit strange to see all my younger cousins growing up. It was a great experience just to see them all again and spend time with them. On our first week there, we were on our way back to my aunt's house from a long day of shopping when the conversation in the car turned to supernatural stuff. Our culture is heavy on religion and tradition, and we can be very superstitious at times. There are numerous stories of mythical monsters in Filipino culture, and hearing about them from my parents and relatives only furthered my interest. They included stories of the Tikbalang, which was a monster that frequented the forests in the mountains. It's described as a large, humanoid creature with the head and limbs of a horse. Then there's the Kapre. That's more of a tale for kids. It's described as a tall, troll-like thing that resides in large trees where it will sit and smoke a cigar, waiting to scare off little children that are out too late at night. He's usually known as non-violent though. Another one is a tianak. They are the stuff of nightmares. In remote areas, nearby forests, you could hear the faint crying of a baby. If you followed those sounds deep into the woods, it could lead you to becoming perpetually lost. Or if you were really unlucky, you would find the source. You would stumble upon what looks like a baby on the ground, but in reality, it is a small, ghastly creature that will transform and eat you. Then there is the aswang, a shapeshifter that feeds on human flesh at night. A specific species of them, called a mannannggggg, which translates literally to remover, is a particularly terrifying one. By day, they are in the form of a regular woman, but by night, they feed. They root their legs to the ground as their top half detaches itself, sprouts bat-like wings, and takes flight. They are known to mainly target pregnant women. They have this long, vine-like tongue that slithers down and eats the fetus as they hover right outside the window. I know, pretty crazy stuff, right? I've always regarded these tales with a healthy amount of salt and a full dose of fear. They were cool and unique, but I could happily live the rest of my life not encountering any of them, if they were indeed real. Even when I moved away, I was still wary of those regional creatures. Anyways, during the car ride, my cousins spoke of strange sightings and experiences that they've all had, all with varying degrees of believability and silliness. My dad relayed some tales from his younger years about how his group of friends would encounter this and that. He was always ever so dramatic with his storytelling. It was all in good fun, but throughout the whole conversation, my mum remained quiet. She was the hard skeptic type. She would always dismiss those stories as silly folklore. However, at that moment, it looked like she had something to say. My curiosity took over, and I finally asked her if she had had any ghostly encounters. She looked at me, and she nodded. Back during her college years, when she was studying to be a nurse, she lived on campus of a very old school, not too far from the city that I was born in. Living conditions were pretty rough. 4 of them had to share a room half the size of a normal college dorm. On top of that, the campus used to be an infirmary during World War II. Hundreds of soldiers from both sides of the war passed through and died within those walls. Residents of the dorm would speak of strange noises in the night. Footsteps, faint echoes and knocking were heard in certain parts of the building. There were rumors that the place was also a temporary orphanage at one point in time, and that a handful of children had died there. They said that you could hear the children's laughter in the walls if you listened really closely. On more than one occasion, my mum and her roommates would wake up to faint shuffling noises in the room, like someone small was moving around. When they looked around, they would never see anyone, so they just dismissed it and went back to sleep. It wouldn't be until the following morning that they saw what looked like footprints on the walls and ceiling. They were the size of a child's feet. One of her roommates moved out after that. One night, a close friend of my mum's was heading back to her room after a late-night study session. She was wary of the supernatural, so she kept her head down and walked quickly through the halls. As she passed by one of the empty rooms, something caught her eye. That large room used to be a triage area when the place was still a hospital. The old rusted beds were all left there, abandoned, and the room was used for storage. She said she saw a half-dozen men lying on the beds. They looked injured and bandaged, and they wore what looked like the uniform of an American soldier from World War II. She stood frozen in place as she felt the coldest chill she'd ever experienced in her life. Then, one of the soldiers sat straight up and slowly turned towards her. That was enough to snap her back to her senses, and she took off running towards her room. When she got to her dorm and told her friends what she saw, the brave ones of the group headed to the room to investigate. When they got there, the beds were, of course, empty. Ever the skeptic, my mum didn't put much stock in these stories. That is, until early one morning, when she experienced something that challenged her stance and still bothers her to this day. In the mornings before classes, my mum would wake up extra early so she could get first dibs on the showers in the community bathrooms. It wasn't too hard, since a lot of the residents had convinced themselves that the place really was haunted, and they were unwilling to venture out on their own that early. My mum mostly ignored those stories, and she always got to class early. That morning, she did her usual routine and it went off without a hitch. As she was walking back to her room, she heard it. She said it sounded like whispers. She stopped and turned around. Down the hallway, a figure stood just at the edge of the darkness. The lights weren't in the best condition in that wing, so it was dim. Still though, my mum could discern that the figure was dressed like a nun. That didn't make any sense, since there were no nuns on campus, and the nearest church was several miles away. Staying completely calm, my mum turned and walked away. She quickened her pace and her own footsteps echoed in the empty hall. She strained to hear any other noises, but she heard none. When she turned right into another hallway, she saw the nun from the corner of her eye. It was closer, definitely following her. As she got closer to her dorm, she turned around once more. The nun was at the end of the hall, just as far away from her as when she first saw it. The nun stood still, as if she had been standing there the whole time. My mum quickly reached her door and struggled to unlock it. Daring one last look, she turned to her left, but the nun was gone. Relieved, she turned the lock. As she did, she moved to pick up her stuff and felt an unnaturally cold chill. She slowly looked right, and it was right there. The nun, on the other end of the hall, except now she was much closer and fully in the light. On instinct, my mum turned the knob and threw her door open. And that's when the child ran out. A small, kindergarten-aged child ran out of her dorm room, brushed past her leg, and ran towards the nun. The child was laughing innocently, as if playing a game of tag. My mum watched as the child ran past the nun and disappeared into another room. After a few moments, the nun turned and followed the child. My mum asked around after that experience and learned that the last time there were children or nuns in the campus was back when it was a temporary orphanage several years ago. They had shut it down after a tragic fire killed a dozen children and a few nuns looking after them. She never experienced anything else out of the ordinary after that. After she told that story, we all sat stunned in our seats. Mum had been holding out on us. I was thrilled, but also a little terrified of what I'd just heard. See, at the time, I had a passive interest in the paranormal. It wasn't anything serious and nowhere near obsession levels. It's not like I was out to prove that the afterlife existed or find evidence that ghosts and spirits were real, to try and find some sort of meaning in this chaotic world. Did I believe in the supernatural? Not really, but I would be open to the possibility. My interest in the subject was purely recreational, like someone who enjoys horror movies or knitting sweaters. In fact, while I like reading up on urban legends and I enjoy hearing ghost stories, I'm also terrified by them. My imagination, fueled by stuff I've read and scary movies I've watched, would always get the best of me whenever I was alone in the dark. It was a sort of interesting paradox. Kind of like how at one point in my childhood I was fascinated by snakes as animals, but I was also deathly afraid of encountering one out in the wild. To be honest, I was still a little bit jealous of my mum that she had such a cool story to tell. I wished at that moment I had my own story. Well, you know what they say about being careful what you wish for. Later on in the trip, we visited my uncle who lived a few towns over. There, he lived with his family, where he ran a very lucrative farming business. On the way there, we passed over a long bridge that went over a steep ravine with a river below. As our car rode along the bridge, I couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It made sense, since I'd travelled over this bridge many times before, whenever I would visit my uncle and cousins. However, underneath that feeling of nostalgia was a sense of unadulterated fear and dread. Like something bad had happened here, and it somehow directly affected me. A distant memory, screaming to be remembered. As if on cue, my dad pointed out that this bridge was infamous to the surrounding towns and cities because of the White Lady. Just like the Capre or the Tikpalang, the White Lady is another one of the ghost stories told all around the country. She is, perhaps, the most well-known, since different countries also have their own version. In America, she's usually called the Lady in White. In Spanish culture, she's La Llorona. The basic idea remains the same. A ghostly-looking woman wearing a long white dress with long dark hair stands on the side of isolated roads, waiting to hitch a ride. The scenarios vary, but in the Philippines, if you stopped and gave her a ride, she would silently enter your back seat. If you don't interact with her, she'll leave you alone until she eventually disappears from your car some distance later. If you see her on the road and keep driving, she will suddenly appear in your car and attack you. The moral is, it's better to give her a ride than not. When we arrived at my uncle's large house, I couldn't shake the feeling that the bridge had somehow directly affected me. After a delicious dinner and a round of video games with my cousins, I found my uncle out on the balcony, having a drink. He offered me a beer, since I was finally old enough, and I took a seat next to him. "Hey, Tito, do you remember anything about that bridge right outside of town?" He put his drink down and regarded me for a few moments. He cut straight to the chase. "You were very young when it happened. I suppose you didn't remember it much." Now I was fully intrigued. I had to know. What exactly happened? His warm smile faded, and he told his tale. As the story went on, the memories began to flood my mind. Memories that I had long since repressed as a defense mechanism. All the details came to me in excruciating clarity, as if it only happened yesterday. By the time he finished the story, there was no denying it. I had indeed encountered a ghost all those years ago. It was the mid-90s, and I was still living in the Philippines. I was a plucky 6-year-old that was all about adventuring and exploring. Once or twice a week, I would spend the night at my uncle's farm. Back then, a small budding business. The town it was in was smaller then, fairly remote. I loved that place because there were so many areas to explore, but only in the daytime. One particular night, I was over at his place, just watching TV. My uncle got a call of a new delivery of chicken feed that needed to be picked up in the next town. At the time, he only had a few farmhands and they all had the night off. Usually he wouldn't make a supply run this late at night, but he was behind schedule and needed to pick up the supplies or risk losing profit. As he headed out, he asked me if I wanted to tag along. Ever the restless child, I immediately agreed. My uncle had an old Toyota SUV that he used for all his delivery pickups. I sat in the second row, my usual spot, while my uncle slid into the driver's seat. Most of the voyage was uneventful. It was nearly 11 p.m. at night, so there was hardly any other vehicles on the road. Upon crossing the bridge the first time, nothing happened. During that time, the bridge was newly constructed. It was only put up the year before, after the original bridge had been ravaged by the last typhoon. The city even put up streetlights on the new bridge for better visibility. That was a huge deal, since none of the other surrounding roads even had streetlights at all. We arrived at the next town and I helped my uncle load up the supplies. Well, as much as a small 6-year-old can help. On the way back home was when it happened. I was sitting in the back seat, absent-mindedly looking out the window, when I felt the car slow down. We were almost at the bridge, and I noticed that something was not right. I was too small to see over the seat and out the windshield, but I could tell that all the lights on the bridge were off. At this point, the car slowed to a crawl. "Hey, why don't you lie down and take a little nap?" my uncle said from the front. Something in his voice didn't sound right. It sounded like he was scared and struggling to hide it. "No, that's okay. I'm not tired. Please, just do it for me, okay?" He sounded stern but measured. My uncle was usually an easygoing guy, so when he got serious, you know you should pay attention. "Okay," I said, as I laid down on the seat sideways. I briefly saw my uncle's eyes in the rearview mirror. They showed unmistakable fear. I felt the familiar bump that signaled that we were now on the bridge. Then the car stopped. "Close your eyes, okay? No matter what, keep them closed. Okay?" I started to get scared. I didn't know what was happening or why I had to close my eyes. Regardless, I shut them tight. Then, the strangest thing happened. My uncle began to sing. It was a traditional Filipino folk song. I had only heard it once before. About a year ago, my aunt and uncle got into a shouting match, as in a things were thrown across the room type of shouting match. I was at their house at the time and my cousins and I stayed in their room, cowering and waiting for the storm to pass. An hour later, my uncle entered the room and apologized for the shouting. And then he started to sing that song to lull us off to sleep. The melody was beautiful, and I'd never known my uncle could sing that well. He never did it again. At least, not until that moment, when we were on that dark bridge. The song sounded just as beautiful, but I could tell his voice was shaking. His car wasn't that big, but I was a small child, and there was a lot of room in that second row. I was lying down on the seat perpendicular to the windows, trying and hoping for sleep to come. Instead, something else did. Click, click. I heard the familiar mechanism of the headlights flashing. All of a sudden, I sensed that I was not alone in that second row anymore. My spatial awareness of the car told me that someone was sitting right next to me. We had gained another passenger. I shut my eyes even tighter as my uncle began to drive. The temperature inside the car became cold. I curled myself into a ball, seeking refuge from whatever it was that was now right next to me. I didn't know much about ghosts and supernatural creatures at that age, and though I couldn't see it, something told me that I was in the presence of something not of this world. My uncle finished that song and started over again. I was amazed that he was able to keep his composure. Me, I refused to open my eyes. I could hear her, so uncomfortably close next to me. At first, I heard what sounded like clicking. As it increased in volume, it sounded like stalks of celery being twisted and broken. Crack, 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 crack. It was unnerving. Those sounds were not normal. They were all around me. Finally, we crossed over the bridge, but she was still there. I was so scared I could barely move. The car hit a bump, which caused me to slide over the other side, closer to her. I could feel damp cloth against my leg. My breaths became shallow, and I started to cry. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I opened my eyes just for a split second. In that split second, I saw her. A brief flash of white with stringy, damp hair, blacker than night. She was turned away from me. I blinked the tears from my eyes. When I opened them again, that mass of black hair was right in front of my face. I shut my eyes tight again. After what seemed like an eternity, the car hit a familiar curve on the road that signaled the entrance into our town. I felt that entity come even closer to me. By this time, my uncle was silent. No more songs. The air became even colder, right next to my face, and I shook. Not from the cold, but from terror. And then, she spoke, right into my ear. It was a hushed whisper, lower than any whisper I've ever heard. I couldn't make out what she said. It didn't sound threatening or angry. It sounded sad. And then, she was gone. I immediately felt the difference. I could no longer feel another presence in the car, and the air went from cold to tropical humid again. I heard my uncle breathe a sigh of relief. I did not open my eyes until we had reached the safety of the farm. My uncle had to carry me back inside and straight into my bed, and only then did I open my eyes. From what I could recall, we never spoke of that night to anyone, not even each other, ever again. Subsequent trips across that bridge at night never resulted in any more white lady sightings. At least, not for me. I would find out later that, in the early 80s, a woman was found dead at the bottom of that bridge. People said that she was traveling to the next town and was hoping to catch a ride with any passing vehicles. It was late at night and she had no family nearby that could give her a ride. No one knows what really happened, but many suspected that it was murder. After my trip back to the Philippines, I couldn't stop thinking about that night at the bridge. How could I forget such an incredible and terrifying experience? I guess it doesn't matter since I remember it now. But there was something else I realized about that night. Something that I did not remember before. When I heard her whisper, I thought that I had only heard unintelligible garble. But that's not true. She did say something. She said, "Maraming salamat." Translated to English, that means, "Thank you very much." To kick things off, I want to apologize in advance. I'm not really much of a writer, besides occasionally whipping up the odd shitpost or throwing out heated paragraphs in YouTube comment sections. Honestly, I don't really care about wicked detailing or anything like that. I just wanted to share my experience in a place where I feel like people will care to read it. Well, at least it's better than being brushed off. I feel a bit less afraid knowing that others can understand a fraction of the terror I've endured through me retelling my own story. Do you know what I mean? I'm just a 22-year-old guy in my second year of college. Sadly, I don't have much else to say about my achievements in life so far. But nobody really comes here to read about that stuff anyway. I'm fortunate enough to have my own one-room apartment that my parents help pay for. It's located relatively close to my campus and it's in a fairly decent neighborhood. But after last night, I'm kind of considering moving back in with my mum and dad. Not that that would serve to change much. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I can't remember when exactly, I began to go through an ordeal terrifying enough to cause me major setbacks in reaching my developmental milestones, as more than one counselor described. The event, as one such counselor would refer to it, would happen completely at random. Sometimes twice a week, for months on end, and other times it might come about once in an entire year, if I happen to be so lucky. There was one constant though. It always occurred during the dead of the night, between midnight and 3 in the morning. For whatever reason, this incident only ever played out when everyone else in my house was sound asleep. It was always the same thing. I'd be laying in bed in my room, sometimes asleep, sometimes not. And then, out of nowhere, I'd hear it. The heavy footsteps of wet, bare feet, stomping across the hardwood floor, originating from somewhere downstairs. Whoever it was, they didn't seem to want to be subtle or sneaky. Instead, always sprinting all the way up my stairs at top speed, then down the hallway, before stopping directly in front of my door. Whoever it was, they were very fast, and I hardly ever had a chance to scream before they had reached the outside of my door. Now, my door has always been closed, so back then, I never had a clear view of whoever was lurking outside. But strangely, and thankfully, they have never really tried to actually enter my room. There was no lock on the door either, so it seemed that whoever was out there was content in just standing around until they eventually decided to go away. Though I never actually heard the leaving part in all my years of suffering through this. There were no footsteps trailing away. The person in question just didn't happen to be there once morning came. On rare occasions, they would knock on the door. Other times, they would jiggle the doorknob, but otherwise, they never spoke to me. It was absolutely mortifying when it happened the very first time, and all I could do was cower beneath my sheets, sobbing, too afraid to even call out for my parents, in fear that some kind of escaped convict or serial killer was waiting for me. After that first harrowing experience, I would of course let my parents know what happened. And judging by how shaken up I was, they believed me wholeheartedly, without asking many questions. At first, they blamed each other, throwing out accusations of cruel jokes to try and scare me into getting to sleep earlier. But after it happened a few more times, within the very same year, they began to grow just as terrified as I was, even though they had never been awake to hear it. It was the same ordeal every time it happened. That sound of sticky, wet skin against hardwood, making a mad dash for my bedroom, sprinting up the stairs and towards the door with the speed and desperation of someone trying to escape a raging fire. Obviously, because of this, I couldn't get to sleep at night, and often I would arrive at school in a sleep-deprived daze, hardly getting any of my work finished. My nights were spent laying awake for hours beneath the covers, my chest tight in anticipation of hearing that awful person rushing towards what should have been my safe haven as a kid. Most nights were silent, but the few nights where this intruder chose to torment me were enough to keep the cycle of sleeplessness alive. Eventually, my parents remedied this by allowing me to sleep in their room, where I felt much safer between them. Two fronts of the sturdiest defenses a child could know lying on either side of me. This arrangement had me sleeping soundly again for about a year, without any incident, and I was finally getting some rest under the direct protection of my parents, even if I had to suffer through my dad flattening me as he rolled around in his sleep. Even my grades and my health began to bounce back to where they were before all this began. The fear had begun to subside, as I believed my parents were the ultimate defense against my tormentor. Until it happened again. I was sandwiched between both my mum and my dad, as usual, both of whom were sound asleep. I was finally drifting off when I heard that all too familiar sound of hurried pounding up the stairs. My heart was caught in my throat, and for a few seconds, I forgot how to breathe. Whoever it was had actually come back after a year of nothing. I was utterly paralyzed with fear all over again. Thankfully, this time, after reaching the top of the staircase, their destination remained the same as always. The footsteps were growing distant rather than approaching me, as I had been oh so used to, moving towards the bedroom that I had not occupied for some time now. I remember feeling awfully sick as I listened to my bedroom door creak open down the hall. I can't remember if I'd left the door slightly ajar, since I hadn't slept in it for so long, or if whoever it was had simply decided that it was time to enter. But that was the first and the last time that it happened. I thanked my lucky stars that I was down the hall in the safe embrace of my parents. For whatever reason, this stranger had broken their rules that night, and I still shudder to think of what may have happened had I still been sleeping within my old room. Of course, by the time I had shaken my folks awake, everything was silent once again. The whole ordeal lasted no more than 30 seconds. They even got up to check out my room, but of course, nothing was lurking in there. We tried getting help from the police, setting up security cameras, which of course showed nothing. And at one point, they even resorted to hauling me off to a shrink, just in case it was all in my head. But nothing seemed to work. It still happened from time to time, and it never really got any less scary, especially since I was getting too old to stay in my parents' room. When I was, eventually, forced back into my old room, I made sure that my door was locked. Yeah, I finally convinced my dad to put a lock on it, since I wasn't getting any sleep otherwise, and I barricaded it each and every night without fail. Even when I grew into my pre-teens, every time it happened, I still trembled beneath my covers, fearing that, at some point, whoever it was that was so eager to get to my door might eventually try to bust in and hurt me. I did try shouting at the stranger a few times as I got older and bolder over the years, demanding them to state what they wanted from me and why they'd kept this up for so long. But never once did I get an answer. What I was never bold enough to do was open my door and actually check things out, no matter how curious I was, no matter how badly I had to use the bathroom or get a cup of water. I sat my ass in bed until I heard my parents wake up and perform their daily morning routine downstairs. The thing was sneaky though. Sometimes I'd leave the hall light on so I could see the shadows of their feet through the thin crack between the bottom of my door and the floor. They would sometimes stand there for hours on end, even stepping away for a few minutes before returning, trying to trick me. The worst part of the whole thing was that it didn't seem to be exclusive to my house or my room, as I had originally thought. Whoever was doing this seemed to be after me specifically. There were times it had happened during sleepovers at friends' houses, who I insisted keep the door shut at night, hotel stays, at grandma's house, even during summer camp. Nowhere was a safe haven from who I had dubbed the Runner. A childish name, I know, but somehow seemed the most fitting. It only ever struck when everyone else was asleep or away. Not once had anyone else ever heard their thunderous footsteps. I felt truly and utterly alone. Those who used to believe and sympathize with me had either started doubting me or were growing tired of my antics. Even my parents and numerous counselors had distanced themselves from the whole thing. It was during one of these occasions when I was away at a cousin's house for a few nights. that I finally caught a glimpse of the thing that had tormented me for over a decade by that time. I was around 16 then, staying in a small guest room that had a door fitted with a large, frosted glass window taking up most of the center, so that one could see the blurry outline of anyone standing on the other side. Odd choice for a bedroom door, I know, but I didn't pick it out. That night, I heard those all too familiar footsteps rush towards the door, originating from somewhere deep within the house. As a side note, I've never actually heard it enter any building. It seemed to just manifest. By this point in my life, I was still very much afraid, but I was hardly surprised when it would show up on the regular. This time around, however, I was super anxious because I knew that I might actually get the chance to see what the runner really looked like without having to risk opening my door. I really wish I hadn't. After working myself up for a minute or so, I dared to take a peek at that glass from the safety of my blankets. I can say with confidence that my heart stopped for a few seconds. It was just barely illuminated by the light I had left on outside out of habit, revealing the blurred outline of the thing that had been torturing me for so long. For some reason, I was surprised that the runner was no man. It was unnaturally tall and skinny, its arms disproportionately short and stubby for its disgustingly lanky frame. It was so tall that it had to bend over just to peer through the glass into the darkness of my room. But its face was the worst part. Oh God, its face. It had pressed its face against the glass to peek inside, and what I saw horrified me to no end. It's hard to explain exactly what it looked like, especially since the glass kept everything blurry. But its head was so long that it drooped down to its feet, taking up nearly the whole length of the window, while almost being alarmingly gaunt, just like the rest of its body. It was as if its face was stretched out like a giant wad of chewed up gum, stretched near to the breaking point. The runner's open mouth was just a tiny gaping hole in the very bottom of its face, which I could only make out because it kept on opening and closing it over and over again, much like a dying fish left out of the water. I couldn't make out the thing's eyes, but by how adamant it was to try and find me in the darkness, I'm sure they existed somewhere on that messed up face. What I had originally thought was perhaps some creep or homeless guy that had taken a liking to me turned out to be something far from human, and it only pulled away and left after I'd understandably screamed at the top of my lungs. Besides the horrid thing itself, I remember noticing something else odd. Before my lungs resumed working to allow me to scream, it kept wrenching its head back to look towards the hall behind it. It kept doing this on repeat for that long minute or so that it stared into that room. It was as if it was checking to see if anyone else was coming. Of course, my cousins and aunt, who already knew of this strange story, thought I was just cooking up another chapter to my wild tale. But still, they graciously allowed me to switch rooms for the rest of my stay. I can't say that putting a face to my problem helped me at all. And even now, I feel as if I were 5 again, unable to sleep, and often resorting to medicine so I'm able to calm down enough to catch some sleep. Knowing the horrendous sight those footsteps belonged to had me freaking out every time it made that same mad dash towards my room. I feel like I haven't gotten used to it at all, despite having grown up hearing its footsteps rapidly encroaching on my room in the dark of the night again and again. I have no idea what the thing's motive behind all of this is, nor if it even has one in the first place. I have no idea what it is. Its routine has hardly changed at all over the years. Yet, it's impossible not to be terrified by the idea that one day this thing might just get tired of waiting at my door and come bursting in. And then what? What if I go to bed one night and I forget to shut my door all the way? Or if I end up staying with someone who accidentally leaves it open? What if I wake up one night to see its elongated face dangling over me? I just want it to stop. I don't know what it wants, and I'm certainly not keen on greeting it, because nothing that looks like that could want anything good for me. It doesn't speak, and it doesn't have a schedule. It just runs. I can only assume it's doing all this to taunt me in some sick way, and I haven't the slightest idea as to why it chose me. I'm writing this out now because it happened again last night. It's the first time the runner has shown up in the 2 years since I moved into this place. This has been the longest that it's gone without making an appearance since it began its antics, way back when I was a kid. And I was beginning to believe that perhaps I was finally safe, despite living alone on the second floor. The apartment has an exterior staircase that leads up to my room, along with the floors above me. And since it's been getting colder here, there was a light snowfall from last night up until this morning. It was just another Wednesday, and I was up late studying for my upcoming test when I heard that heavy thumping of feet, slightly muffled due to the snow caking the concrete, rushing up the stairs and towards my door. At first, I had thought that it was simply one of my neighbors returning home. But the sheer speed of its ascent and the fact that it stopped at my floor was all I needed to realize just what was lurking on the other side. My heart began to race, but it skipped a few beats after what I heard next. There was silence for about a minute or two, but then I heard the sound of glass shattering against the concrete just outside my door. And I swear, at that moment, I jumped so high that my head practically touched the ceiling. Needless to say, I stayed up for the rest of the night, frozen in place at my desk, too deep in my utter terror to even think about making a movement. Of course, I didn't manage to get an ounce of sleep or any more studying in. I couldn't do a thing while not knowing if it was still out there, waiting in silence. I only found the courage to investigate when the light of the morning came and cars began pulling out of the small lot. Almost immediately, I found the source of the violent sound of breaking glass from last night. The small light that's attached to the wall outside of my room had been smashed and broken, now resting on the snow below. Surprisingly, this wasn't even the strangest thing that was left behind. There were footprints, right there in the snow. The footprints were, unsurprisingly, not belonging to any foot I've ever known. They were very long, taking up the entire length of each step, occasionally skipping 2 whole stairs at a time. They lacked any sort of toe marking, grooves or heel. They just appeared to be perfectly smooth lines cut out into the snow, stopping right there in front of my doorway. I shuddered, hardly forgetting the appearance of the abomination they belonged to. Looking further down the stairs, I noticed another set of prints that were equally as inhuman, yet vastly different from the other. They stopped around the middle portion of the staircase, for whatever reason, not continuing up any further. They were also quite large, yet perfectly round, almost reminding me of what an elephant's foot might leave behind if one were to ever step foot in the snow. Set within the middle of each of these circles was a large spiral, drawn out into the snow. Needless to say, I have more questions than answers after last night. What does the runner want from me? Was there something else out there last night? And is this ever going to stop? I'm not too ashamed to say that I made some stupid decisions in my teenage years. Most of them resulted in little more than scrapes and stories, though on more than one occasion, I did find myself in the back of a squad car pleading my case with an annoyed sheriff. No, me and my buddies would have told you that, for the most part, we were relatively harmless. But one day, early in my senior year, I had an experience that still haunts me. A memory I can't look at directly without a wave of goosebumps sweeping over my skin. Travis was the one who suggested it, of course. Travis, the undisputed king of horrible, awful, and awesome ideas. Travis, who had once suggested tying sleds to the back of his truck while he did burnouts in a snow-covered parking lot. It's been nearly 20 years, but I'm still picking pieces of gravel out of my elbows from that one. But that's not the memory that keeps me up at night. No, I earned those mental scars on a crisp fall afternoon, still a month from the year's first snow. Travis had approached me and 2 other friends after football practice, his trademark chipped front tooth making him seem like a crazed moonshiner. "I know what we're doing tonight," he said. "The hotel down by Highway 43 got bed bugs. We're going there with Leah and her friends." I shot him a quizzical look. "You want to get bed bugs? What are you, stupid?" he asked. "No, they're not gassing the bugs until later this month. In the meantime, the entire place is deserted. We're gonna go swim in their indoor pool. My uncle worked on their AC system a few years back and he said that they never locked the back door to the pool house." My still underdeveloped brain did a quick risk analysis. Not about whether or not we should trespass and risk arrest, but rather whether I'd be able to lie to my old man about our plans for the evening. I figured it was about even odds, so I agreed. Travis swung by my place later that night in his truck. Unfortunately, my dad was out at some church event. If he had been home, maybe he would have stopped me. Maybe I wouldn't have gone in there. I suppose there's no point in going down the long list of what-ifs. I joined my half-dozen friends in the bed of his truck, holding on for dear life as he careened down Main Street. The night was warm for early October, but the wind whipping across the bed of the truck was still nice and cool on my bare legs below my swim trunks. We passed by the house where Leah, Travis's girlfriend, was waiting along with a few more girls and 2 cases of beer. The hotel was dark when we arrived, its faded facade looking even more forlorn and forsaken than usual. Most of the windows had already been covered in the black plastic sheeting to prepare for the bedbug fumigation that would soon occur, cutting out almost all light. Not the pool house, though. No, the interior of the pool house shone with a faint neon green light. We poured out of the truck with our cans of beer, peering through the still locked glass doors and the pool that lay beyond. The mysterious neon green lights were emanating from a few exit signs hanging above the interior doors. Travis shook out his shoulders and ran at the fence, leaping over it with a few confident motions before disappearing behind the pool house. A few seconds later, what sounded like a heavy door opened on the other side of the building. He reappeared inside the pool house, under one of the exit signs, the hazy green washing out the color of his appearance. He approached the door where we waited, then popped it open with a grin that displayed his half-tooth. I'd like to tell you now that I felt some sense of foreboding, that I was nervous or something, that I had some inkling of what might happen. I wish I'd felt something to clue me in. Maybe if I did, I would feel better about swimming nowadays. We all immediately jumped into the water in a cacophony of screams and shouts. A game of chicken was set up almost immediately. Jane, one of Leah's friends, hopped on my shoulders, fighting with Travis and Leah. We gave a valiant effort, but eventually lost when Travis swept my leg. At the time, it just felt like another night in our little small town. I got out of the water and downed another long sip of warm beer before walking over to the deep end. The signs along the side of the pool warned me in no uncertain terms that diving was prohibited, that the water was only 6 feet deep, that serious injury could occur. But perhaps due to the pleasant tipsy sensation I was beginning to feel, I dove on into the dark green water anyway. I opened my eyes underwater, expecting to see little more than green-tinged darkness. But instead of the dim bottom of the pool, I saw the shimmering surface of the water, and beyond that, bright lights. I swam towards it, immediately confused. Had I been turned around somehow? And had someone turned on the lights? I rubbed the water from my eyes as my head broke the surface of the water, pure confusion taking over me. I was floating in a pool, but I was no longer in the pool house, surrounded by my friends, Instead, I was treading water in a brightly lit pit, flanked by 4 high square walls that extended up at least 40 feet to several large fluorescent lights in the ceiling above. I swam over to one of the walls, looking for an exit or at least a place to rest. The walls consisted of smooth tiles and grout, the kind you might see in a nice bathroom. I slowly swam around the 4 sides, but I found no signs of an exit. No markings of any kind. "Hello?" I shouted. My voice bounced off the walls, returning my own greeting back at me from every angle. "Is anyone there?" Again, my voice echoed back for nearly 10 seconds before fading into silence. Not silence entirely. Even at this distance, the incessant buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead was faintly audible over the sounds of my own treading water. The next several minutes passed with me alternating between calling out for help and trying to wake up from whatever this nightmare was. My arms and legs were already beginning to ache now. If I didn't get help soon, I'd drown for sure. I thought back to my dive then, back to when I'd first seen the shimmering surface of the water. I had seen it where I'd expected to see the bottom of the hotel pool. That didn't make sense to me, but a new thought suddenly occurred to me. I stuck my face into the water and I looked down. The water was at least 20 feet deep at a guess, but at least it was clear. The tile walls continued down below the surface, and there, way down at the dark bottom of the pool, the ground shimmered, almost as if it were the surface of water. I felt myself beginning to hyperventilate, so I took a deep breath and I leaned to float on my back. The water rushed over my ears, replacing the sound of buzzing lights with the thunderous pulse of my own heartbeat. I floated there on my back for what felt like an eternity, but what was probably no more than 90 seconds or so. When my heart rate had slowed from thundering to merely drumming, I took a few deep breaths, then dove down and began swimming towards the shimmering surface far below me. The pressure built up in my ears, but I knew enough to blow out my nose to equalize. After a few final, panicked strokes, I reached the surface of the water at the bottom of the pool and thankfully burst through. There was no neon green light on the other side, no sounds of my friends, nothing but pitch black darkness and echoing drips as my breath returned, gasping and spluttering. I appeared to be in a kind of cramped concrete tunnel. The walls were rough and met in an arch just a few inches over my head. "Hello?" I called out again. My voice shot down the tunnel in either direction, bouncing off the raw concrete as it travelled out into the distance. After a moment of terrified thought, I picked one direction as forward and I just started swimming, all too aware of my rapidly decreasing energy. I did my best to move straight, but in the pitch blackness, I still found myself bumping my head into the concrete arch when I drifted off course. I was bringing my arm forward to pull another stroke when my hand suddenly hit the tendrils of something organic and sticky. I jerked away in a panic, bumping my head hard against the concrete ceiling. My left hand swung towards the other wall of the tunnel, where even more organic tendrils awaited me. It reminded me of how the octopus tentacles at our local aquarium felt, wrapped around my hand when I visited back in elementary school. I paddled water there for a moment, slowly reaching out. The entire surface of the concrete walls below the water was covered in these tentacles. Then, off in the distance ahead of me, a distant, metallic clinking sound was growing steadily louder, like iron chains scraping against concrete. These tendrils on the walls, they seemed to respond to the sound, reaching out for me. The tunnel was still dark, pitch black, but I couldn't help but imagine some horrific creature making its way down the darkness of the tunnel towards me. Those horrible scraping sounds were rapidly getting louder, but the echoing made it almost impossible to tell exactly where or how far. I dove down into the water, searching desperately for any sign of light. There, some distance below me, I could see yet another shimmering spot. I came up for a quick breath of fresh air. That metal on concrete sound, coming from close enough now that I feared I'd touch it if I were to reach out a hand. I dove down once more, fighting off the organic stickiness that attempted to wrap itself around me. I burst through this new surface, and I was immediately grateful that there seemed to be at least some light in this new location, even if it wasn't the green neon light that I'd been praying for. I spun around, taking in my surroundings. Judging by the sudden lack of echoes, I was outside now, in a large, open body of water. It was still nighttime, just like it was back home, but I appeared to be inside a fog bank that was limiting my visibility just a few feet in every direction. A single hazy point of light, the moon, I assumed, shone through the fog in the distance. My arms, legs and lungs burned in protest as I slowly treaded water. I paused for a moment, allowing the water to slip over my head. Then I fought back to the surface. I had been treading water for at least 15 minutes without any rest. If I didn't find a place to rest, I would soon drown. That thought surged a shot of adrenaline straight through me. "Help!" I shouted. "Is anyone there?" Despite being outside, my voice still echoed. The words had barely escaped me when the fog bank rolled past, giving me a clear view of my surroundings. I was treading water on the calm surface of a lake. All around me, fog banks were moving across the surface of the water. Off in the distance, I caught sight of a large metal truss bridge, hanging perhaps 20 feet over the surface of the water, between the fog banks. I immediately raced towards it, hope rising in my chest. When I thought I'd be in earshot, I began shouting again, calling out for help. I looked closer as I came to a stop underneath the bridge, staring up at its rusted underside. There were shapes hanging underneath it. Shapes that... oh God. My blood went cold. The shapes were bodies. At least a dozen bodies were chained, hanging upside down underneath the bridge, swaying in the chill breeze. Most were decayed, but several still had skin. That scraping metal sound, the same sound I'd heard in the dark tunnel, it was coming from above the bridge. I felt my entire body tense up. Then I dove down with only half a lung full of air, half choking on lake water. I didn't know what was making that sound, but I knew if I stayed under that bridge, I would end up just like those poor people. I pulled at the water furiously, diving down towards what I prayed would be my friends. The lake water soon smothered any visibility from the moonlight, leaving me in total pitch black darkness. I continued to swim, to scan ahead of me for any shimmering water. My body rebelled, forcing me to take in a mouthful. I gagged, then turned back for the surface. 3 strokes, and I feared that I'd gotten turned around, that I was moving down, or worse, sideways. But no, on that next stroke, I saw a faint flash of moonlight. I swam like mad, and I burst through the surface, coughing and spluttering. It took me a moment to take notice. He was staring at me from where he hung between the bodies under the bridge. I say he because it was wearing a man's suit coat and slacks, but I don't think it was human. Humans have eyes, not pits. Humans have fingers attached to their hands, not chains. Humans can't smile the way it did. It was hanging from its right hand, chains wrapped around a truss. Then it reached for me. The chains holding it to the bridge slowly uncoiled, lowering him slowly towards the surface. The chains on the other hand spread out, snaking towards me with a supernatural speed. I didn't have a master plan. All I knew was that I would do anything rather than be caught, including drowning. I took a single, sharp gulp of air, then dove down just before those chains reached me. I swam faster and deeper than before, the adrenaline coursing through my veins like fire. 7 strokes, 8, 11, 15, 23. He still hadn't caught me. He was probably waiting for me to re-emerge, but I wasn't going to. I continued to pull, my lungs burning, my already tired arms begging me to stop. I gave an involuntary gulp again, but this time I was ready and I locked my jaw and lips. I was starting to lose consciousness, but I was fairly certain I was still swimming straight down at least. At last, there, I saw light, shimmering neon green light. Darkness began crawling at the edges of my vision, but I blew what little air remained in my lungs out. The next thing I knew, I was spluttering water and coughing on a cool, concrete floor. I spun around and I saw Travis, along with all my friends, each of them watching me with a concerned expression.
Dude,
Travis said, "Where have you been?" "Don't dive into the water," I said, between retching coughs. Don't go into the water. I don't do a lot of camping. My friend Jack is the complete opposite though. He's the adventurous type. Mountain climbing, camping, rowing, you name it. The guy's done it. He likes to be close to nature and I don't know anybody who could blame him. It's beautiful when you're out there. I just would rather do anything else than go out into nature. I live a bit of a sheltered life. I've got a nice house in a protected suburb, a cushy job as an assistant manager, and my favourite hobby is falling asleep by the pool listening to 80s hits. The only real stress I have in my life comes from my family. Almost every day I get a call from one asking for a lift or money or to borrow something of mine I know they won't return. And if they do, it won't be in one piece. I wouldn't mind so much if they were the kind of family that actually respected me and showed appreciation. But they almost always demanded that I do something and insulted me when I failed to deliver. But it was family and it became a routine for me. I only bring this up because I need you to understand my frame of mind before I went with Jack. I work with this clunky software where if you mess anything up, it screws the whole project. It's also slow as hell. So it was already a rough day. When I was at my most frustrated, I received a ping on my phone. It was my family. More specifically, my aunt, who was giving me hell for some bullshit her son did. The incredible mental gymnastics she had to do to end up blaming me was just that. Incredible. By the end of the day, I was toasted. My brain was this swirling grey mass of mushroom soup. I was driving home thinking about how I had to go through it again the next day when the Bluetooth car phone started ringing. Jack was calling. Hey man, I sighed over the phone. I just got second-hand depression from that sigh, Jack told me. What the hell happened? I went on to a little rant. I kept it brief because I didn't want to bore him with my problems. The summary was enough anyway. You know what you need? A vacation, Jack said. Yeah, well, the weekend's almost here. I'll chill out then. I mean a real vacation. An escape from an arsehole family and work that you've hated since day one. You're not going to get any less stressed by staring at a television or wandering through the same concrete neighborhoods. Your pep makes me want to hug the corner of that building with my car. I'm serious. You got vacation days. Use them. Escape, man. I know just the place. And 5 minutes later, Jack convinced me to go camping with him. I called my boss to inform him that I was taking a couple of vacation days, and I set myself up for a 4-day weekend in the forest. Jack, we've been walking for an hour, I said. How much longer do we have to carry a tent and a small kitchen before we get there? It'd go a lot faster if you didn't count every minute, he said over his shoulder. He brushed his long brown hair out of his face. I was glad to see that he was sweating as well. The guy may have been fit, but he was still human, He must have seen my smile or heard my soft chuckle because he looked at me. When our eyes met, he knew what I was smiling about. We both wheezed and took a breather. The spot he was talking about didn't seem so special to me. There were a lot of trees and dead orange leaves, but very few bushes and low-hanging branches. I asked him what was so great about it, but he just told me to help him set up the tent. It took about as long as I expected to get the tent up and make a fire. Too long. It was dark and we were staring at a pot of soup cooking over the flames. Jack was wearing this big grin on his face while he looked at the fire. My eyes kept darting to the trees and looking beyond them. The dark blue finally settled into pitch black, and it felt like we were sitting in a windy void. I heard a distant chittering of something. A bird? Some kind of bug. "Soup's up," Jack said suddenly, and my heart skipped. "You got the rolls?" "Yeah, they're a little squished though. That thermos was heavier than I thought." "Just how I like 'em." "Hey, Jack, what was that sound just now?" "Squirrel. There's also a few bats in this region, so if you hear squeaking or something flying a little close to the tent, well, it's probably that." Jack was the first to fall asleep. I stayed up, despite my best efforts, trying to gauge how far away certain sounds were and what they belonged to. I wasn't scared per se, but it was a different experience for me. I don't know. Some things you linger on more than others when recalling memories, and those sounds were one of them. In the morning, I woke up to the smell of bacon and eggs. When I did fall asleep, I slept like a rock. Looking at my phone, I saw it was almost 8 a.m. Warm light poured into the tent, and when I stepped out, my breath was taken away. The orange of the leaves that covered the forest floor had turned into a golden carpet in the morning light. Even the shadows had this rich, warm orange to them. "Holy shit," I whispered. I looked over at Jack. He was stirring a pan of scrambled eggs with a wooden spoon. He didn't look anywhere near as happy as me, which, on a trip designed for him, seemed unusual. I dropped my smile. "What's up with you? This is amazing, right?" I said, gesturing to the forest. "It is, but I don't hear anything." "Well, you can hear me." "I mean, I don't hear any birds, insects, animals, nothing." "Well, maybe they finally went to sleep," I grumbled. "At least the birds should be up. They go crazy in the mornings." "So what are you worried about? What does that mean?" Jack just shrugged and looked at me. It was like he was trying to find the right words to say, but I knew that look better than most. It was usually the look my family gave me when delivering bad news, but this time it seemed genuine. "There might be a predator in the area," he said. I looked all around. The spot had another plus. You could see farther without the hills and bushes. I didn't see anything, but I kept looking while I spoke to him. "So, what's the plan?" I asked. "Pack up and make our way back to the car, or do we run for it?" "Neither. It's probably just passing through the area. We'll know when we hear the birds again. Just keep your eyes open for now and eat your breakfast. I trusted him enough to take what he said as fact. Also, I was hungry enough to not care about a predator. So, I enjoyed my food. We ate in silence and just spent our time watching all around. It was only after I had eaten that I noticed how loud the silence really was. I couldn't hear more than a few creaks of bending trees. It was in that silence that my imagination had all the tools it needed to construct all kinds of possibilities. Bears, wolves, maybe a wild cat like a mountain lion. Those things blended in well. I knew that from the posters in the camping store. When your mind is devising a nightmare, your body can sometimes tense up without you knowing it. Mine tensed up in such a way that my breathing got weird. I looked at Jack. He was shaking a canteen. Empty. We decided that sticking around was only making the feeling worse, and that we would walk to the river instead. Even with my fear in my heart, or perhaps because of it, I was keen to get the hell out of that area. Whatever it was, could rip our tent and stuff to pieces. I didn't care. As long as I wasn't in the sleeping bag that it shredded, I was happy. "Don't we need to filter this water?" I asked, dipping my hand into the ice-cold river. "It's moving mountain water," Jack said. "Isn't much in it that can harm you, and the filter built into the cap will take care of that for you." "I was wondering why this bottle you made me buy was so damn expensive," I said. We heard some birds and other animals, so we were pretty relaxed again. We were also banking on the idea that the predator would move on by the time we got back. We put a pin in it and just tried to enjoy the morning, discussing the possibility of fishing, even though we didn't really bring any fishing equipment. I had almost completely settled when I noticed something in the dark waters. It was pale, with a cool hue thanks to the water. I didn't really know what to make of it at first, cocking my head to the side as if the different angle would help me understand. The object twisted, and it was only when it had completely spread out and floated to the top of the waters that I realized it was a body. What the fuck? Jack saw it too. Did somebody drown?" I asked, that cold feeling filling me. "Is that person—" "I don't know," Jack said, immediately taking action and walking alongside the river after it. I followed close behind him. We sometimes looked at where we stepped, but that didn't stop us from stumbling as we saw the figure twist and turn in the water. There was something wrong with it. The person didn't wear any clothing, and the body was deformed. It drifted close enough to the shore that Jack could reach one of the limbs. With a disgusted face, he grabbed an ankle and quickly pulled it, dragging the corpse onto the shore. He was quick to release it and to wipe his hands on his jeans. The two of us looked down at it, mute and disturbed. The body itself was scrawny, but the head was slightly large. The fingers appeared normal at first, but the way they curled in on each other, it was like they had far too many joints. As for the head itself, the eyes were just two dots. The mouth no more than a slit. Not a single hair on its head either, making the flesh seem even more puffy. "Jack, we need to call somebody," I told him. "This guy's been in the water a long time. His flesh is all waterlogged." "Like, just his head?" "No, this guy isn't. I mean, look at his..." "What?" "Between his legs." I couldn't see what he was talking about, but when I moved over to where he was standing, I saw something that definitely was not on any anatomy poster I saw in a doctor's office. I don't know how to describe it, and frankly, I don't want to. I studied the face again, and I tried to comprehend how its nose could be so sunken, or the eyes so small. But when I came to the realization that that was just how it looked, I realized the same as Jack realized. It wasn't human. The inky dots that were its eyes seemed fixed on the sky. Its small mouth agape, unmoving. It looked sad, and we looked like a pair of fish staring at it. I don't know how many minutes of silence passed before we realized it was just that quiet. There were no birds or insects. By the time it finally registered, our thoughts were interrupted by the crunch of leaves under a large foot. Turning around, we saw a huge, brown bear lumbering from the tree line towards the river. I don't think I ever realized how large bears could get. I guess I could only ever compare it to the mooses I saw in the Brother Bear movie. But I've never even seen a moose either. It was huge. It had more muscle in one of its limbs than I had in my entire body. A walking, clawed tank. And it was looking right at us. "Okay, easy now," Jack said, speaking half to the bear and half to me. "Don't look it in the eyes. Do exactly as I say, and we will be fine, okay?" I nodded. Then I realized he couldn't see me nod, so I squeaked a yes. One paw was all it would take to crush me. Could I outrun a bear? Research after the encounter told me no. But at the time, it was definitely on my mind. Back away, slowly. "Don't turn your back on it," Jack said in a calming tone. "Say something, man. Talk to it calmly." "I don't want to speak to it," I said, trying to match his tone. "I'm barely keeping it together." "Just keep backing away. You're doing fine. Stand tall. Don't shrivel up now. We're in hot water, not cold. Fuck, man." We had backed up a significant distance. The bear itself had slowed down a lot. I tried to keep from looking at it directly, but whenever it looked away, I couldn't help myself. Bears have almost human-like lips. It had them pursed, as if sighing, looking up towards the trees across the river. It didn't see us as a threat, and this thought was helping. I fed into it, whispering little things like, "It's going to be okay," and "Nothing to it. You're doing great." "Yeah, you are, man," Jack said. "Now, let's just hang around here for a moment. See if it'll leave us alone before we head back to camp." That wasn't something I wanted to do, but Jack took up a spot beside the tree and waited. I did the same, and we continued to watch the bear as it walked over to the pale corpse we found. It sniffed at it like a dog, and with bated breath, we watched as the inevitable happened. The bear leaned down and bit into the side of the thing. We saw the teeth dig into the skin. We saw inky blood. It was horrific. But it got so much worse when that thing started to yell and writhe in the bear's maw. It had this broken yell, much like a chirrup or buzzing insect. Its legs kicked out and its hands flailed. But the bear didn't stop. It placed its maw on the creature's head, pinning it to the ground, and it pulled. The flesh snapped like rubber when it was torn apart. The head was completely removed. The scream had ceased, yet the body continued to squirm. It clutched the bear's head, trying to pull open the jaw, but the bear continued. I felt sick to my stomach. Even when torn to pieces, parts of the creature still lived and acted as if they were still part of the one whole. The head itself was half pressed into the ground. Those dark eyes, unable to look anywhere except in our direction. And that tiny mouth was moving. Still screaming, but without anything to fuel it. "Let's get the fuck out of here," I said to Jack. Without a word, I turned around and I left. Jack followed after. We made our way right back to camp, packed up, and began the walk back to the car. We encountered nothing more. No more bears or pale, human-like things. We just drove home. Right now, I wish I could give you more. But at the same time, I'm glad I don't have any more to share. I'm happy enough to let this story become something that just happened. I would be happy if the thoughts going through my mind to be put on paper here were the last thoughts I have of it. Although, I know that's never going to happen. The last thing Jack ever said about it was that it could have been a lot worse. It was lucky that we didn't get hurt, yet seeing that deathless mauling, it fucked me up for months. My thoughts, my sleep, everything. It's one of those images that are burned into your eyes. So every time you blink, you see a flash of it. I see its face. I see its hand grabbing and releasing the dirt, as if that would save it. I know it's messed with Jack too. I don't think he's gone camping in a long time. I know I never will. But for him, it's something far more important. To change his life like that, yeah, it's got to him. And after some half-hearted attempts to learn more, to this day, we still don't know what we found in the river. tow truck driver. It's not traditionally a job you would associate with gruesomeness. But let me tell you, I have seen some things that would send you into shock. I've seen a woman impaled through a rod, and she was still trying to call her work to say she would be late. I've seen bodies split in two, crushed skulls and severed heads. The odd thing is that, despite the carnage, nothing ever left me truly scarred. I've seen the most gruesome things imaginable, and then slept a full 8 hours. Nothing could ever break me. That was until 3 nights ago. The night I saw something that cannot be pushed into the back of my mind. Something that cannot be unseen. I was on the night shift on patrol as always. It was just after 11 p.m, and it was what we call in the business the reaping hours. People start to trail out of the bars and often make stupid decisions. Most of them end up in a ditch or on the curb pulled up by police. A simple inconvenience for them, and a solid profit for us. It was at 11:13 that the call came in. There was a car accident on Side Road 15 by Ramara Woods. I was close by, so I wasted no time in driving out there. As I left the city limits, the night became steadily darker. No one wanted to invest in street lamps in the woods, so they settled on putting them only on intersections. You don't realize how dark country roads get without lights, and that is likely what caused this accident. I drove through the dark trees and a small, childlike fear ran over me. Ramara Woods suffered the fate of almost all rural woodlands in that there were countless stories of it being haunted. The stories ranged from ghosts, werewolves, and even a witch's coven existing in its depths. It was all completely ridiculous once you became an adult, but that didn't stop the goosebumps from rushing over my skin. A strange fog began drifting from the woods, in spite of the July heat. The woods run cold. It's from the spirits. If you can see your breath, then they are standing right behind you. An unknown voice from my childhood rang out through my brain. I know it was superstition, but I found fear slinking through me like a snake all the same. The mist continued to grow thicker, and I was forced to turn on my fog lights. That was when I saw the car on the side of the road with the emergency lights on. I immediately pulled over, turning on my own four ways. I got out into the strangely chilly night. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature. Crickets chirped and frogs bellowed in the distance. A slow breeze made its way through the trees, setting the branches dancing. The way they swayed, it unnerved me, and I quickened my pace to the damaged vehicle. As I drew closer, I found myself frozen in my tracks. The car was absolutely demolished. All the windows were broken, and long scratches were all over the metal. However, something was missing. From everything I could see, there was no cause for the damage. The driver hadn't hit a tree. There were no skid marks in the road. There was nothing. I went to the front of the vehicle, and there was no dents or any point of impact. What the hell happened here? I asked myself. Before I could question anything else, a set of approaching red and white lights interrupted my thoughts. The ambulance had arrived, and I found myself feeling ashamed. In my shock of seeing the damaged car, I forgot all about its driver. I rushed to the broken window, and what I saw was a horrific sight. The man driving the car lay across the front seat, covered in blood and scratches. The interior seats were shredded beyond repair, and even the rearview mirror was all smashed up. I called to the driver, but he did not respond. However, I could hear slow, labored breathing. I knew he was still alive. The paramedics ran up with a stretcher, and I got out of the way to let them get to work. They wheeled the man out, and I could see the extent of the damage. The man was lucky to be alive, if he managed to survive the night. It seemed like every inch of his body was bleeding. Underneath the torn clothes, I could see 5 long scratches. In an instant, I knew those were not made by broken glass. They were too straight, too perfect. I looked up, and to my shock, the man's eyes were staring right at me. He bolted up extremely fast for a man in his condition. He grabbed me by the collar and he glared at me. "Don't look," he said. I shook my head in fear. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare," I exclaimed. He gripped me tighter and pulled me mere inches from his face. "Don't look, don't see. Once you look, you're finished. Eyes down. Don't look, don't see." He repeated this over and over. One of the paramedics jabbed him with a needle, and in seconds, the man was unconscious. His grip fell, and they rolled him away. I just stood in shocked silence for a few minutes. Finally, one of the paramedics came back and asked if I was all right. "I'm fine. Just, what was he on about?" The paramedic shrugged. "Shock and delirium can make a person crazy. Don't take anything too much to heart." I nodded, and the two of us surveyed the scene. "What could have done this?" I asked. "Maybe he stopped to piss and a bear attacked him," the paramedic suggested. I merely shook my head. There's no animal out here that would have done something like this. The paramedic left, and when the ambulance pulled away, I felt my fear returning. The woods felt creepy tonight, and I was beginning to get a feeling that I was not alone out here. I rushed back to my truck like a frightened child. I just wanted to get this job done and get back to the comfort of the city lights. I put my truck in reverse and I checked in my rearview mirror. What I saw froze me in place. Someone was standing in the road behind me. I couldn't see them very well in the dark, but they were extremely tall and lanky. The proportions of the limbs did not look human. I turned myself around and I looked out the back window. To my surprise, the road was completely empty. I should have felt relief, but the emptiness only put me more on edge. I began to feel as though I was losing my mind. I turned back around again, and in the mirror, the figure had returned. Only this time, it was standing right beside my truck. I was now completely frozen in fear, staring back at the man. Man, however, was the wrong word. This was a monster. It had long and slimy black hair draped over its wide shoulders. Its skin was a brownish grey. It was extremely thin, almost skeletal. It stood over 6.5 feet and bore impossibly long claws. Slowly, it began to lurch forwards towards the cab. I began to silently sob into the night. I looked at my driver's side window, waiting for this thing to appear, but it didn't. I started to believe that I simply imagined it, but that was when I looked in the side mirror. There it stood, right outside my door. And yet, there was nothing outside the window. It leaned closer, and I could make out its face for the first time. It had elongated ears, and nothing but the skeletal outline of a nose. Its eyes were piercing blue, with no pupils. I turned my head, and it was almost like my eyes separated their vision. The left looked out the window and saw nothing. The right saw the mirror and looked into the face of the beast. The right watched as it raised its long claw and dragged it across my window. The left watched as scratches simply appeared from an invisible force. This thing could only be seen through mirrors. I watched as the beast gave a sinister grin, flashing flat, rotted teeth. Then it thrust its arm forward, smashing the glass. In my panic, my feet left the brake, and I had forgotten that I had left the truck in reverse. That is undoubtedly what saved my life. The truck lurched back, and I could feel something sharp rake across my forehead. Another half inch, and I would have been shredded in an instant. Instinct took me over, and I slammed my foot on the gas. I can't be sure that it wasn't the sound of gravel under my wheels, but I thought I heard the sound of an angry growl. I twisted the wheel around and managed to do a 180. I pelted the gas and got myself out of there as fast as I could. I didn't dare check any of my mirrors the whole drive. I kept my head down and I did not look. In the days that have followed, I have not managed more than minutes of sleep at a time. Every time I do, I see those luminescent blue eyes and those phantom scratches. I have covered every mirror in my home, and I no longer do my checks when I'm driving. If not for the broken window and the gash on my head, I would swear I dreamed the whole thing. The scar on my forehead will always be a reminder of my terror. Earlier this evening, I decided to do some research on the forest, but I found no more than the same childhood rumors. However, I did find a statistic that has made me want to change professions. That side road has an extremely high concentration of accidents. All accidents. No collisions. I lived in West Virginia for the past 3 years. The growing healthcare sector made it the ideal place to be transferred, as it had not only the best places to work, but also a decent chemical manufacturing sector as well. A penny saved is a penny earned. That being said, my work in healthcare has nothing to do with the events of this story, which took place between January 16th to March 16th in 2023. I've made many notes on what happened and when it happened, a habit I picked up from my work. But only in late 2023 did I start to obsess over it. January 16th. I left work late in the evening. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Many people work late into the night at my workplace. If anything, I left early compared to the others. The drive was short but beautiful. I will say that about the mountain state. That, and also the most beautiful night sky I've ever seen. In fact, it was because my eyes were glued to the stars whenever I came to a stop that I first saw it. A shadow blocking out the stars and moving fast enough for me to notice and slow enough for me to understand the shape. It was like a snake. It had a head, rectangular in shape, with these strange interruptions in the shadows. But the body thinned out towards the tail. It was snake-like not only in shape but in the way it moved. Serpentine. It was like seeing one of those water snakes, but instead of wriggling around along the surface of a still lake or a slow-moving river, it was drifting its way across the stars. I followed its movement path, ignoring the car behind me honking its horn. My vehicle's roof got in the way at some point, but I stuck my head out the driver's side window to get a good look at it. A screech of tires and a sudden rush sent me back into the car. The driver behind me had gotten too frustrated, waiting for me to move, so they had decided to drive around me at the same time I stuck my head out. Thankfully, he didn't drive any closer than he had been. I lost sight of this strange, snake-like thing. I don't think it moved so fast at that moment. I just think it went beyond the dark shapes of the mountains and trees, leaving me searching for it. It wasn't so dark that I would have trouble spotting it again if it was in sight. With a disappointed sigh, I drove on. When I got home, I turned to a clean page on my notepad. I wrote the date and description of what I saw on that page, with some possible theories. At first I blamed my eyes, but then I made suggestions like a plane banner, a lost kite, a unique weather balloon. All of them were perfectly logical and believable. It was enough to make me forget about it and go to sleep. February 6th. Same deal. I was on a night drive, but not from work. I had a few days off for personal leave. I was driving to my girlfriend's, planning on surprising her. But I got distracted by another sliver of movement in the sky. Not the same one. It was larger, closer to the mountains. It seemed to be circling them. This thing, it seemed more anthropomorphic, with legs and arms, but also wings. The legs and arms were way too long for the gigantic body, dwarfing the tiny frame, and the wings even more so. The limbs dangled and flowed with the movements of the flying thing, which were sometimes slow, and sometimes so fast I would occasionally lose sight of it. I tried grabbing a picture with my phone, but it was a 10-year-old BlackBerry. Whatever miraculous night photo I thought I took was only a dark, grainy blur that wouldn't show anything, no matter how much editing went into it. This thing, it flew behind the mountain, and I didn't see it return. I waited. I completely forgot my plan to visit my girlfriend. Instead, whenever I had a free night, I would spend hours watching the sky. Sometimes with someone with me, but mostly I was alone. Nobody knew what I was searching for. They just thought I took up a new hobby of stargazing and appreciated that idea enough to not ask too many questions. My main focus was the part of the sky above the forest and near the mountain. Night after night, I watched. But it was only weeks later that I saw anything. February 27th. A pattern. 3 weeks between each sighting. I glimpsed this snake-like thing. With a cheap telescope at hand, I was able to observe it a lot better, and thankfully, it was a clear night. The interruptions in this snake-like thing were due to its several limbs. It had so many legs, like that of a centipede. They might have been wings, but if they were, they didn't seem to be moving that fast. Or maybe they were moving so fast that they looked like they were moving a little slow. I still don't know for sure. More importantly, its path reminded me of the second sighting, circling the mountains, stopping, moving, sometimes jolting to the next stop before stopping again. 10 minutes later, it disappeared behind the mountain, and I waited a little longer, but at some point, I knew it wouldn't come back again. The most important finding was the 3-week gap between the appearances. It might have been a stretch to believe that they operated on clockwork, but too many factors lined up to say that this was some random occurrence. March 20th. The last sighting. This is where I finally opted to learn something. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't sit back and watch it appear from a distance. I didn't have a good sense of their scale or their movement. Something as wondrous as this cannot be excused as nothing. I decided to venture as close to the area that they flew as I could. That meant taking dirt roads in my city car, passing by overgrown and abandoned hiking trails, as well as encountering the odd stag that wanted to play deer in the headlights. When I finally reached a point where the car could go no further, not without damaging it at least, I left it behind. I'm not an idiot either. I placed GPS tags for my phone to pick up on. A new phone too. I could find my way back in the dark if I had to, but I also brought a powerful flashlight. And finally, a camera with a 64GB card. Enough to get tons of high quality shots. Maybe even a video too. I didn't need much more than that. I didn't plan on staying out there the whole night. I was not too eager to walk through the forest at night either. I knew the dangers. Every sane human understands the threats that await us in the dark, especially away from civilization. That being said, I am a firm believer in statistics, and the risk to reward ratio was acceptable. I just wanted that one really good look. Who knows where that and maybe a few photos would take me. I stuck to the parts of the forest where the trees were thinnest, making my way closer to the mountain as I knew that would give me the most open shot of the thing. It was a good plan. I was making good progress, but something was already wrong. An irritation in my inner ear. A buzzing, which made me unsteady. It felt like the world was shifting around me. Or, more accurately, it felt like I was drunk without the buzz. Just the lack of coordination. The buzzing grew louder and more painful. Like a tiny bug was nestled in my brain. It helped to cover my ears, which I did as tightly as I could, but still it was there. I stepped out of the forest, ending up at the foot of the mountain, with gritted teeth. When it began to fade, the sense of relief was intense. I didn't know I could tense so many muscles without actually being in pain. I opened my eyes, and I noticed a familiar shadow stretching across the mountain. Turning around, I saw it. The humanoid thing with long limbs and massive wings. I thought I might see it again. The angel and the dragon, I called them. The angel drifted, then jolted, then flew in its usual pattern. I got my camera ready as it did, the moonlight being enough to find it and the appropriate buttons to set things up. I was smiling, listening to the air part as the angel moved through it. I wondered if the breeze I felt was the gust of wind created by the beating of its massive wings. The camera was ready. It had moved behind the mountain, but I could see it turning. I raised my camera, taking a few shots in sports mode to capture the motion. A quick check of the display screen presented me with better photos, but there was still too much blur, as was to be expected. Excitement was bubbling inside my beating heart. It hovered above the forest again, continuing its search for whatever it was looking for. I started twisting the dial for the automatic camera presets. There was not a moment to waste. I raised the camera, and I took the shot. There was a thunk, and then a flash. A burst of light as the camera went off. I lowered the camera, and the angel's oblong head turned to face me. I could not see any feature in the silhouette. Not a hair, not an ear. It was an inky thumb for all I knew. But it had definitely noticed me. Being seen killed off any sense of excitement. The buzzing then returned, and then the inner ear pain. But I didn't raise my hands to cover my ears. I just took off into the forest. The ground trembled around me. The trees cracked as they were parted. The shadow of the angel was cast over me, and I found myself more than lost in the darkness. I didn't try making it back to the car. I just needed to find a place to hide. Afraid the noise of my panting or the movements of my running would catch the angel's eye, I stopped when I thought I found a good spot to hunker down. It was near a tree, and a thick one. I placed my body flat against it, focused on the sounds. Ahead of me, a hand dipped between the trees. The fingers were as large as trees themselves. Also, out of proportion compared to the elongated hand. It was looking for me. But when I looked up, all I saw were branches. Since I could not see its face, I prayed that it also couldn't see me. And that's when the tree started to bend. A bending tree is terrifyingly loud. I could feel the earth being pulled as the tree was knocked over. I think it was thanks to those roots that I was able to move out of the way of the trunk, but stick close enough to the tree to still be out of sight. When the tree had fallen, I stayed in the shadow of its upturned base, eyes shut, body shaking. Even with my eyelids closed, I could see the area brighten as the shadow withdrew. When I opened my eyes, the angel was gone. The damage to the trees was minor, aside from the fallen one which I huddled nearby. It clearly had the strength to destroy the whole forest in its search for me. But for whatever reason, it didn't. I peeked out from my hiding spot to look back towards the mountains, just in time to see the angel slip behind it. After that, it didn't return. I lingered for a moment longer. The combined relief of my escape and the fading of that buzzing noise helped me to calm down. When I could move again, I marched back to my car, taking it nice and slow on my drive back, only picking up the pace when I was on a real road again and I could see other cars. I kept telling myself that I escaped, but there were moments when it felt like I never left that forest. Still, when I made it home, I turned on my computer and I transferred the photos. But all I saw was image burns. The kind of delayed light that one would see when capturing a moving light source. A fun effect if you wanted to write your name with a glow stick, but not when you wanted something to justify risking your life. The blurred image looked like scattered sparklers, whereas the picture of it hovering ahead of me left a bright white glow. Like I'd taken a picture of the sun. some fantastically iridescent object. Maybe it came down to the camera settings I chose, but somehow I doubt it. 3 weeks from then, I didn't see anything. I stayed up many nights after that, but still, nothing. Whatever the angel and the dragon were, they didn't stick around there. I'd like to believe I'm not the only one who saw them. I guess if you're not looking for them, it's possible to miss them. But I managed to see them by chance, so why not anyone else? I need some kind of confirmation that this happened and that this isn't the end. These things don't just vanish. Not without being seen. I don't think so anyway. Giants such as these have been seen before. There are carvings, paintings and stories. But I don't need ancient history or additional sightings. I know what I saw. I saw giants in West Virginia. And maybe, just maybe, wherever you are, you might see them too. Absolute solitude can be a dangerous thing. The world away from the world holds a still, silent warmth. The promise of a life without distraction or destruction. For some people, the silent embrace of solitude is a siren song that becomes harder and harder to resist the longer they spend alone, until they give into it entirely, vanishing into the cracks of the world where such solitude can still be found. For me, that siren song led me to take a 12-month job stationed at a small, lonely cottage in Tasmania, miles and miles from the nearest collection of buildings that would be big enough to be called civilization. Ever since childhood, I've always tended towards spending time alone, preferring the company of nature and a good book to the constant drone of humanity. People say I'm an introvert, but I don't agree. I just value peace in a world where peace is hard to come by. That feeling was magnified hundreds of times when I decided to leave my partner of 3 years, a career-driven woman who had become more and more distant, while at the same time turning to emotional manipulation to try and keep me from noticing. I needed a break from it all, and I felt I would find my peace on that isolated, rugged headland jutting out into the Southern Ocean. The cottage was a tiny, utilitarian thing, perched high on a headland in the Southwest Conservation Area, the only access being ancient trapping trails and the odd service road. It looked out over the savagery of the Southern Ocean as it smashed into the cliffs far below. A cozy retreat in the teeth of some of the wildest weather on planet Earth. My job was to monitor the seabirds that wheeled overhead and, in some cases, nested in the windswept dunes down along the bay. 12 months spent walking the beach and bird watching sounded like heaven at the time. The pay was very reasonable, and I had a 4-wheel drive, so I could make the trek north to Strathgordon or Strahan if I happened to crave some more modern comforts. As long as the data was good, no one cared what I did. And I kind of liked that. I quickly settled into a rhythm. A monthly trip for food, supplemented by fresh fish when I felt like fishing. Walks to the various seabird colony sites spread over the week. And lots of time enjoying the wild beauty of the place, or basking in front of the fire alone with my thoughts. It was energizing, and all of my problems quickly felt like they were worlds away. I read and I wrote, and even took up painting, exploring myself in the moments between exploring the spectacular land around me. On my 4th or 5th monthly trip into Strahan for supplies, I was having a meal and a glass of wine in the pub when I struck up a conversation with a good-looking young girl. We hit it off nicely, and although I was happy with my isolation, it was nice to have a proper conversation and connect with someone. We talked for a couple of hours, and I was surprised when she expressed concern about what I did for a living. "You should be careful, all the way out there," she said. "It's a different world. Things happen that have no explanation. People go missing and turn up places they couldn't reasonably be. It's really not the kind of place to be if you're unprepared." We talked about the Southwest forests, then about strange lights and strange creatures and strange disappearances. In many ways, I think it fired off my imagination even more, made me keener to explore the amazing place that I'd found myself in. We spent the night in my room, and in the morning I promised to keep in touch with her, and she promised to tell me more about the wilderness that surrounded my tiny little home. Over the winter, I spent more time inside as the wind howled and the temperature plummeted. My new pen pal and I emailed each other once or twice a week, and I would see her when I would stay in town. But I still relished my seclusion, and I spent most of my time with myself. I had hoped to explore some of the mysterious phenomenon that my new friend had told me about, but all I had managed were a few sightings of strange lights flitting through the thick forest canopy. Spring came around, and I decided the lull in the weather was a great opportunity to catch a few fish. Winter was a thrilling experience, but the weather prevented me from fishing, and my food options were quite dull. A few fresh salmon grilled over the fire sounded incredible, especially after months of frozen meat and carbs. I jumped at the chance to throw out a line after checking the seabirds down by the bay. It must have been about mid-afternoon when I noticed her watching me. I had ventured down the low end of the bay, where dunes gave way to the forest, and I had landed a few small fish already. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a chill ran through my bones. Tucked almost entirely behind a big tree, watching me from the shadows it cast, I saw a girl. She ducked out of sight when I first saw her, but I kept watching the tree and waiting for her to show herself again. From her appearance, she was clearly indigenous and quite young, in her late teens at a guess. The poor thing almost looked wild, and I wondered what she was doing all the way out here. I offered a wave, and she cocked her head, quizzical, before dashing back into the forest. It was a strange encounter, but I thought surprisingly little of it. My friend in Strahan had told me about communities of illegal trappers and hermits that lived way out here. And I knew that Tasmania was home to all sorts of loners and wilderness lovers who spend most of their time completely hidden away. I suppose that formed part of the attraction for an exhausted Sydney bloke like me. And I just assumed that the young girl must have been part of a community or something like that. She had seemed genuinely afraid of me, so I left a couple of fish where she had stood before I left and headed back to the cottage. When I woke the next day, I found a leaf-wrapped parcel on the doorstep. Inside were bunches of herbs and scraps of bark, items which I'd learned had medicinal properties over the course of my cottage reading. I smiled at that, thinking that the girl had at least appreciated my olive branch and accepted that I wasn't scary. Over a few weeks, I went back to her tree. I never saw her, but I left small things for her. Old books, food and the like. Sometimes I'd get something in return. Often I didn't, but that wasn't the point for me. I was just happy to share. Especially because she might well have needed more than I did. 3 months later, in late spring, I was returning home from another straw hunt trip with food and supplies. I had come to call them my straw hunt trysts in my head. A little inside joke for one, because I would usually meet up with my mystery-loving pen pal. In a strange way, my visits both to and from the town, and with her, made me feel like I was cheating on Solitude, the lover at home. Maybe the solitude had turned into something less desirable. I don't know. Whatever the case, that trip back home changed everything. Maybe half an hour from the cottage, deep onto a tiny service road so thickly forested it felt like an eternal twilight, a man dashed out of the forest. I stepped hard on the brake, startled but not entirely surprised, given my earlier encounter with the young Indigenous girl. I had come to believe that there must be some kind of small enclave out here, and the man appeared seemingly to belong to that. He looked older, disheveled, clearly a man who lived rough. I slowed down, both to avoid him and to offer assistance, before the look in his eyes gave me pause. He was wild, terrified, his eyes darting this way and that before catching sight of the car. For a moment, I thought he might run at me to try and get in, but he didn't. Instead, he cast a hesitant glance at the forest behind him before looking back towards me. He screamed something at me. Might have been, "Run, get out," or "Run, they're coming," before vanishing into the thick bush on the other side. I waited a few moments, quite rattled and, honestly, concerned for the man, who appeared increasingly in need of psychological help as the minutes ticked by, and no one followed him. Of course, they could have seen my car and been waiting for me to go, or waiting for me to get out. I decided that getting to the cottage was the safest course of action. In all likelihood, the poor guy probably had some kind of problem, living out here to get away from it all. I called it in over the radio, and that was about all I could do. In such vast wilderness, no one would go looking for a man who probably didn't want to be found. That night, I lay in bed when I noticed bright flashes of light coming through the curtains, like lightning ripping through the sky. Strangely enough, though, no thunder followed, which did strike me as odd enough to drag me out of my half-asleep state to look. What I saw was definitely not lightning. Over the forest, hundreds of lights danced in the mesmerizing patterns across the sky. They were white and red and blue and yellow. They flew high above the trees and dipped right down, weaving in behind them like sentient smoke. I stumbled out to the grass, awed by the dazzling and completely unexplained display. It must have only been a few moments before I heard the screaming. Puzzled, I did something quite foolish, taking several steps towards the sound. My singlet and cotton underwear, I realized, were completely useless against a sudden chill that seemed to hang in the heavy air. It had been a warm evening, and sudden temperature change is basically the norm in that part of the world. But this felt different. Not a breath of wind disturbed the trees as those lights darted through them, and the ground still retained the warmth of the day. In the forest, more screams. Agonized, despairing. And I noticed the distinct sound of drums beating in the still night. Something was very, very wrong. I turned to run back into the cottage, maybe radio for help, and screamed in shock. Between me and the door stood a man, tall and menacing, in the garb of an indigenous warrior. His skin was daubed with body paint, and he held a long spear ready at his side. His expression was one of stern hatred. How had he gotten here? I hadn't heard so much as a footstep. I raised my hands, half in peace and half in plea, and I took 2 steps backwards, stammering out some useless words. The man seemingly took no notice, just fixing me with that hateful stare. Something gave out inside me, and I turned to run, hoping to maybe lose myself down in the seabird colony or the rocks by the bay. I was confronted by an even more terrifying sight. As I had turned my back to the forest, it seems that 100 warriors had made their way out of the shadows. They were the source of the drums, and I realized that they were also the source of the lights. More of the brilliant orbs came down to earth, and as they did, became a proud warrior, joining the ranks of his brothers. They all fixed me with that same glare, stern, hateful, and unmoving. In amongst them, I noticed other people, some unmoving, some screaming desperately. All of them were strung up on long poles, hefted by 2 warriors, bloodied and beaten. As more and more warriors materialized, the men holding one of the suspended forms stepped forward and calmly tossed their captive over the cliff. he screamed the whole way down. Those same warriors turned and fixed their gaze on me. Without a sound, the warrior behind me had moved close, and he grabbed me as I turned to run, strong as a vice. I screamed and began to cry, overwhelmed with terror at the fate that clearly awaited me. And then suddenly, a breath of wind, and the drums fell silent. No. A voice carrying through the wind. The warriors who had just thrown the men over the cliff halted their advance, looking unsure. The voice spoke again. No. This one kind. This one grateful. This one respect the land and respect the spirits. I realized, somehow, that the voice was not speaking English. Yet, in my head, I could understand what was being said. Overhead, a brilliant red orb, by far the largest I'd ever seen, began to descend. When it touched the ground, that girl from the beach was standing in its place. Do not harm this one. Let him go. At her command, the warrior holding my arms immediately released me, and I fell to the ground, sobbing and desperate. The girl smiled and appeared before me, seeming to cross the distance instantly. We are sorry. Do not mean to harm you. Do not mean to scare you. You are kind man. Respect the ancestors. Kind to me. She flicked her head to the people still hanging on the poles. These ones, not kind, not respect. Poison land, kill and spoil. These ones punish. Suddenly, I had a flurry of images flash through my mind. Images of rare animals dying over days in agonizing snares. Images of men beating and doing awful things to indigenous women. Images of ancient, sacred sites polluted by laughing drunks. Don't look, said the voice. A few of them still screamed on their way down the cliffs. But when I opened my eyes, all but the girl were gone. She looked sad, as though she regretted what had just happened. My people, all gone, and still they come, still they destroy. Still, she spoke in her language, but some kind of power I did not and do not understand allowed my mind to process what she was saying. People can come. It is okay. But people should have respect. People should be grateful. You, always safe here. You give gift. You show kindness. Even though nobody asked. She stood and smiled, her eyes still swimming with an ancient sadness. Spirits keep land safe. Make sure people respect land. Do not fear. It is just the way. With that, she became light, brilliant and red, and moved off through the forest. I must have been in shock, because I lay there on the grass until the sun came up. When it did, though, I was struck by how peaceful it still felt. It seemed as though the night before had been a bad dream, although the hand-shaped bruises on my upper arms assured me that it had not been. The warmth of the rising sun on my face reminded me of the girl and her protection. And for some reason, the best thing I could think of to do was to go about my day normally. Surprisingly, I still saw out my contract. I moved to Strahan, where I run eco tours into the great wilderness. It's just the right amount of solitude, I think. A little small town company and a lot of peace. I witnessed something horrific that night at the cottage, but I think understanding it made it less terrifying. This is a land of ancient spirits, and that night, the spirits of the land extracted vengeance on those who had wronged them. Illegal trappers, criminals fleeing justice, and ignorant, callous people with no respect for the beauty of this place. So, I'll leave you with a word of warning, as I do my clients. Go out there into the bush. Enjoy it. Do not be afraid. Just so long as you remember to pay your respects. City apartments are rough. My first two places were both basements, because that's what you can afford these days, especially if you're looking to live alone. Third place, no lie, it had a window facing a brick wall, only 3 feet away. I was never looking for a spectacular view. I just wanted a decent window. Until last month, when I got one. I moved in at the beginning of winter to this super small but super decent apartment only a few minutes walk from the train station. The main living space extended from the kitchen, and a flimsy sliding door separated that from a small bedroom space. In the east wall of that bedroom space, a floor-to-ceiling window. Sure, it only overlooked the dirty street ahead, a small coffee place and a huge community housing building. But my God, the air, the sounds, the sunlight, it was perfect. And so shockingly affordable. I'll make a quick note here that I've never been much of a horror movie person. Just never caught my interest. So, when I couldn't find any issues with the building, it just seemed like it was a lucky break. Anyway, after settling my debt with my moving helpers, a 6-pack of beers and a large pizza, obviously, they were off on their way, and I began putting together my new home. I started with the Wi-Fi in the living space so I could work to some tunes. Then I unboxed some things for the kitchen. As I was sliding some plates into my cupboard, a knock came at my door. Shit, maybe my music was too loud. Standing on the other side of the door was a small woman wearing a hijab. I smiled apologetically. "Oh, sorry. Is the music too loud?" "No, it's fine. The walls here are good," she assured me. I just wanted to say hello. Welcome you to the building." "Oh." I hadn't expected such a warm reception. I had never been greeted by a neighbor in any of my previous apartments. "Thanks so much. I'm Lewis." She shook my hand. "Quibbler, love to meet you." She peered into my apartment. "This looks good. Do you need some curtains? I can give you some. I have extra." Thanks, but I'll get around to it. I'm excited to get some sunlight coming through," I said with a laugh. But she did not laugh. "It's no problem. They're lovely curtains and you need your privacy," she said. I chuckled at this, feeling some tension in the air. "I'll make sure to get some curtains up soon. In the meantime, I'll hide all this." I gestured to my lackluster physique, under wraps. Again, no reaction from my neighbor. A moment later, she forced a small laugh, then nodded. "If you need anything, I'm right down the hall. 1710. She nodded once more, before turning away and retreating down the hall. I waved as I watched her go. Nice lady. Odd though. Which brings us to my first night. Darkness hit hard and fast, but there were a couple of yellowed streetlights bathing the street and parking lot outside. And the man who was yelling. It started just as I was laying down on my bed. A senseless hollering. Strings of profanity mixed with accusations at no one. But I'm not new to the city. I was near community housing, a place where folks with severe mental illness can very much end up. So above all, I knew to be patient. Maybe this was why this place cost so little. It would have to be pretty extreme for that much of a price decrease though. And that thought set me on edge. After about an hour of the noise ebbing and flowing, I brought myself up and out of the bed and over to the window. I looked out over the cold street and watched the snow get caught up in gusts and brought to the man. He walked in jerky circles, flailing his limbs around from time to time. I put a hand on the glass, and at that moment, he spun around and faced me, as if he could hear that barest touch. He froze. No more noise, no more circles. He just stared back up at me. He couldn't have been staring at me. I was standing in my dark room, alone, 17 stories up. But from everything I could tell, he was standing in that parking lot, leaning at the slightest angle, head cocked, right up at me. This wasn't good. I took a step backwards, still watching him. The moment I moved, he broke into a dead sprint. He was running directly at me. My heart leapt. But I was inside. There were many locked doors between myself and him. It was fine. That did not stop me from running to my apartment door and triple checking it was indeed still locked. And then watching my apartment door from my kitchen table. Then watching the street from my window to see if I could see him again. Then the kitchen. Then the window. It wasn't a great night. The next morning, as I opened my door, it pushed against something. I full-on panicked for a moment, but immediately I recognized it as a bundled-up window curtain with a note. For the nights, they aren't people. They are cold. Quibbler. This was unsettling for sure, but also, on a different level, incredibly insulting. Was she talking about the community housing folk? They were sick, not people. I let my indignant humanitarian side overpower my anxiousness over all this, and I tossed the curtain inside and continued on my way. I got a donut and some bad brew at the coffee shop. Found out they only operate from 9 to 5, which is not ideal for late night cravings, and I head off to work. The second night was much quieter. I didn't hear a sound above the passing night traffic as I lay down to sleep. This felt much more comforting. And then, it wasn't. It was too damn quiet. There were other people in this building. There was the community housing just across the street. So why was it so quiet? I stood up again and I wandered to the window. Nothing of note out there. No folks wandering the streets. The only difference from the night before was one streetlight had started flickering. Maybe I was getting in my head over all this. And then I saw the group on the balcony. 5 people stood on a balcony of the community housing building, about 5 stories higher than myself. I could not entirely tell if they were speaking or anything from this far. But one thing was for sure. Each of them stood facing out, facing me, staring at me. I whispered some curse under my breath and immediately turned to grab the curtain near my front door. I stomped through my house, hoping that the sound of my own movement would help me establish some kind of connection to reason. Clearly I was imagining things. I was getting worked up over nothing. But if the curtain would help me feel better and get some sleep, easy as that. Let's get it up. I got back to my room just in time to see them jump. In unison, each of the 5 people on the balcony climbed over the railing and stepped off, still staring directly at me through my window the whole time. I dropped the curtain in terror and shouted a meaningless "Stop!" I scrambled to find my phone and I dialed emergency while I made a mad dash out of my apartment and into the elevator. Police and ambulance were on their way. As the elevator rang at ground floor, I ran out of my building and into the cold. And holy shit was it cold. The biting night stung at my skin all over, seeing as I'd run out there wearing only my PJs and slippers. I ran across the quiet road and past the shop to the building, dreading what I was about to see. And there they stood. That's all. There were the 5 figures that I had seen only moments ago, plummeting from over 20 stories. Stiffly, but casually looking at me with blank eyes. Nothing seemed to be wrong with them, physically. I saw no signs of injury. But behind those eyes, I couldn't tell what I was seeing. I walked closer to the building, scanning the area to see if I was wrong. If maybe it was a different group of people. But I only came back to them as sirens began blaring. They walked back inside. That's it. They just turned and walked back inside the building. My mind was a mess. I felt like I was going crazy as the police talked with me. But I held my composure and I assured them that my eyes must have just been playing tricks on me in the night. They left, the sounds of their engines retreating back into the city. I slammed my fist against Quibbler's door the next day. It opened only a few inches, revealing a chain lock and only her eyes. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. "You didn't put up the curtain?" she asked, as if that was some normal irritation. "How is a goddamn curtain going to stop people from jumping from fucking buildings?" I demanded. "They can see well in the dark. They've noticed you. They won't hurt you, but they'll want to be close," she said, as calmly as always. "What do these people want? They aren't people, and they want to be warm." I sputtered, wordless. How the hell do you even respond to that? "Put the curtain up. It might not stop it anymore, but it will give you peace of mind," was all she said before closing her door again. And so I did. I put up the curtain and I started looking for another apartment. I didn't know what was going on, but I could stay here the 2 necessary months and head out without messing up my finances too bad. My last night there, the curtains were drawn shut and my lights were all off, leaving me in pitch darkness. But there was no way I was getting to sleep. The past 2 days were running through my head on an endless loop. What was happening in that building with those people? They were people, right? A quiet noise caught my attention. Barely a noise, really. Like the sound of a mouse squeaking in the wall. It would be nice to have a normal issue, like mice. The same sound, but slightly louder. I curled up in my bed. I didn't want to deal with anything tonight. But I also knew no sleep was coming if I didn't deal with whatever was causing that sound. I slumped out of my bed and I listened closely, tilting my head towards the wall. Silence. Maybe I should just attempt to sleep through it. A singular clicking noise, kind of like hail falling against the glass. There was a chance I was just hearing something from the outside, and I was fine. Or, on the other hand, far from fine. They won't hurt you. I shuffled towards the window, and they want to be warm. I pulled the curtain aside. Darkness. No streetlight. No snow. Nothing. Just the same darkness as my room. I furrowed my brow, absolutely lost. I hit the switch on my lamp. Naked bodies, stuck to the glass from the outside. Awfully contorted and piled bodies, all trying to touch as much of their flesh as possible to the glass dividing us. Their skin folded and flattened in still life before me, with patches of hair and scars and disease. The various faces clouded the window with their heavy breath. Tongues and teeth pressed hard almost like a suckerfish, plastered and frozen in ecstasy. No, not suckerfish, more like moths. I yelled and fell back, holding down the bile trying to shoot up. I huddled into a fetal position, rolled away from the sight before me, and then I can only describe it as I lost my mind. I don't remember much. Not until dawn came, and I returned to my senses as light pierced through my unmarred window. I left that day. I went to a friend's place and stayed on their couch. My friends and a couple of cousins I have here in the city had to go and get my belongings. They all think I just had some kind of random psychological meltdown. It took me this long to get to the point where I'm even considering leaving this house and going back to work. I'm going to live with friends for a while. And if I do someday get a place of my own again, I am so fine with basements. With over 200,000 kilometers of highway across India, it's not surprising that quite a few of those roads hold a reputation of being haunted. Every state, and there are 29 of them, boasts of at least a handful of highway stretches where locals will discourage you from traveling late at night, or stopping for gas, or offering a lift to strange, lonely women walking by the side of the road dressed in white saris. In other parts, superstitious practices have taken grip, mostly to please the gods that protect travelers, but also to placate the angry spirits. You are told it is essential that you stop by the large mound at the 5th turn, down the Kasara Ghat, and offer your prayers before driving on. Or you are told that you must keep driving on the Eastern Express Highway, even if you hear your name being called out. Or a simple advice of not carrying any meat in your vehicle when you're driving the Kasidi Road, which may incite unwanted hungry guests into your car. After a while, it gets hard to separate the real stories from the many myths. As they get repeated, nevertheless, over and over again around the campfire tales, generation after generation, many details are altered, enhanced, blurred, until you can't remember the important parts of them. Things that may very well save your life. Such as when driving down the long, dark and lonely stretch of the Bata Road. Was it a woman dressed in white that you had to watch out for? Or a young bride in red bridal attire? As hard as I tried to remember the old stories that my grandmother had told me of the haunting of this road, the details eluded me. After a while, I stopped trying to remember, and I just pulled myself backwards to further sink into the passenger seat of my friend's extremely sturdy, made-for Indian roads Bolero that could easily seat an extended family. But today, it was carrying just the four of us. My childhood buddies, Hitesh, who was driving, and Bobby and Sonny, who were dozing in the middle seat. And our luggage took up some of the space in the seats at the very back. The four of us were on our way back from the wedding of another one of our childhood friends, the reception for which had been held in a remote farmhouse deeper into the rural heartlands of India. The newlyweds were obsessed with connecting with their tribal roots, away from any urban hustle that their families had embraced a few generations ago. I have to admit that, despite my previous reluctance to travel so far for the wedding, it was a beautiful ceremony, and the drive to the farmhouse was scenic. We had started early in the morning, stopping often to take in the breathtaking sights of the hills we passed through, and grabbing quick bites of local cuisine, accompanied with piping hot spiced tea at regular intervals. However, now, at nearly 2 a.m., that same route seemed macabre. There were no streetlights or quaint little food and tea stalls, and with the intimidating dark shadows of the hills against the horizon, the drive, which promised to be long, brought back memories of every tale I'd heard or read of highway ghosts in India. I was certain that there was a similar tale about this very road we were on. But, tired and exhausted from a long day of festivities, I could not recall the story attached to the famous Bata Road. I turned to Hitesh to ask him if he perhaps remembered the story, mainly to keep a conversation going with him, to help him to stay awake and alert as he drove us through the winding guts of the middle of an exceptionally dark night. I think the story goes that a lady in white, or maybe in red, the spirit of one who died in an accident here, or maybe she was killed, or something as such, will ask you for a lift. And if you stop for her, you're as good as dead, he said, just as uncertain and casting a wide net that encapsulated about 80% of highway urban legends across the world. No one who ever stopped their vehicle for her has lived to tell about it, he added for good measure. If no one lived, then how do we know this story? Bobby said from the back seat, followed with a wide yawn, waking from his nap. Exactly, replied Hitesh, leaving us confused while distractedly looking at something in the distance. I turned to look in the direction Hitesh's eyes were fixed at, and straight ahead in the distance, I noticed a small gathering of a few people at the far end of the highway, where the road seemed to meet the horizon. Who are these people? I wondered out loud. No one answered my rhetorical question, but all of us, including Sonny, who had woken up with our chatter by now, were fixed staring at the road. As we got closer, the group grew clearer in our vision. About 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman who seemed to be overdressed for her surroundings. Even from afar, her massive pink lehenga, a bridal outfit, and garish gold jewelry were hard to miss. It was a bridal party. Or at least a part of it that seemed to have been separated from the larger celebration. But what were they doing on this otherwise isolated road? With thick forest on one side and an extensive desert stretching for miles on the other. It hardly seemed like an appropriate place for any hitchhikers, let alone a bride and her wedding party. "It seems they're asking for a lift," Hatish said. "They seem like they're lost. Maybe we should stop and help them." The ever-generous soul added, "No way, man. Haven't all the highway ghost stories taught you anything?" remarked Bobby. "Lingering spirits with unfulfilled desires. Brides who died on their wedding nights. They haunt such roads, waiting for travelers just like us." "But it's not a single woman as in those stories. It looks like a family. They need our help," Hatish tried to reason. Sonny added in agreement with Bobby. "Maybe they are dacoits. This part of the world is known for these things," he said. "Oh, come on. You don't really believe in that stuff," Hatish retorted. We had less than 45 seconds to decide whether we would stop for the lost bride and her family, and everyone turned to me to weigh in. As the eldest in our group, I often ended up being the person breaking up deadlocks. I voted that we show compassion to these likely lost travelers. I wasn't sure I believed in the ghost stories, but I certainly was sure that they were not dacoits. Something about the way they stood there, helpless and scared, told me that they truly were lost. We pulled over next to the man, who had his thumb out to us. I noticed a wave of relief wash over their faces as we stopped. The men were also dressed in fineries, expensive clothes and jewelry. This was definitely a wedding party. "Thank you for stopping," the oldest of them said to Hatish. "We were taking my daughter here to her wedding in the next village, but our car broke down a few miles down the road. We have been walking for hours, but not a single vehicle has passed us," he said. I thought it was odd, because although the road was largely isolated, quite a few cars and trucks passed us by, and I was sure there was no other detour along the way. Anyone passing by surely would have seen the family by the side of the road. Our Bolero was large enough to fit the three of them in the very back seats, behind Bobby and Sonny. Being the gentleman he is, Hatish even offered my driver's side seat to the bride, but she declined, choosing to join her wedding party at the back. None of them spoke much after the initial thank yous. Even though we tried to strike up a conversation, some more excitedly than others, the family answered in grunts and sighs. I didn't really blame them. After the journey they'd had, that too on their wedding day, it was understandable. After a while, everyone slipped into a silence, punctured only by Bobby's intermittent snores and the soft jingling sound coming from the back made by the bride's bangles every few minutes. It was kind of nice, kind of calming, lulling me off to sleep. Just as I was drifting in and out of the cusp of sleep, I felt Hatish nudging me. I turned to him, only to see an absolute look of terror on his face, which had been drained of all color. Before I could say anything, he hushed me with one finger on his lips and the other hand struggling to keep the steering wheel steady. After a few seconds of what seemed like he was trying to catch his breath, he muttered very slowly, "Don't look back." The rebel in me was tempted to turn around and look behind me immediately, but the fear dripping in each syllable of Atisha's warning had chilled my bones. I was frozen, and I looked at him for more explanation, but he kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, wide open, filled with a terror that I struggle to describe in words here. I followed his gaze, and there, on the side of the highway, getting closer by the second, stood a group of 3 villagers. Among them, a bride in a pink lehenga, thumbs out. As we drew closer, I could see their faces. It was those same 3 villagers who we had picked up and were, supposedly, sitting in the back seat. Shock and horror swept through my body as I watched them smiling eerily, lips stretching. I was terrified, but I could not look away. And just as we passed by them, I heard the sweet, soft sound of bangles jangling away in the back of our vehicle.